Finding the ultimate dad gift can be tricky. Is your dad a DIY dad, or is he into tech? Does he enjoy looking his best? Whatever dad loves, eBay has you covered this Father's Day. Today, you'll save 20% on tech, home and garden, and men's health and beauty on eBay. Brands like Bose, Samsung, Works Tools, Braun Weil, Calvin Klein, and more. Because if it's happening this Father's Day, it's happening on eBay. Download the eBay app now and start shopping. Limited time only. T's and C's apply.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located in the pop-up studio in the all-action trouser capital of Australia, Canberra. He's dolled up in the Smugglers at the Kingston Shopping Centre. You can't miss him. Obviously, so much has been going on there. I forget where we left Jim last week, but he's dragged the pop-up studio behind the Commodore Ute, the Marloo, and dragged it all the way into Canberra. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Mr. McAvaney, Mr. B. McAvaney. What a week. What an incredible week. I don't often steal a line from Roy, but what a great week to be an Australian. It was just incredible. A week when too much sport is barely enough. And tremendous to have you with us, nation, as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive, massive collects. And for God's sake, get involved with this new punting website, Dick in the Till. This is something new in punting, something absolutely revolutionary. It's a site where you can bet on who will be the first Minister of Australia to cock up and fall foul of the PM's new pants-up policy. Look, there's some great odds there. Just have a look at Greg Hunt's odds, and don't tell me you're not licking your lips in anticipation. That new Minister for Sport is doing a great job in Pyeongchang. The shooter, Mackenzie. Great odds there as well. And in charity news, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava have teamed up with Hogs for the Homeless to provide emergency accommodation for senior politicians who have had a run of outs in the trouser department and have to rely on charity handouts to make ends meet. And when we're talking about ends, we're talking about 400,000 large. So you can see big ends have to meet. You know, we in this day and age, we can't have politicians, senior politicians, party leaders, couch surfing around the joint on the off chance that they'll get permanent accommodation vis-a-vis, the handouts from the usual government departments. No, that's all in the past. That's all in the past. We have to do something better. Apparently the Hogs and the Knights have teamed up for a big benefit concert coming up to provide certainty in these times of uncertainty. I know Olivia is on the card. Winks is going to turn up and talk to the kids. The Rabbitohs choir singing the Rugby League songbook. That's obviously a given. Sophie Mung on trumpet. I can't wait to see that. And MC Carl Stefanovic with more to come. So stay tuned for that. And now to get us underway, let's lock horns with a man who this week suggested that Michaelia Cash should have been given the top job while the PM is away in Trump Town. M. Cash in the Norwegian party pants, open brackets, the pants that are taking Pyeongchang by storm, close brackets, is the look the world wants to see from Australia as well. Of course, that man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny motion simply by asking what the highlights is that caught your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H. Nelson. Very, very much. And what a wonderful week, as you say, to be a moral Australian. And isn't it good to see morality back in public discourse? For so long now, we've just been a rabble.
But certainty in morality.
Oh, certainty in morality.
Yeah, of course. Hey,
You've
we
got to
know
have
what to do.
The line in the sand.
Yeah, that's right.
This side, moral, the other side... Well,
rabbits.
Hell's waiting. Well, rabbits, yes. As Barnaby Joyce said to me one day, there's the right way and there's the better way to skin a rabbit. I don't know quite what he meant. But anyway, I was all ears.
Give me that again.
There's the right way, and then there's the best way to skin a rabbit. I don't know what he meant. I don't know. I mean, I remember him saying to me once at another time too, he said, "You've got to learn to think like a rabbit, Roy." I thought he meant South Sydney, and I said, "Oh, you know, Cardinal and Myrtle, is that what you mean?" He went blank. Meant nothing to him. So he was obviously talking about something else. Bugger if I know. Now, Andy said to me, "Find your own inner rabbit."
Inner rabbit?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Rabbit. Trousers off, pyjamas off?
I don't know. Taking their pyjamas off. That's the skinning of the rabbit, the best way, I assume. Yeah, I remember him saying to me once too, no two rabbits think the same. Oh, yeah. And then later he said to me, no two bunnies look the same.
How many beers later was that?
Just a few. Anyway, the week. Commonwealth Games ticketing fiasco. God almighty, this has come out of nowhere. The wrong date on the tickets for the opening ceremony. Now, I've got my tickets, and I'm going to turn up on the date of the opening ceremony, which is not the date on the ticket, and hope I get in. I assume Beattie's looking into this. I don't know. We'll try and unpack a little bit of this later. Now, Pyeongchang, HG's mentioned it. There's so many Australian success stories. Scott James bronze, of course. Jarrett Hughes silver, blighted, of course, by Chumpy Pullen's refusal to congratulate him. I hate it when Aussies fall out.
It's a bad look, isn't it?
It's a bad look.
You know, it's North Korea, South Korea all over again.
I know it is.
On a personal basis.
Yes.
No rabbits involved.
No. Some people look better with a stump up the date. I remember Barnaby telling me that once too. I don't know what he meant. Now, it appears Team GB might be using illegal suits in the skeleton. No surprises there. I mean, here you've got some kids turning up who've never done it before, ranked 102 in the world and 108, who put in the best times ever recorded. Have a look at their suits. The suits did look weird, I must say. Now, James Magnuson, that is the missile, remember him? He argues that our summer Olympians are judged more harshly than our winter Olympians. Now, we might try and unpack... Well, they should be, shouldn't they? I mean, look at our conditions here. You go to Mount Kosciuszko, there's only, 1 or 2 hours a year where there's some snow. It's summer most of the time. Our summer Olympians should do better, shouldn't they? We should judge them much more harshly, especially when they just swan about in a pool. Missile! With enormous expectations and don't deliver. Missile!
Is Missile still...
London, remember Missile?
Is Missile still with us?
Yeah.
As in,
what do
is
you
he
mean,
still Olympian?
alive?
As in, well, I know he's alive.
He's alive.
Obviously,
He's talking.
making comments. But what I mean is, he's still competing at the highest level.
I'd like to think so.
No.
Oh, yeah, you can't get the missile out of the pool. Now, Roger Federer. Roger, he's rolled back time to become the oldest world number one in history. No one ever thought. I think Andre Agassi was our last oldest number one. He was 33. Here's Roger, 36, number one again. Extraordinary. Now, a State of Origin match is to be played at Adelaide Oval in 2020. Why? Why would you do that? I mean, I just don't get it. We're spending billions of dollars, or the Brazilian state government in New South Wales is spending billions of dollars to knock down stadia to make them smaller so that you can play rugby league in them. At the very same time, rugby league is taking the games to ovals where you've got to use binoculars to see what's going on. I mean, it beggars belief. Now, the AFLX captures the imagination of the... People are loving it.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is the best thing I've ever seen. I mean, those Zoopers.
You're not going to get tired of that, are you, Roy?
I'll never get tired of that. Make of that what you will.
Yes, you're on the set of Crocodile Dundee Part 3. The Probe, the man in the big hat with what they call a knife, is Aussie favourite rampaging Roy Slaven, and playing the tricky part of the croc-infested swamp, H.G. Nelson, now Roy, AFLX. Look, I mean, can I just say, I was a bit of a doubting Thomas.
I know you were. Yeah.
You know, the silver ball,
Yes.
the super duper,
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff. I just didn't
Well, the
think
silver ball was brilliant because you couldn't see it, so it added to the mystery, didn't it? Brilliant.
It did. And look, can I just say that
And they lost their bottle on that, changing it back to the yellow Steeden so quickly.
I thought that was a big mistake.
Yeah.
That was a red
White flag.
White flag. I was going to
Yeah.
say red flag, but I meant a white flag up the pole very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Now, look, some people have said unfortunate things. I noticed Richard Hines, who usually I like as a commentator, he said if you wanted to kill AFL stone dead, surely you would turn it into this hollow, unappealing, pressure-free, atmosphere-deficient oval in a rectangle hole yawn fest.
Oh, dear.
A yawn fest.
A yawn fest. Well, isn't it? Did we watch the same thing?
I don't think so. I
thought it was fantastic.
Right.
So quick, so
quick,
you know,
so basketball with boots
immediate,
on.
Yeah.
Now, look, he also finished up his column, his 50,000 word, blog. He said about the best that can be said of AFLX, it'll soon become another quirky addition to the AFL's history, alongside Angry Anderson and the Batmobile.
Well, which I liked.
Brown for glory.
Yeah, I love that.
I think it was at Waverley. This is going back a fair time before our team set off, I think, to the Commonwealth Games.
I think that's right.
Brown for glory. That was Angry's contribution, and he's kicked on.
He has.
Warwick Kappa's singing career. I've forgotten that completely.
Yeah, same
I think
here.
that's very unfair. And Richmond winning a premiership.
That's
There's
putting
a
a knife
joke.
in, isn't it? That's a...
Another quirky addition, Richmond winning the premiership. Obviously a bit of clickbait
Yeah.
work there at the end. Now,
But, look, obviously there's going to have to be a little bit of, tinkering, and fair enough. And I think Gillan McLaughlin has some fantastic ideas. Adjusting the scoring, I think he's suggesting that a Zupa should be only worth 3 points, something like that. And someone's got to stay within the 40 zone all the time. So that opens up the middle of the field for more action to happen. I mean, terrific ideas. I mean, people question his sanity. I don't.
he's so enthusiastic about the tweaks, though. I mean, he obviously feels as though this is going to talk to the world. Now, I know you've got contacts deep in Turkey about football and what's going on with Turkish football.
Yeah.
And you know that they're looking for something
They are.
that
They
could
have
fill
a lot of venues that are underutilised.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Can you see AFLX pulling people in Turkey? Can you see it talking to them? I mean, obviously...
Well, I can actually. There are a lot of ancient Roman stadia in Turkey that when I've ever visited them, no one's using them.
For 2,000
You
years.
just get the odd, historian or someone like that, some pinhead going around looking at things rather closely and to no purpose, as nearly as I can tell. Now, they are boutique in size, but I think AFLX could work on them. I think it'd be fantastic to revive these ancient stadia that go back well into the BC, HG.
I know.
Well into the BC.
Now, I know you're a student of this stuff, but Haspartam may have been a game that was played there, not a million miles from certainly rugby league as we know it today.
Yeah, almost identical, except they used a head instead of a ball.
Can I ask where you see this going, though? I mean, look, let me be honest here.
Yeah.
I love seeing AFL stars, and I love seeing AFL stars doing things they're not used to doing and playing out of, can I call it, their comfort zone?
Yeah.
Can I suggest today, and the AFL thinks seriously about this, have a competition that fills in the end of the cricket season and the start of the football season, say the end of March. How about this? AFL T20. The stars of your club playing T20, see them as you've never seen them before. They can only be registered players. You can't have ring-ins like Finch or, the big show playing in your AFL T20. You've got to have Mark Murphy, Cade Simpson and all that. If they were Carlton, they would be the people playing.
Right, and get Bruce and Dennis Cometti to cover it, to call it, something like that.
Well, now you're thinking if Dennis could be lured back to call AFL T20.
Yeah.
So opening the batting today, we've got Mark Murphy and, Cruz.
And would a Steeden be used or a cricket ball?
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer, heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy Slaven, and down the back with a tub, down the back of the tub with a 44-gallon of drum of White King is a very excited H.D. Nelson. Now, the AFLX has caused some comment from senior members in the game. For instance, Mick Malthouse. I don't know if people would remember Mick Malthouse. He was a back pocket player for the Richmond Football Club and then went on to have a stellar coaching career with West Coast Eagles, Collingwood Magpies, had a go at Carlton for a while, Bulldogs I think he might have coached at for a while too.
Is Christie still about, HG?
I think
Christie
so.
Malthouse?
Yeah, Christie Malthouse.
She was a terrific commentator.
Terrific commentator. Used to interview the old man on the boundary every
She
so
did.
often. Was a sort of, generational baton handing
it was.
over. That Mick Malthouse says, if you're a coach and you send 10 players down the race, you want 10 running back up the race.
Fair call. That's smacks of Barnaby, isn't it? You've got to know how rabbits think.
Now, what I worry about this is that
Gee, they see eye to eye, those two, don't they?
Well, but in Barnaby's case, what would happen? You might have 11 running back up the race.
True.
Now, I'd be loath to be playing superstars. Honestly, when it's over, we'll forget about it very quickly. Oh, I don't think that's true. We're going to be talking about this forever. I mean, this, I travel a fair bit. And, I know, as you pointed out, Turkey, I can tell you the same for Uzbekistan. They just want to get the rights to this thing and have a go. The older players, I wouldn't even be considering running them. Obviously we know all about the rules and the changes and how explosive it is and the speed. The one thing that worries me slightly is that it's going to become formulaic very quickly.
Oh, really? Yeah, maybe.
You know how
that's up to
basketball...
the coaches to keep it fresh, isn't it?
I know, I was just going to say Innovative.
Yeah, and that's an opportunity to get young coaches in with different ideas.
How to get the ball from one end to the other.
Quicker,
that's right.
Yeah.
Or how to do it with less touching the ball.
Well, that's right, yeah.
See,
and how to get more Zoopers.
Zoopers, yeah. Now, I take your point about that.
specialists.
How about a 60-metre line that you've got, if you kicked it outside the 60 metres?
What would you call that? Sort of like chalk wedge or something?
I think so. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
You'd have to call it something.
Now, do you think they've nicked your idea?
A Holden Commodore. Oh, that wouldn't
No, wait. You know how all the tennis players are now named after breakfast cereals? Do you think every kick in AFL
There's got to be a confection.
Or an ice cream?
Yes.
They're locking in the tight fit.
Is,
summertime.
Yes.
Thinking, that's a goal. What do I need now?
Yeah.
How about
a Norgan vase?
Cook
it, kick it 80 metres, that's a Norgan vase.
Yeah.
And it's worth 225 points. How about that?
That's great. And what's the drumstick? A
drumstick might be
100.
Yeah.
So kicking them from in straight up the other end, one goal. Somebody will do that one day.
They will.
Just to piss AFLX fans off.
Yeah.
Would that be a 90? How much?
90-metre drumstick.
Yes, you're in the front row of the Probe Nude Theatre in tonight's performance of the Summer of the 17th Doll. The parts of Roo and Barney will be played by actor winner Roy Slaven, and the part of the doll will be played by H.G. Nelson. Roy, let's go to Pyeongchang. The 7 coverage, look, I know people have criticised it, but I love it.
I do too.
I love the idea that 2 commentators are outside and all of a sudden one of them's back in Australia inside. It appears that way in front of the fire. I mean, I don't know how
Was
they
that
do
back
it.
in Australia?
Well, I made that up,
right.
that last bit.
I assume they're all there. Hamish and Mel, the 2 McLaughlins. And hasn't Rachel Finch, doesn't she do a great job?
You were taken by her Aussie Watch work.
Yes.
The little segment that keeps an idea on the Aussies.
That's right.
And the tilt that's coming up.
That's right. She's wonderful when she's with, say, parents of an athlete who's about to jump or something. Yeah. She really opens them up and gets to the emotion of what's going on.
And can I just set aside this? I will come to Lydia's comments about the missile in a minute. Yeah. Lydia Lucilla's comments about the missile. Look, you've got to understand that the Winter Olympics, why make a version of the Winter Games just the same as the Summer Games? They're different. There's a different vibe.
It's much more fun, isn't it?
Fun, yes, fun, I know. Yeah. That half pipe. I mean, that's just incredible. Yeah. And the dancing.
It's very pop. It's very now.
Yeah, that's
it's very modern.
Nothing much happens, but people don't want that anymore. They just want to be able to sit there and drift off and think, the run's over now. Oh, look at that. And go and have a look at the highlights.
That's
I
right.
think that's fair.
And then wait for Rachel to talk to the parents.
That's what they're interested in.
They are.
Or Mel to interpret it for her.
That's right.
Or, you know,
how proud were you of, whoever. And they say, it's just unreal. It's so surreal. It's just awesome. It's just amazing.
You know, and what I like is...
They really open up. You know, you don't often see that raw emotion from parents.
Yes, and can I ask role models? Some of those parents make great role models.
They do, don't they? Yeah, because they're so proud of their kids. And isn't that good?
And humble.
Humble, thank you.
And proud.
Yeah, humble and proud, yes. And Rachel will often say that. You must feel humble and proud. And they say, I do, Rachel.
Yeah, how do
humble
you
and
feel?
proud. Feel humble and proud.
Good.
And it's awesome and it's surreal.
To be here in Pyeongchang.
To be here.
So close.
So close, you can almost touch it.
And Hamish and, Mel are doing a tremendous job.
Yeah.
It's great to have the 2 McLaughlins here. Tears coming down.
That's right.
Freezing because it's so cold.
Yeah, I know. Forming icicles or stalactites.
I've seen some tears fall.
Yeah.
And by the time it leaves the cheek or the chin and falls to the boot.
It's a little spear of ice.
I know. It's incredible. And the weather, have we made enough of the weather? blustery conditions. People not,
Oh.
first time outside ever in their lives.
Yeah.
Because they've been training indoors all the time.
That's
you see
right.
them, those great, in Aussie Watch, you see them training, lifting weights and doing things like
Yeah,
that. Then they
yeah.
get outside and they find there's wind. Yes, this is the Probe kitchen. Pulling the tripe-and offal souffle out of the oven is a man simply known as Manu, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the lurk near the pavlova table, looking for a large bite, is a mature-aged apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives. H.G. Nelson now going to that story concerning the stink between our Winter Olympians, our heroes of Pyeongchang, and James the Missile Magnuson. Well, it erupted this week, and I don't know whether... What worries me about this is this where we're at with sport now? Mm-hmm. Is the only way we can get coverage for anything is
Through
by
animosity and disagreement and bitterness.
Exactly. I couldn't have.
These aren't Aussie qualities that I know.
No.
I like Aussie supporting Aussies.
And humble and proud to do so. Mm-hmm. And surreal.
And surreal.
And real.
I want all Aussies to find their inner rabbit together and come up with the same answer.
Australia's most celebrated Winter Olympian, Lydia Lucilla, who I thought, was very unlucky in her jump. I mean, they moved the bloody hill before she took off. She couldn't see it.
No.
Anyway, she's fired back at the James the Missile Magnuson, claiming he'd probably cry if he had to compete in winter sport.
Would he?
Probably cry.
He'd cry.
In a sharp rift between the generously funded summer sports, this is the Murdoch Press got this, generously funded summer sports and their more financially circumspect winter sports. What a weird way of putting it, more financially circumspect. What does it mean? They're busted ass.
Is that what they meant?
I don't think so.
No.
Lucilla defended her fellow winter athletes from the bitter criticism levelled at them by the missile.
What prompted the Magnuson?
Wait a minute. Magnuson was jealous of the attention afforded to the snowboard half-pipe bronze medalist Scotty James, claiming that Pyeongchang athletes' different mental approach meant they were publicly judged less harshly than the Summer Olympic athletes. In other words, everybody went berserk when Scotty got the bronze.
Whereas in the pool, if you get a bronze,
you consider a failure.
You're considered a loser.
Catch the first plane home, if you don't mind. They certainly seem to take a different approach to the Winter Olympics, said Magnuson. As a result, we, the public and the media, are judging them less harshly than we may judge a Summer Olympic athlete. If Scotty James was a swimmer going into an event as a world champion and expected to win, and he got bronze, how would we react to that? Lucilla said, is he a swimmer? The summer folk, he's in an indoor sport. He doesn't have to deal with changing conditions, changing variables. He can come any day and try and do what we do, not against the best in the world, but against the extreme variables that we're facing.
Yeah, like weather.
Actually, forget about it, he'd probably cry. Now, Magnuson claimed that the double standard stemmed from public expectation that the Summer Olympics were super intense and super professional, alluding to the belief that the winter sports are not under the same pressure. In the Summer Olympics, you're not expected to show any personality. You're not expected to have fun. You're there for a reason, and that's to win gold. God, it does go on. Magnuson's ignorance of the winter sports did not go down well. Guess where? Pyeongchang. I hope Mackenzie, our Minister of Sport's, got something to say about this. Remember, she's a shooter, Roy.
I know she's a shooter.
a shotgun shooter.
I know she is.
I mean, both barrels,
Yeah.
you know where they can be aimed. I'm not talking about Barnaby Joyce.
Yeah.
Now, Swimming Australia received more than $9 million a year to prepare the swimmers for the Summer Olympics, while the entire budget for all the winter sports competing in the high-cost ski resorts around the level was a tenth of that.
Wow.
That can't be right, can it? $1 million.
Less, 900,000. Is that all it cost?
Gee, we're doing really well.
We
got
so
3 medals,
well.
haven't we?
Yeah.
3 medals for
900,000.
Take that, Summer Games.
Yeah.
Now,
Shouldn't whoever's running the Winter Olympics for Australia,
Get a job.
they take over the Summer
they'll
Games?
get a lot better result.
Sure would.
Now, in swimming alone.
Yeah.
Now, James' half-pipe event is also considered far more precarious than a straight-timed event such as swimming, because the varying conditions of the half-pipe and the wind execute.
Yeah. It's so hard. It's so hard. Unlike swimming, you just follow the black line. Well, can I say to Magnuson, there's no black line on the mountain?
Yes, as the Probe ATM camped on a milk crate with a fist of 50s, his branch manager, and let's face it, the brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven and working a wheeze for the big four with his jar of change as the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Now, look, I don't want to, well, let's face it, I don't want to continue the talking down the Olympic tilt in Pyeongchang because it's just been stunning and outstanding, but I do feel as though...
See, we go with no expectation. I don't expect us ever to win a medal. So I'm amazed when we do. I don't expect us to win anything. I'm just proud that we're there.
You see,
that we were selected.
Proud that we're there. That's
proud
exactly,
that we're there.
That we're able to contribute.
Yes.
As you point out, there's only 2 or 3 hours a year that you can ski on Kosciuszko. That's all the snow we've got. Never mind how much we make artificially. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Now, when we've been lucky enough to be at Winter Olympics, and I'll never forget a night when Rod Kemp, the former Minister of Sport, thrilled us all with the talk that had more ers in it than seconds.
He was great.
This imbroglio that's happening up there in Pyeongchang, I use that word advisedly, up there in Pyeongchang, on the hill in Pyeongchang, wouldn't have happened under his watch. I'm amazed Coates hasn't been flashed out to say something. I mean, let's face it, we saw Dick Pound out of the closet walking around, enjoying a few comments about drug testing and the implausibility of the Korean drug testing regime. And then Mackenzie, who's there, I know, seems to have left a shotgun behind. I mean, maybe it's protocols or something like that. She's not allowed to bring it. So the athletes, as you point out, Barnaby's comments, when rabbits are left alone, they'll play.
That's right.
And so the difficulty...
Did he tell you that? Yeah, right. Okay.
Now, we've dealt with the problem of Lydia and
Well,
James.
I tell you, shouldn't Mackenzie, or the new sports minister, shouldn't she phone Minister Hunt? Because he wouldn't have let this happen.
No.
Hunt wouldn't have allowed, this
eruption of bad feeling between Summer and Winter.
Bad blood
Games.
between Summer and Winter.
Yeah. Now, I take it further. We go to the snowboarding.
Yeah.
We've got Jared Hughes and Alex Pullen.
Chumpy, yeah.
Yeah, Chumpy.
They're great.
So chumpy you could carve him.
Yeah.
Now, this wasn't just an excited anticipation of the 2 Australians. This, again, the Murdoch people got this, could win a medal, but a bit of fear that Pullen and Hughes, those arch enemies, would take each other out of contention down the snowboard cross course. Now, this is a bit hard to explain. I think 4 go at a time.
Yeah.
I may be wrong about this. Listeners will know. And down they go over jumps and that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's fantastic. It's revolutionised our understanding of, snowboarding.
And speed.
And speed.
Yeah.
And hills.
And gradient, yes.
And gradient, that's right. Now, in the end, Hughes won silver and Pullen won of sorts by surviving the equivalent of falling down a 4-storey building onto concrete without any injury. And then the big freeze set in, the big freeze. This is the bit that I'm worried about. To understand why sullen Pullen appeared to snub Hughes and did not utter his name or congratulate his teammate in the immediate aftermath of the race goes back nearly 5 years.
Ooh.
These blokes can hate.
I can.
Now, Hughes is the maverick of the team. He's 22-year-old, the mum and dad, so proud, so humble, so great to be there, Darren and Jen.
So the feud started when he was 17.
Appears that way.
Wow.
Now, Hughes comes out of the blocks about the feud and says, I'm an only child. My parents got it right first time. How about that? That's an old-fashioned rabbit expression.
It is. Always know what the other rabbit's up to. I think Barnaby said that to me one night, and he's so right. Now, is Chumpy not an only child? So is he suggesting that they had
a couple of goes to get it right?
Right. And didn't quite get it right with Chumpy either.
I think that's what he's implying.
Wow.
Gee, I hope Barnaby gets it right this
Did
time.
Rachel Finch talk to Barnaby? Not Barnaby, to Chumpy's parents?
I think so. I don't know what
Rachel would have said, you must be so proud of your chump.
Pullen is... Pullen is a
I said, it's just so great that he's here, and he didn't hurt himself when he fell over. He landed on his date, but as Barnaby says, often blokes look better with a cricket stump up their date. More questions than answers.
Look, can I ask, they have marshals that go over these courses. It's amazing they didn't find that cricket stump. I thought it's a ski pole, but then I know Seven had great coverage of it, and I thought, that's just a weird ski pole.
Yeah, no mention by Seven though. Hamish ignored it completely. Nothing from Mel.
You had to look online.
Yeah.
What was that thing sticking out of? Yeah,
Chumpies, yeah.
Cricket stump. Now, Pullen, 30-year-old star from Ansell, Victoria.
So he's 30.
Yeah.
And how old's the other one? 22. Oh, okay, yeah. It's a generational
young
thing,
dog,
isn't it?
old
Yeah.
dog, all that sort of stuff. Now, the disparity exploded at Sochi when Team Outcast, this is hashtag Team Outcast, was broadcast by the Australian team members who felt isolated during the Olympic champion Tora Bright, including the Olympic champion Tora Bright, Bell, Brockhoff and Hughes, Jared Hughes. We remember this. It erupted, and I couldn't believe it that these people were complaining that they weren't getting enough funding.
Yeah.
Now, I noticed that...
But Chumpy's been reasonably well funded, though, hasn't he? Isn't that the problem for the kiddie? For
Hughes?
Hughesy's got nothing. In fact, Hughesy's had to pay his own way there. His parents had to mortgage the house and sell the car. And I think they had a painting by Lloyd Rees they had to sell just to get him there. Whereas Chumpy, I think, he's been given millions, hasn't he?
Well, let's say 20,000.
Yeah, right.
Now, Hughes is recognised a future star, overcome knee injuries to win his first World Cup 2 months before he's frustrated his potential and decided to not support it. Now... The two would not have to talk to each other and have separate coaches, tech support. Hughes even sourced his own wax technician. Now, this is technical area of skis and boards where the wax technician is a highly qualified and highly disciplined, highly technical area, to coin a phrase. Yeah. Nothing to do with
You've
stumps.
You've got to study for 20 or 30 years
and
to
get a PhD in wax and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now,
it's not just a case of putting wax on a board. I mean,
that's very amateur hour.
Yeah.
Now, Winter Institute boss Jeff Lipschitz said Hughes didn't want to be part of the same snowboard program as the others, and he agreed the best way was to completely separate the men. So it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
For years, officials worked on the Pyeongchang plan as how to have the two men in the same room at the same Olympic team.
Wow.
They've had to build two villages to cope with this.
To cope with it.
One with Chumpy Town, the other one
Hughesville.
Yeah, Hughesville. Lipschitz said Pyeongchang results were Hughes won silver, Pullen came sixth, and Bolton came, that's the other one, 10th. Vindicates the parallel programs to get three in the top 10, ... on a win.
So Hughestown wins.
Hughestown wins, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Chumpy Town's looking dull, isn't it?
Oh, it's bleak.
Bleak.
No rabbits.
No. Could I suggest Chumpy Town's a little bit like Pyongyang
itself,
and Hughesville is a bit like Pyeongchang.
Oh, yes, very good. Now, everyone is focused on their own son and individual sport, according to Hughes' old man. Yeah. But this is interesting. Edley Vlug, Pullen's girlfriend, said yesterday...
Who? What's her name?
Elodie Plug. Vlug.
Vlug?
I think that's how you say it.
Right.
VLUG.
Oh, yeah, Vlug. What did Vluggy say?
She's an expert on that.
I know. Did Rachel Finch get to talk to Vluggy?
So, Finchy and Vlug, that's the show people want to see. Now, Pullen's girlfriend said yesterday, while there had been tensions, the team worked well together. She'd know.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the air about that anymore. It's all fine. They were out celebrating last night. Chumpy is super proud of all the Aussies. Jared did a great job yesterday. Sadly, there's no comment from Chumps to support that.
No.
And then it moves on, the article. I think Chumpy needs to reply to that. Meanwhile, the Australian Olympic Committee were furious that the bitter divide between the two men was being represented as tension in the team. Chef de mission. Ian Chesterman said it's a gladiatorial sport. They are individuals. They go for it. Another official said everyone knows the two hate each other's guts.
Wow.
And that's not a story. It's wrong to say there's tension in the team.
Dear. Well.
Now, that's true. Athletes can hate each other's guts and still not be a story.
I suppose.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Ron Clark always hated Herb Elliott. I know that for a fact.
It is true. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but to all in public appearances, they used to smile and...
Carry on,
shake hands, and very professional about it, yeah. And that's what worries me, that's what disappoints me, that these two, Chump and co, haven't been professional.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Church of Probe in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking within AFLX, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, last week, I think we broke extensively and exclusively the Hogs for the Homeless tour.
Yeah.
The dates, what they'd be doing. I think they were going to hand out 33,000 footballs in their 4,500-kilometre trek around Australia.
Yep.
Now, they were also going to top dress Wellington Oval.
That's right. That happens on February the 22nd, HG. They'll be redoing the top dressing on Wellington Oval, or returfing it. I thought it was going to be more than just a top dressing. I think they were returfing it completely.
Can I ask whether the funds for that have been sourced from, say, a suitable, appropriate benefactor, or meaning maybe somebody who has a bit of turf in their backyard and don't mind having it dug up, etc., etc., etc.
Can't help you there, HG.
Or is that coming out of the funds they've raised? And I
assume it's coming out of the funds they've raised.
Right.
Now, I assume each of the hogs, Brad Fittler, etc., that they've approached business houses, etc., to sponsor them for every kilometre. They might get 50 cents for every kilometre they do, and that's your float.
For things like the grass for the Wellington Oval.
But if you're asking me what is the relationship between the returfing of Wellington Oval, it may well need doing. Well, it probably does.
Yes, it probably does. I don't think they'd waste their time to
drought there. Drought. They've had no rain for ages, so maybe there's some reticulation system they're putting in as well. I don't know whether that's going to come out of the Darling River or not. I don't know. I don't know what the allocation is there. Under the Murray-Darling
Basin system.
Which
seems to have some holes in it at the moment.
Well, I think New South Wales is pulling away from it, and I think Victoria is going to do the same, so it'll just be a
mess.
Well, it'll be full on, just take whatever you like. So I suppose that's good for Wellington Oval, if they can get a pipe from, I don't know, what would be the nearest river, would it be the Guida or the Darling itself. I suppose the hogs would organise that.
They'd be able to put in a pipe.
But if you're asking me what the relationship is between the resurfacing of Wellington Oval and the crisis of homelessness, I don't know.
Will people be able to camp on it? I mean, should
people who are homeless
in the area. Maybe
Wellington becomes the mecca for the homeless.
Well, I don't want to become.
If you get to Wellington, just make your way to the Oval. And you can set up there on the new turf. Is that the idea?
Look, that would be an elegant solution because, they would have facilities, showers and probably a place where they might have a barbecue area. Yeah. And certainly they could bring in food trucks quite easily accessing the Oval.
But who's paying for this? Wellington Council?
Yeah, no, good question.
I don't know.
Yeah. Look, can I just
Are rates in Wellington going to go up? How do the Wellington people feel about, a couple of maybe 100,000 people or more descending on the Oval
and getting them off in time for a rugby league game?
Oh well, you've got a crowd there. I mean, they'd be interested in the game. They just move out of the centre, exposing, I suppose,
enough room to play
a game of rugby league.
The one thing that worries me is who's the brains.
Brad Fittler.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I understand Brad's in charge, but who's the brains in the what I call the top dressing department?
Oh.
I mean, people think this is easy. It's not. You need to get lasers to correct the ups and downs. You need to smooth it out. And then you've got to lay the turf on and you've got to settle the turf down. The watering would have to be quite extensive to start it off to make sure it takes or whatever the term is.
Yep.
There's a lot in here. And I just worry the hogs are going to blow into town Tuesday or Thursday.
Dig a couple of holes.
Fart about. Move a couple of rocks and then just piss off.
Well, I hope not.
They've got to.
Well, I think the Footy Show will be covering it, HG, because I think the Footy Show is going to be broadcasting from Wellington on February the 22nd, which I think is next Thursday night. So that could be compelling viewing, watching
the hogs top dressing Oval. You'd learn a lot, wouldn't you?
Well, and to get the whole concept of the homeless
coming to Wellington.
The
facilities that are available. And
the reticulation system, the Murray-Darling River Basin Authority. There'll be a spokesman from there, I dare say, saying, well, we're very supportive of the Wellington Oval project, etc. And I'm sure we can find a number of gigalitres we can free up, remove it from, say, environmental needs to Wellington Oval needs.
For rugby league needs.
Oh, well, thank you.
Now, one thing that happened this week was Brad Fittler and Boyd Cordner, the New South Wales skip, they had a good 20 minutes together as the Blues coach and captain at the launch of the Hogs for the Homeless at Terry Hills Tavern.
Oh, okay, that's good. Was Boyd going with them or anything?
I don't think so. 20-minute catch-up. Now, I've got to say, this is a key axis in the attempt by New South Wales to beat Queensland at State of Origin in Adelaide in 2020. That's how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm seeing that fleshed out.
Yep.
I know they've got to go to Melbourne and so on in between, in 19 probably.
Yeah,
but
and there'll be some games this year, I take it.
there's just some games this year. But it's long-term. Fittler's planning long-term
Right,
here. He's
okay.
planning a domination of, it's a dynasty he's putting together
Dynasty,
under
right.
Boyd. Now, 20
Did they
minutes...
talk about this in the 20 minutes? I suppose they would. They would have discussed dynasty and their approach to Adelaide Oval, I suppose.
Yeah, Oval being the operative word.
Yeah.
Now, can I just say that what disturbs me is the Hogs are great. Everybody knows they're handing out the footies, the 33,000 footies, the top dressing, the footy show. That's all great. Now, there's a competing tour. Now, this is a bit weird. I think somebody should have talked to it. Seems should have. Full-on footy tour.
Oh, the full-on footy tour.
Now, this is something to do with Fox Sports.
Right.
Been put together by Fox Sports.
Right.
And now, according
Who are
to
they raising money for, actually? Is it homelessness or
it hasn't
the
got that.
Murray-Darling River system?
I think the latter. So they can put water into the Oval, etc.
Right.
This is all about taking footy back to the grassroots.
Oh, what a good idea.
Now,
Hang on, where are the grassroots these days?
well, it's all drought. Did I see an item about the Hunter's got no water in it at all,
No.
too? Now, February the 20th in Newcastle, speaking of the Hunter, with the roadshow travelling to Wollongong, Bathurst, Cairns, Townsville, Sunshine Coast.
Yeah.
And Melbourne is not forgotten either. Geelong, Ballarat and Bendigo. That's where the grassroots are.
Right, okay.
Geelong, Ballarat and Bendigo.
Who's blowing in, HG? Are they on a
Now,
bus
wait a minute.
or what?
There's going to be school visits, footy clinics, and special full-on footy tour sportsman's nights.
Oh, well, now you've got me interested.
That would involve probably drinking and, japes and jokes and maybe video clips showing and stuff like that,
Yeah. Discussion of rabbits.
Discussion of rabbits.
Yeah.
The New South Wales Fox League viewers and the Murdoch Press will be invited to register to attend free events.
Oh, right. So you just can't rock up. You've got to register.
I don't think so. I'm not sure how you register. Anyway, legends, Matty Johns, Gordon Tallis, Justin Hodges, Michael Ennis, Brian Fletcher and Nathan Imarsh are along for the ride, along with League Life hosts Lara Pitt, Jess Yates and Hannah Hollis.
Right.
Always good for a yarn and a joke is Fletch, old man Fletch.
Yeah.
Said it was all about reconnecting with people who make the game what it is, the fans.
Oh, the fans. Right.
I loved last year's roadshows and getting a chance to go out and interact with rugby league fans in Queensland.
Right.
Travelling around Queensland with Geordie was like travelling with royalty. Well, that's what he says. He kept telling us anyway.
Was this with Big Gordy Tallis?
Big Gordon Tallis, yeah.
Right.
We've had a great turnout everywhere we went, and I'm looking forward to this. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's time for rugby league fans,
Is
Christmas.
Big Gordy with him again this year? Or
I hope
no?
so.
Right.
Now,
Hey, Gordy! Yeah, that sort of stuff.
hey, everyone, Gordy's here! Put your hands together for Gordy!
Yeah.
Come on in, King!
Yeah.
Not you, Wally. Stay out there.
Yeah. Old man Fletch, where's Gordy?
Yeah, that's
Hey, Gordy!
Yes, this is the Probe Winter Olympics training session at the top of the big hill. It's a man whose time to shine has come, rampaging Roy Slaven, and back at the village with an extra clean bottle of gear, camped near a hole in the wall, H.G. Nelson. Roy, just a very sad item there was the illegals, the Russian illegals, thrashed USA in ice hockey. I mean,
Well, they're drugged, aren't they? They're drugged.
yeah,
I mean, they're illegal because they're drugged, aren't they? They're Dick Pound's bloody declared them druggers, hasn't he?
he has the hole in the wall, people.
That's
Now,
right.
what
Well, drugs work, don't they? That's the moral we take out of this. As Barnaby says, no two rabbits think the same, I suppose.
And talk about making America great again. Now, look, this is the story that keeps on giving, this wonderful story, this redemptive rugby league story. And I don't want to dwell on it because I think you've covered this extensively, not only with your blogs. I know you put up 500,000 words about this last night. But on this program, I think we've led the charge on this concerning the return of Matthew Lodge to rugby league. But sadly, the lawyer representing the victims of the Matthew Lodge New York rampage, which we'll go into in a minute, has expressed outrage that the Brisbane Broncos forward, and let's not forget he's an Origin bolter already.
Yeah, he's got terrific ball skills.
He hasn't played yet, and he's an Origin bolter.
Is he a bolter?
Yeah, well, some people are saying he's going to eventually play in the front row for the Maroons.
Okay.
I think at Adelaide Oval in 2020. I think
Wow.
that's what they're looking at.
Bolter. Bolter Hodge.
Now,
Or Lodge, sorry.
Lodge. Well, let's change his name, Boulder Hodge. I think he is a Hodge now that I think about it. Anyway, the forward is set to resume NRL career without having handed over 1 cent of the $1.6 million damages he was ordered to pay by a US judge.
Right.
He was the Broncos in their trial match against the Titans at Toowoomba last night. This is his first grade outing in nearly 3 years. Now, let's rehearse the reason why he has to pay the $1.6 million. He took the German tourist Caroline Decasser hostage, and obviously Joseph Cartwright, Ruth Fowler, and their 9-year-old son, in an attempt to introduce rugby league to. You know, it's a one-person attempt. I mean, it's a one-man mission to introduce.
What they
rugby.
didn't understand is, I suppose, they didn't see it as a joke. See, it was a joke.
It was a rugby
He
league.
didn't mean to take. He wasn't taking them seriously as a hostage. I mean, it just beggars belief. I mean, we're talking about Matthew Lodge.
I know.
He's a funny guy.
Now, can I say, what I think he should have done was set them down in front of a TV and shown them a few highlights of rugby league.
I suppose.
Maybe the bubbler, put that up and say this is something rugby league. You know, go back, take us through it. You know, Julian O'Neill in the Burning Palms Motel in Dubbo. You know,
poo in the shoe, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
I suppose. Yeah, Japes. Funny.
Funny. And then...
Okay, so he grabbed this woman. He's in New York. He grabs the woman and says, "Do you think you're going to die?" or something like that.
Correct.
I mean, funny right from the start. This is about 1 a.m, wasn't it?
At 1 a.m, having followed her home from
A fun hour.
Yeah. From a hotel.
Yeah, and you're in New York, fun city.
Now, what was great was about this was that Lodge, who spent time at the feeder club last year for the Bronx, said the US incident was a wake-up call.
Who for?
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe tour of World War I battlefields. The man up front with the baton in his knapsack is the General Major rampaging Roy Slaven, letting off bombs in the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell, the putrid one, H.G. Nelson. Now,
Will the Matthew Lodge issue be discussed between the Prime Minister and the President of the United States? Actually, it's the sort of issue that might come up. The compensation to be paid by Lodgy to the people who didn't have a sense of humour in New York.
Yeah, look, I would think that would be maybe the second item of agenda.
First item would be the President's disappointment with the Deputy Prime Minister's behaviour.
I'd say so. Yeah. Certainly he would take a very, very stern view of what Barnaby's been up to.
Yes.
Because let's face it, morals and that bloke, I mean...
Yeah, that's right.
He
as
wrote
Barnaby
the book.
says, you've got to learn to think like a rabbit, don't you?
I think their rabbit eradication in America is just first class.
It is.
I mean, they don't have any of these problems.
They don't.
They've got no rabbits left.
No.
I think that was the bloke who got the environmental gig.
Yes. He doesn't believe in rabbits, does he?
Lodgy, I'm just wondering if we could do a benefit concert for him.
Well, what about Hogs the Homeless style? Why couldn't they, once they've solved the homeless crisis,
move on to
Lodge?
That was the weakness in
sort of Hogs for humour.
That was the weakness in the.
And some of those American judges don't have much of a sense of humour either. Because when you look at it baldly, okay, rugby league player grabs a woman, says you think you're going to die, don't you? And then drags her by the hair into a house and kicks the place up and burns the furniture and scares the kids. Okay, on the paper, it doesn't look funny. But it's the context, isn't it? It's the context that makes it just a riot.
I know. That's right, it is a riot. Look, what I was trying to get to was it's a pity of the American law. It doesn't have a world view like so much of the rest of their business there, in terms of Google and
because if it did, the judge would have said, hang on. Are we talking a rugby league player? Oh, yes, you are. Get out of here.
Exactly. Or some method of recouping the money might be a help.
Oh,
I mean, Trump's right. We've signed these deals all over the place and they don't have any authority.
Yeah.
They're just hollow bits of paper. They're nothing. But I take your point indeed about the rugby league. I mean, this match that's going to be played in Denver, and they've got the World Cup there. You were telling me just off air a little while ago that they've got the World Cup there in a couple of years' time.
In a couple of years' time, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about Denver. It's a bit high.
Well, that's where the exhibition match is going to be played. New Zealand
and England.
Yeah.
While the State of Origin's been played here. Yeah, great idea.
Now, look, the Asian League, the standard of Asian leagues, and A-League seems to have come into question this week with this shock loss.
Oh, yeah,
I think
the Blue Wings.
I know, this loss, the first one in 800,000 days for the Sydney FC, is it's described here by none other than Graham Arnold. It's a wake-up call.
A wake-up call.
Not only for the players, but for the staff and everyone.
Like Hodgie's wake-up call.
Yeah, back there in the day.
Back there in New York.
That's what he's described it here, is this loss. Now, they were playing the Korean club Suwon. A real eye-opener of what's required.
Because they can play a bit, can't they?
Sadly, they can.
Yeah.
Now, a genuine chance, well, they struggled. The Sydney FC struggled to create a genuine chance on goal. The well-drilled Suwon side comfortably beat Sky Blues 2-0 on Wednesday. That was midweek. A major golf in pace, quality, movement. Oh, Lord.
Sounds like they were just too good. They were faster than us. They kicked better than us. They had better attack, better defence, better coaching, better players. Does that seem to be it?
It does. Suwon's Dejan Damjanovic wasn't surprised his side emerged victorious, despite, wait for it, still being in their midst of their pre-season campaign. They haven't even begun playing yet.
Lord.
They've begun playing. There was a near 40-degree difference in climate, rare long trip. Now, Korean teams are very tough. This is my 7th or 8th season in Asia. I know how Korean players can adapt in any weather conditions. Well, that's so evident at Pyeongchang.
Yeah.
Game or any situation, my team now is very good. I have quality runners fight on and on it goes.
Right.
It's an old-fashioned wake-up call.
Yeah. Well, it's a wake-up call for Arnold, isn't it?
Now, can I just say...
Has complacency
set in?
Complacency set into the Blues? Is it set into the A-League?
I think the
I mean, are we starting to coast a little bit?
I think we
with
are.
the A-League.
I think we are. Remember when the Wanderers, I think they went all the way, and was it the Wanderers who went all the way in the Asian League recently?
They did, yeah.
And this does bring me to the problem of BVM. And what's he going to do with the Socceroos? I mean, if the A-League get towed up by some half-baked pickup team, in
from Korea,
Suwon, I mean, what's he going to do in Russia?
Yeah.
See, I think he's got to go back to principles. He's got to find that bloke you mentioned last week, the new...
the kiddie who's described as the best thing since... this might be Daniel Arzani?
It could be. Daniel Arzani.
Yeah, he's the new Big Dukes.
Now, he's got to...
So we build a team around Arzani? Is that what you're suggesting, Ash?
Yeah, that people can understand. Yeah. I mean, Henk Doot, who's sadly missing from the picture here in the coaching stuff. I don't know what's happened to Doot. He's dropped off the radar.
He has.
Anyway, so we studs up in every tackle.
Yeah.
Elbows high when you go for the ball.
Yeah.
And a little bit of old-fashioned route one. Was something on the end of it. I mean, it's not rocket science.
No.
And then you've got to build fitness. You get one up and put 11 behind the ball.
That's right. Well, I mean, that's
10 in a pair of hands,
That's the Australian style, isn't it? I mean, that's the style we've mastered. I mean, silly old Ange tried to turn us into some sort of tippy-tappy, pass, hold on to the ball, never shoot, just hold on to the ball, skills, great skills.
Hold on to the ball.
Oh, tappy, more, tappy. Oh,
Tweet, half-time.
Yeah.
Now, football...
Well, that can only get you so far. In the end, you've got to have a big head up the end, waiting for the ball to come from a long way away and bell it in
to the net. Yes, this is the Probe Big Night Out, dolled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver, rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped on the backseat, the melodrama and mascara, H.G. Nelson. Just before we go to a couple of emails, Roy, Brandon O'Neill described this match between Sydney FC and the Suwon Club as it's a real eye-opener. Asian football's very good. Speed and quality of play. You think you have an option, you think you have a pass, then all of a sudden in a split second it's gone. You need to readjust. You need to do some thinking and you have to play better ball. Credit to Suwon, they made it difficult for us.
Yeah.
Now, doesn't that speak about, people bag Route 1. Yeah. But if you kick it over the top to somebody's big head.
Doesn't matter how good they are with the tippy-tappy, it's just nullified.
Exactly.
They've got to have someone as big with as big a head up front.
As Big Dukes.
As Big Dukes, yeah.
Now, Sporting Probe, of course, people love to get in touch with us. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And these couple of emails, Roy, from people who have been in touch on that particular site.
Yeah, I tell you, the Bernard Tomic High School has garnered a lot of interest, HG. Carl, who describes himself as an Australian residing in Northern Virginia.
Wow, that's a big handle.
It is, isn't it?
An Australian residing in
Fair way
Northern-
away from Esme, isn't it? I hope Esme's all right. God, she was down in the dumps last week, wasn't she? Anyway.
Maybe they could meet halfway.
Yeah.
There'd be a-
Carl
some-
and Esme, yeah.
Some sort of petrol station they could
Yeah.
pull into.
Now, Carl says, one, regarding the high school, should all prospective ministers for sport spend an internship at the school, perhaps as deputy principal?
Well, what an excellent
Not a
idea.
bad idea. And he asks, secondly, will code hopping be something taught from early on, or will it be an elective from, say, year 9? We need some way to motivate kiddies who idolise the likes of Israel Folau. So I think they're two terrific ideas.
Well, you know, code hopping in the Winter Olympics is very big. Am I right in thinking our big hope in the aerials, Dave Morris, used to be a swimmer and couldn't make it as a swimmer? I seem to recall that story.
Yeah.
And certainly one of the commentators, Dirk Nance, was a skier and then played cricket.
Is that right?
There is Winter Olympics seems to encourage code hopping, so I think maybe this is a very good and timely suggestion from the correspondent there.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, Nigel Thorne, saw the lead up to the opening ceremony, Winter Olympics. I learnt that Australia went to Russia to look for an ice dancing partner for Harley Windsor and found Ekaterina Alexandrovskaya.
Ah, yes.
During the opening ceremony, 169 Russian athletes marched under the Olympic flag. Do we blame the Minister of Sport or the Minister of Immigration for these Russian athletes not getting their immigration or citizenship papers ready in time for these athletes to represent Australia? God, that's a good point.
It is a good point, isn't
That's
it? What a lost
talking point.
opportunity.
169 Russian athletes.
Yeah.
And let's not forget they thrashed America in the ice hockey.
Yeah, it could have
The
been
illegals.
that could have been for Australia.
Exactly.
Australian ice hockey would never have looked better.
Than at Pyeongchang.
Yeah.
Those people wearing the red and white could be wearing green and gold.
Exactly. Where was Dutton?
Well, Dutton's too focused on rugby.
Oh, on rabbits.
Rabbits,
Of course. I mean, everyone's eyes off the ball, isn't it? I mean, all the politicians, I mean, they've, I don't know. They've got to put things in perspective.
I know.
You know?
Bands.
Yeah.
They love a band now, politicians.
They do.
They don't want to do anything for the nation.
No, like
Just
grab
scared.
these Russian athletes and
And
say,
make
do you
them
want to be
Australian."
Aussies? Have you got Aussie values?
Yeah.
Yeah, they will say, yeah, love it. Great. Well, you're now Australians. Now get out there and win. I mean, that's how it should have been. Now, Dave has been in touch, HG. He says, apropos of playing AFL on rectangular fields, as we've seen with AFLX, can't get enough of that. Why can't we expand the idea to playing rugby league on a round field? Furthermore, to make it more interesting, we could have 4 teams playing at once, with a try line each at the east, west, north and south ends. A try would be worth 10 points, as they would have to compete against 3 defensive teams, beating the crap out of them. What do you think about that? Well, I think this is a great idea, as a sort of summer alternative, as a sort of rugby...
4 teams at once.
Yeah, Rugby League X.
Rugby League X?
Yeah.
Are you floating that now?
I am.
Wow.
Rugby League XX.
Yes, the Probe Interpretive Dance Studio is in session. In the lime leotard, Alabar Helpman winner and big man of dance, rampaging Roy Slaven. And in the nude, thrashing the piano, is HG Barnaby Nelson. Now, Roy, obviously with the Winter Olympics almost cracked, boxed and buried, our gaze turns towards the Gold Coast.
It does, doesn't it?
And 2 things. I'd like to, if I may, begin Aussie Watch. And look, Damien Kelly, a weightlifter, a 20-year hunger, may be finally satisfied if he can secure Commonwealth gold in his chosen sport, weightlifting. I'm not for 1 minute discounting a code hopping adventure for Damon. Apart from his next meal, the triple medalist has his fourth Commonwealth Games in his sights after being named amongst the 16-strong national weightlifting team for the Gold Coast.
Right.
The 34-year-old is showing no signs of slowing down, especially with the fork. The super heavyweight lifter eats roughly between every 2 hours to fuel his 147-kilogram frame, 6 meals a day plus snacks.
Good.
But he's admitted it would be tempting to finally end his tough training regimen and retire if he topped the Gold Coast podium in April.
Right.
We'll see how the body goes in the next 10 weeks.
So it could be the last we see him.
That would be very sad. Very sad.
Okay.
Look, I
Should
think...
people be getting their tickets for that now?
Well,
but I should suggest you make sure you check on the website to see when the date actually is, because there's often a difference between the date on the ticket and the date of the event.
And can I just mind people, the way to deal with this is to make sure you're clear and available to be on the Gold Coast the day before and the day after. That seems to be it's a generalised idea of where these events might be on.
That's right.
And that'll be nailed down between now and April the 4th.
Maybe it probably will be.
Probably.
They'll know the day before whether the weightlifting's going to be on tomorrow or not. Peter Beattie will probably make the announcement every night on the news.
Events tomorrow.
Yeah, events tomorrow will include weightlifting,
table
tennis and shooting. And so if you've got tickets for any of those, bring them along. Doesn't matter what dates are on them.
Now, the opening ceremony, Roy, I know we've...
Who's carrying our flag?
I've got no idea.
Not Kelly.
I'd love to think Kelly was. There'd be a tremendous
send-off. Would Kelly be able to go that long without eating, though? He'd have to take some snacks out with him, wouldn't
Well, that's obviously okay. He might have a runner who'd bring them out to him as he went round.
Yep.
I think the opening ceremony is going to be very Gold Coast-based. I'm not sure
It's going to be fun, isn't it?
Fun
and casual.
Don't get me started on that, because we're back at the Winter Olympics and the Summer Games will be up in arms.
Oh, if we have too much fun, because that belongs to the Winter Olympics? Is that what
I
you're
think
we're
that's
not
what
allowed
I'm
to mention the word fun?
I don't think we are.
Right.
In the Commonwealth Games.
Right.
Now, get this. Damon Kelly, I think he's 32 or 34. He'll be in the opening ceremony with an 11-year-old Anna Hersey, who's the Wales team have picked in their table tennis squad. Last year, Hersey became the youngest player, no surprise there, to represent Wales' senior table tennis team, and she helped her country defeat Kosovo in the European Champion qualifier. Hersey took up table tennis at the age of 5, said she hoped to make most of the opportunity without putting too much pressure on herself. Oh, she's so...
Oh, I hate seeing pressure on kids that age.
I know. Isn't she mature?
Yeah, she's 11.
11. I don't normally get nervous. I know I'm so young, but I'll have lots of chances in the future. Now, she told the BBC. Now, one thing that interests me here, what a role model for young kids.
Yeah.
You too can be a Commonwealth Games champion.
Yes, at the age of 11.
Well, never mind if you're 5 now.
Yeah.
How about that for something
Have
to
dreams. Have dreams, kids.
And imagine if you...
What I worry, I don't want all 12-year-olds thinking they're losers because they haven't been selected yet. We can't have that. So the Kelly position is you're never too old. You can't be too young and you can't be too old. I think that's got to be the lesson.
Has Peter Beattie spelled that out?
No, he hasn't. Not as yet, but he will, I feel sure.
Yeah.
But I don't like reading about stories about Welsh heroes or anything like that. I mean, haven't we got to set ourselves the ambition to be ruthless with this Commonwealth Games and win every event?
We are going to win every event.
Every event?
Every event. Who's our table tennis star who's going to take this 11-year-old out?
Yes, that's what we want.
That's the focus. The news tonight would have to be lead.
Yeah.
Australia unearthed table tennis champ who can take out
11-year-old Anna Hersey, yeah. Well, how embarrassing is it going to be if an Australian, an Aussie, is beaten by an 11-year-old?
It's the Probe House of Blues on the Fender Strat, Slow and Roy Slaven, and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.G. Nelson. Roy, are you prepared to go to Pyeongchang and try and solve these stinks that have erupted this week between, obviously, the missile and Lydia? Yep. And the other one, which I'd love you to pour a bit, or, get some mull in a pipe, because that's the way they do it on the mountain. A lot of mull in the pipe and get Chumpy and Husey to talk.
I think Chumpy and Husey should appear with Rachel Finch in a special.
An hour special.
Where to lay all of these things to bed.
Spot fires.
Yes.
Parents.
Yep.
funding.
Yes.
Where I live.
That's all of that.
You know, Vluggy.
Yep.
All that. Because I bet you that's a basis of it.
When you get Vluggy involved, there's nothing wrong with that. That's going to work.
Well, I'm more than happy to get Vluggy involved. Now,
and then maybe you get Rachel to talk to Malcolm and Barnaby as a special, as a sort of Pyeongchang wrap-up.
With rabbits
With
on
rabbits.
Yeah. An all rabbit special?
Yeah.
What, just chat rabbit?
Yeah.
Well, that's all in front of us. Enjoy the week. On behalf of Roy Slaven, obviously Lockie filling in for Felix, Admirably and Mao, our great helmetsman. That's it for the Probe this week. See you all next week. Same time, same place. Bye now.
Finding the ultimate dad gift can be tricky. Is your dad a DIY dad? Or is he into tech? Does he enjoy looking his best? Whatever dad loves, eBay has you covered this Father's Day. Today, you'll save 20% on tech, home and garden, and men's health and beauty on eBay. Brands like Bose, Samsung, Works Tools, Braun Weil, Calvin Klein, and more. Because if it's happening this Father's Day, it's happening on eBay. Download the eBay app now and start shopping. Limited time only. T's and C's apply.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, the young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
TF much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up studio in the all-action trouser capital of Australia, Canberra, yet again. Last week he was there. This week he's still there in the Kingston Shopping Centre. Look, he's camped in the Smugglers at the KSC. Look, after last week he was mobbed. The sloop began pointing north for the first time in about 3 days, and he just could not pull himself away from the action, the trouser action in Canberra. I mean, we've heard all about it from the PM down, but now we've got confirmed reports from the golden guy in action in Canberra, and remember, the bloke's human after all. He's not taking advice from anybody. He's just a bloke trying to make a quid in an honest way, sitting in a pop-up studio, doing work for us on the Probe. And can I say that the Probe today is a story of hope? So much going wrong in the world at the moment, but I believe the Probe can be a beacon of light for all troubled souls, and a real old-fashioned story of hope today. And I know my colleague, who we'll refer to in a minute, my colleague in League, is both humbled and proud to be here, as I am, to present it to you. It's a week of being humbled and proud, if I can put it that way. And there's no more two humbled and proud Australians than my colleague in League and yours truly. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Mr. Moose Backamani. Now, what a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Tremendous, Australia, to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive, massive collects. And punters, did you get involved with the Dick in the Till website? Now, big news on the Dick in the Till, two things. The Labor Party will uphold the ban when it comes into power. Obviously, may not be the next election, may not be the election afterwards, but then we're looking at 10 years' time, and anything can happen in politics in 10 years, as we know. A week's long, well, let's face it, 7 minutes is a long time in politics these days, but put that aside. In the next 10 years, sooner or later, the Labor Party will be back into power. They're going to uphold the ban. Now, this means many more people are listed on the Dick in the Till website. It's a great site if you want to get involved in, you know, who's going to break the ban. That's the PM rooting ban, be the first to do that. So the fields are now looking very, very attractive. And I do use that word advisedly. We don't want any sickos and pervs or smut merchants getting involved with the Dick in the Till site. It's just old-fashioned Aussie fun punting. Now, look, can I just make a suggestion that you follow the smart money? People who use this site do have returns in mind. They want to have an outlay of, say, 100,000 on character X, Minister X, being involved with the staffer. Now, follow the smart money, because the money talks, and where there's smoke, there's fire, I find, in the Dick in the Tool website. It's a brilliant innovation in the pants-up punting caper. But now, let's lock horns with a man who this week weighed into the bicarbonate scandal that is rocking Australian racing. It engulfed Australian racing this week. It was almost on page about 12, I think, on that's how big it's become, page 12. And Michelle Payne was quoted along with Gay. That is, Gay. Hasn't Gay been good for racing? That's Gay Waterhouse. This man has been known around rural and regional Australian racing, that is, as Mr. Milkshake for the past 4 decades. He claims that he's used 34 household cleaning products on Rooting King with stunning effect. And I don't mean on the outside, if you know what I mean. He owns horses at Warwick Farm. That man is rampaging. Roy Slaven, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very much, H.C. Nelson. Wonderful week to be a moral Australian, to have morals. God almighty. Isn't it good to have morals back up on the agenda? People talking about morals. When was the last time that happened? Can I just say, in all of my life, I've always believed in morals, but I've never been up front. I've never broadcast them. No. I've just assumed that people I'm dealing with are people of moral calibre. And when someone introduces themselves to me and says I'm Australian, I just tick that box automatically.
I know you do.
Automatically. If you're an Australian, you're an upholder of a certain morality. Mm-hmm. And isn't it good to see that that's been reinforced this week? Now, Australia is now the number 2 T20 team in the world. Now, we've rocketed up from 7 to 2 with just Pakistan in front of us, and they're hopeless. So I can see us being number 1 in the next week or so, which is great news. Now, is it possible our horses in major races, I mean, we assume in minor races it happens all the time, I know this is a fact, but have they been doped in the major races? This appears to be looming as a possibility, and we might have to look at some of the records of some of the great races that we've taken for granted have been clean in days gone by. Maybe they weren't. And I'm going back as far as, I hate to say it, Farlap. Farlap was juiced to the hilt. Now, okay.
Any idea what he was on?
Well, yes, I do. I've got some theories.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about that a little later on. We'll unpack that. Now, have the Russians been set up drugs in their curling team? I find this such an unlikely story. It looks to me, I thought they'd just been set up. But then again, a Russian bobsledder is pinged, and she might have been the face of clean Russian sport. God almighty, those Russians. You can't trust them.
I know.
I mean, whenever someone introduces themselves and says, hello, I'm a Russian, I assume they're morally bankrupt. Yes?
Yes!
Absolutely morally bankrupt.
And you walk away, don't you?
I walk away. I won't talk to them.
Yeah.
I don't. Those days are gone. Remember détente, all of that? Glasnost.
Remember Sochi?
all
How
of
we
that?
loved them?
Loved them. Not so much anymore. Now, is Socceroo coach Bert sending mixed signals to Tim Cale? There's poor old Tim sitting on the sidelines, some busted-ass buddy.
Oh, steady. Millwall. Well,
Millwood, okay, they're not bad. But he's not getting much game time.
No, he's not.
And Bert's saying if you don't have game time, you're not going to be part of the Socceroos.
Going to Russia.
Yeah, going to Russia, going to that morally bankrupt. Now, is Wayne Bennett stepping down for Paul Green? I just put that out there. It's just something I've heard, a whisper I heard in a pub. It seemed it had all the hallmarks of truth to it, because the person... Look, I'm not going to...
Not a Russian you got it from?
No, I didn't get it from a Russian.
Good.
No, I don't believe anything I get from the Russians. Now, the Boomers are too strong for the Philippines. What a relief that was.
Danger game.
The danger game. And those Boomers, I mean, we're talking dream team. Those Boomers are going to take on the world. Those Boomers are looking good for the World Cup. Mm-hmm. I didn't know there was a World Cup in basketball till recently. No. But I'm glad it's coming up because I think, well, if you've got a bit of spare cash, Boomers are looking pretty good.
Danger, Russia.
No, I hope not. Now, Peter Siddle is arguing, HG, that he should be picked for the next Ashes tour to England. He's put his hand up. Peter Siddle.
It's a bit early, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Take a few wickets in Sheffield Shield.
I know. I don't know when the... we just finished the Ashes. When's the next Ashes? A couple of years' time. Well, Sid's Fair dinkum, Sids. I mean, fair call. I mean, how old are you going to be by then? And I know you've got terrific control outside the off stump and bowl in good areas. But I don't know if that's going to... Anyway, Sids is happy to go, if needs be.
Yeah, he's...
if I fall over,
Yeah.
Visited by Russians, try this. Know what I mean? Next thing you know, crisis in the Australian cricket team. There's only one clean bowler left in Australia. His name, Siddle, P full stop. Pete, get on board.
And he's a vegan, I think, too.
I know he is.
Yeah.
He is.
Tremendous diet control.
He is.
As good as his
Yep.
ball outside
I
the
know.
stump.
Yeah, good areas. Now, Tiger Woods is daring to dream. He's only a couple of shots off the pace in the Honda Classic. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers headed up by a man who dreamed of becoming a butcher, a country-killed specialist, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young'un who dreamed of becoming an organic biscuit salesman, H.G. Nelson. I'm not sure where to start this week, Roy, but...
It's Mad Week, isn't it? Mad Week.
Mad Week, yes, that's right. Look, this should probably be our last time to talk about the Winter Olympics, and I have been shocked by news reaching me that Mel McLaughlin has been overlooked for the closing ceremony duties, the opening and closing ceremony duties, in favour of Edwina Bartholomew, who works on the Sunrise.
That terrific little show.
Mel is reduced to presenting, packages of previous events and talking about how cold it is.
Yeah.
The oversized representative snubbed to McLaughlin, according to the Murdoch press, given Seven's Pyeongchang commentators, as described here, a B grade bunch.
Well, that's not right. You've got Hamish McLaughlin. He's A team. Surely. He's world class. What about Basil Zemplis? He's world class. Mel McLaughlin's world class. And I've just said time and time again, whenever I've been talking to Channel 7 executives, that the show that's crying out to be made is Hamish and Mel McLaughlin, the McLaughlin Hour.
Talking sport?
Talking sport.
Friday night reviewing the matches, maybe.
Yep.
It would be an excellent show.
Even on 7-2. I mean, people would watch it.
They would. Now...
Or Mate, it might be called. 7 Mate.
7 Mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what a tight fit that is. The McLaughlin Hour on 7 Mate, Friday nights at 7.
Yep.
Starting to tick a lot of boxes. Now, they were also fleshed out by Melbourne horse race caller Jason Richo Richardson and everybody's favourite carpenter and surfer from Sydney, Tom Williams.
Yeah, well, he's terrific.
Now, the difficulties, Murdoch paper then goes on, Annette Sharp wrote this article for the Murdoch people. It's a team that makes sports fan yearns for the days of Mr. and Mrs. Olympics. And all of a sudden, I'm leaning forward and thinking,
Mr.
what?
and Mrs. Olympics.
Have I missed something? And then I read Bruce McAvaney and Joanna Griggs.
Are they Mr. and Mrs. Olympics?
Well, according to the Murdoch people, yes. I didn't realise they were married.
I didn't realise they were married at all.
It must be a weird relationship.
Kept that quiet.
Must be
I thought Bruce had a family in Adelaide.
Well, so did I. And
Joanna up in
lived
the northern suburbs of Sydney, Zoe.
I think you're absolutely right. That's true. They have kept that quiet, haven't they?
Haven't they ever?
And would you feel as though a two-hander...
What, Mr. and Mrs. Olympics? Well, hang on. Compare, which one are you going to watch on 7-1, Mr. and Mrs. Olympics present ... or on 7 Mate, the McLaughlin Hour? See?
It's a tough choice,
isn't it? Especially if they're on at the same time. I'd be prepared, I think I'd be watching the McLaughlins.
Have you? Can you make some sort of judgment now that it's almost over, crack, box and berry for another 4 years, about the Winter Olympics? I mean, Australia did...
Well, I thought our commentary was first class.
Yeah. And we did very well,
First class.
didn't we?
We did very well. I think we got 3 medals.
3 medals, that's right.
Yeah, we beat New Zealand. That's all that matters.
I know.
They got 2.
How amateur hour are they? 3.
And they've got mountains, and they've got snow. They've got all of that.
They're so well equipped.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, we get the problem of, summer games, winter games. There is a different, and I hate...
A different vibe?
Thanks. I don't like using the word, so
vibe.
you used it for me.
Yeah.
There is an extremely different vibe. We're going there to have fun. It's cold. You want to be indoors. You want to have something to keep you warm.
Yeah. A
funny
hot toddy.
A hot toddy, that sort of gear. It's very
Well,
much
that's why I think the new Mr. and Mrs. Olympics, that's Hamish and Mel McLaughlin, they bring the fun into Winter Olympics.
Yes. Can I ask, do you think they should get married, Mr. and Mrs. Olympics, new Mr. and Mrs. Olympics, to keep the vibe going from the old Mr. and Mrs. And there might be
Well, that could be the opening show, couldn't it? The opening ceremony. I do. Let's go.
Ah, yes, this is the Probe, this sporting Probe. Now, Now, Roy, I just got taken by another story here, which I didn't know whether to include or not, but the great news this week on television is the return of Rove McManus to television with a show called Show Me the Movie, which pits two teams against each other for huge prizes, like a part in, say, the next Denzel Washington film, discussing and answering questions about film.
Oh, what a good idea.
Do you think that could work?
Yeah, I think people love... I think that people love the idea of two teams, and people love the idea of a competition and quizzes. People love that. You can't get enough of those.
And we're blessed at the moment, aren't we, with so many great quiz programs. I think of that ABC Cracker Think Tank, which is just raiding the house down, as near as I can tell.
Right.
Then there's, shows. 10 seems to like these sort of shows where they've got one Dave Hughes does something, and then I think that's filled in for a show that Peter Hellier used to do.
Right.
Have you been paying attention? Style shows.
Yeah.
They're all great.
They're
Teams.
terrific. Yep. Teams.
Challenges.
And questions
winners,
and answers,
winners and losers, and getting a bet on.
Yeah. And they're simple. There's nothing too complicated about it. That's what troubles me with Pointless. That terrific show that might have been made in the BBC and sold on to Australia. I just don't get it.
It's pinhead
too hard. Too hard.
This is what people with the least interest in these topics. It doesn't work.
Wrong.
Now,
It's just wrong.
Now, look, one thing that concerned me this week, and you drew my attention to this, is the collapse of AFL football in Tasmania.
Yeah.
I've got to get this right. I think the Burnie Dockers have joined Devonport in... what would I call it? They've folded as clubs. Burnie Dockers, I thought they'd outlive the planet.
So did I.
And the Devonport have collapsed, leaving the Tasmanian State League, in real trouble because it's citing lack of players. Yeah. And it now has the TFL, if I've got the right letters, has no teams in the northwest coast. Yeah. So there's a sort of... If you're interested in AFL, you can follow minor school comps, and that's about all. Yeah. Now, can I just set this before we get into this story? Hovering in the background must be Peter Beattie's new NRL
Well,
commission.
he's got an expansionist philosophy, HG, and this is a great opportunity for rugby league to get into Tasmania.
In the bad old days, I always thought that when New South Wales were always being thrashed by Queensland in the state of origin, I thought we should have a triangular competition featuring Tasmanian Rugby League, because I knew nothing about Tasmanian Rugby League, and I thought this would be great to get it on the world stage, national stage. Yeah. And I thought, sure, New South Wales getting towed up by Brisbane all the time or Queensland all the time. Maybe they could thrash Tasmania, although that wouldn't be a given. No, with some of the teams. But so there are grassroots for rugby league.
Well, there's a
Tasmania.
vacuum. There's a vacuum in Tasmania at the moment.
And don't tell me a trip from the Hogs for the Homeless, maybe surfing a couple of ovals and showing the people there where to put the goalposts and that sort of stuff would be welcomed at this stage. Yep. Now, the reason why this erupted was because AFL journalist Caroline Wilson has launched what can only be described as the paper here, I forget, this might be the Murdoch people, as a stunning personal attack on Hawthorn president Jeff Kennett.
Right. Because Hawthorn are meant to be accelerating the development of football in Tasmania.
Correct. They've done a deal with Tasmanian government to come down and play a certain number of matches a year,
or
run
a year
camps
or something like
and so
that.
on.
Yep.
And I think North Melbourne have a similar sort of arrangement with less matches and less involvement, but nonetheless, Tasmania, here we come. Yeah. Tasmania, we love you. Tasmania, Burnie Dockers, we don't care if they fall over sort of approach. Sure. Now, this week, of course, Wilson said Hawthorn, who like North Melbourne, as I've just mentioned, have partnership with the AFL and Tasmania, that sees them play games on the Apple Isle and run development programs, has done more harm than good. More harm than good. This is the Wilson view. Yeah. More harm than good. If they left Tasmania now, you could not say they left footy in a better shape than they found it. They've left it in a worse shape. Less grounds are being used, more grounds are being abandoned, clubs are dying, ... and less players are being developed. Now,
it's inexcusable, really, isn't it? Because when you look at Tasmania, you look at Hobart, you look at what Mona's done, the developments there. It's now one of the most livable cities in the world. People are there's a great migration towards the Apple Isle for all of the reasons we love the Apple Island. You know, it's ecological
Clean.
sustainability, it's
Fresh air.
it's wonderful fresh air, it's beautiful
Produce.
fishing, it's fly fishing community. It's some of the finest fly fishing communities in the world.
we
Always
have
willing to reach out and offer advice. You're not doing that right. Your waders are wrong. All of that sort of stuff. You know, they're terrific people who just reach out all the time. Yet, ever since Hawthorn have been associated with football, it's just been dying. It's a turn-off. Kids aren't playing football anymore.
They're looking to rugby league.
They're looking at rugby. I think they're looking at rugby league.
Yeah.
And Peter Beattie thinks they're looking at rugby league. So with the North Sydney Bears still a wandering concept, there's no reason why the North Sydney Bears couldn't relocate in Hobart to become the Hobart North Sydney Tasmanian Tiger Bears.
Yes, this is the Probe Kitchen. Pulling the tripe and offal souffle out of the oven is a man simply known as Manu. Rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the lurk near the Pavlova table looking for a large bite is the mature age apprentice with a couple of very sharp knives, H.G. Nelson. Now, Jeff Kennett hit back at the Wilson allegations. He said Hawthorn has been there for over a decade now. We've developed what he described as a very good relationship with the community.
Good.
We play 4 games there.
Good.
We've got a community camp there in a couple of weeks. We'll be down there for 4 days. The coach is going down this weekend. God almighty,
Isn't
the
that
coach
good?
is going.
It's really reaching out, isn't it?
For the
What's
weekend.
the coach going to do there, actually? By himself?
Going to participate in a coaching school.
Good.
I don't know quite what. A lot of chalkboard work, putting the witches' hats out, whistle blowing, that sort of thing. How to be a good coach.
Yep. How to carry a clipboard.
Running the eye over a few,
Yep.
Prospects from Burnie, Dockers and Devonport. Obviously can't get a start anywhere else. I just want to ask, obviously the implied question, the elephant in the room, is that enough? The coach turning up for a fortnight? I mean, does he go
Sounds
on
a bit
radio?
late in the day, doesn't it?
does.
Sounds like it's a reaction to the criticism.
Exactly. Now, I don't know whether she's deprived. This is his comment about Caroline Wilson. I don't know whether she's deprived of oxygen or what it is, but it's uneducated, unprofessional, what she said, unadulterated, uneducated rubbish.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't heard Jeff talk like this in years.
Nor have I.
Maybe you'd have to go back to the days when he was a premier, bagging journalists at The Age and those left-wing lynch mob at the ABC and stuff like that.
Yep.
Now, Wilson refused to back down. Good. She went back on radio and said absolute rubbish. The community camps are largely lip service.
Are they really? What, no one turns up? Oh, dear.
Just there. Alistair Clarkson, just in a room. Sometimes he can hold the camp in his car. It's that many people turn
Actually,
up.
I think there is a very simple way to establish the authenticity of which code should triumph in Tasmania. I think if Peter Beattie made an announcement that he was sending a delegation of rugby league players to Tasmania to find a thylacine, that would force the AFL to put their hand up and say, well, we're going to find the thylacine first. And so you'd have a competition between both codes to find a Tasmanian tiger.
Isn't that a great idea? You mean they tramp through the bush? I'm not quite sure where they'd have
whatever
to head.
whatever means. Dynamite, doesn't matter what you use. Just find one. Bring it in.
Lasso it. Hold tight.
Yes.
Drag it into the back of the ute.
Yep. Here it is. We win. Let's play football.
Yes, is the Rooting King Lodge, the Probe Centre of Racing Excellence. The man calling for the screens is head trainer, rampaging Roy Slaven, and cleaning up after champion scour with a bucket and spade, the apprentice stable hand, H.G. Nelson. Now, this spat between them, that's what I'm calling it. It may be a cogently argued position on both people's part. This is between Jeff and Caroline Wilson.
Yeah.
As we've heard from what Jeff had to say, the community camps, the 4 matches a year, described Caroline Wilson as deprived of oxygen.
Yes.
Caroline Wilson went back on the radio, said absolute rubbish. Community camps largely lip service. Then Jeff is talking absolute rubbish. I read him say somewhere the other day that there's no sense in taking any of Hawthorn's gate money and giving it to the Tasmanian League clubs because they don't get crowds big enough. She goes on. He's not even prepared to put his hand in his pocket and give these dying state leagues club money at all. Right. He did acknowledge that once in a conversation what development work Hawthorn has done. All he's done is point the finger at the AFL, and the AFL is pointing the finger at the clubs, and the clubs are pointing the finger at the AFL. So it's a round robin of share the blame. Wilson accused the former chairman of mental health organisation Beyond Blue of double standards. I mean, I hate that.
I do too.
Double standards, because he's also a majority shareholder in a company which does work with poker machines.
Right.
Now,
poker machines are an issue in Tasmania at the moment.
Exactly.
The
I think the
election,
Labor
I think
Party...
The Labor Party want to phase them out.
Phase them out, get rid of the lot.
Yeah.
Gee, look, in New South Wales, let's put that on the story on pause, because in New South Wales, I know the state government is very proactive in getting poker machine licences allocated to proprietors and hoteliers and club owners who are prepared to put something of the return from the poker machines back into the community.
Right.
Could this become an election issue on behalf of the Liberal Party? I don't mean to give them ideas. I've got probably plenty of ideas of their own. That a certain percentage of the poker machine money go towards the TFL.
Well, there's an idea.
Now, in the Burnie area, I've got no idea of how many
poker machines
there are.
Well, let's say there were 2 or 3.
So if they could turn over, say, 200 or 300 million a week, and then the local community would put something through to keep the clubs going.
Yes, I can see that happening.
And then a bit off the top goes, say, 200 or 300 million a week, you might be able to get 20 million a week out of that.
Well, even if it's just a couple of $1,000s a week, that would go towards buying some balls,
line marking,
putting
the post-ups at this time of year, jumpers, washing the jumpers, paying somebody to do that sort of stuff, cleaning toilets in dressing rooms.
Yes.
I mean, that can lift the standard. Just a clean toilet can lift the standard.
To make the
enormously.
clubhouse somewhere you want to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most people there have to, relieve themselves in the nearby butchers.
Sure. Why not a poker machine in the clubhouse as well?
What a great idea.
Well, it's a real opportunity here for the AFL to come down on where they stand on poker machines in Tasmania. Now, I don't know where the AFL stand on poker machines in Tasmania. I don't.
Would you think that some of the ones shareholder in a company, some of those were majority shareholder of a company which owns, does work with poker machines? Do you think some of those, dare I say it, the former Premier of Victoria might have his hand out for, receiving a little bit from?
No, there's no suggestion of that, is there?
I hope not.
I hope not.
Gee, imagine that. That'd be cutting off your nose in spite of your face. If you understand what I mean.
I do.
The money coming back when you should be going to... But wouldn't that be an elegant solution? Wouldn't that be world-class use of how we use gambling to support the community and involve the community in the things that matter to that community?
Sure.
Like a footy club, the Burnie Dockers, proudly supported by Jeff Kennett's poker machines.
Poker machines. And maybe a lottery, HG. A
lottery?
Sort of poker machine lottery.
How would that work?
Well, you just have a normal lottery and just call it poker machine lottery. And people think, that's got to be great.
Hang on. You sell the tickets at the newsagent,
yes,
like normal. And what's the prize? You get a poker machine at your place.
No, you might win, $2,000 worth of credits in your nearest poker machine. Eh? Isn't that a good idea? And that would encourage people to get out more into their local communities by going to their various pubs or what have you and sitting down in front of a poker machine with the view to improving the standard of football in your state and maybe the survival and resuscitation of the thylacine.
I know, I get that. That's the major ambition of Tasmanian football, surely.
Well,
has to be the discovery.
It's given it an aim now.
I know, an aim.
Yes, a tangible aim.
We're here for the thylacine.
Yes.
Can I point out... industries relocating to Tasmania, a lot of them are doing it because they're worried that the areas that their industry operates in on the mainland will be completely staffed in a few years' time. And I refer, of course, to the wine industry.
Oh, yes.
You don't have to be a genius to work out that people are relocating from the Hunter, which has got no water. You'd know more about this than me, down to Tasmania because at least they've got a bit of water every so often. And a bit of power.
Well, they don't have the mining companies taking all the water as they do in the Hunter Valley. There's your problem there. And that's a different...
We don't want to start that kind of...
We don't want to start that bloody bushfire running again.
Now, finally... This Caroline Wilson, Jeff, I'm afraid, is being a big, fat hypocrite, and he's been disappointing in the past few weeks. The stuff about women's footy was uneducated because Caroline Wilson lashed Kennett for saying he's glad, this is Jeff's glad Hawthorn doesn't have a team in the AFLW, while also, called in question away from football. Anyway, the stuff about women's footy, uneducated, really uneducated. He was furious they didn't apply for a team, now saying we're glad they don't have a team. Jeff has come back at a time when Hawthorn is crying out for leadership. On she goes. But she says, Finally, she says, I'm whacking him about his message for Tasmania. It's tragic what's happened to Tasmanian football, and I'm sick of banging on about it.
Right.
How bad is it down there?
Well, it sounds appalling. It sounds like an old-fashioned word I know, crisis. All right, well, if there is a crisis, isn't this the time, as I mentioned earlier, for Peter Beattie?
I know, Peter Beattie. Look,
Peter Beattie, Tasmania is turning to you, dude, to get down there with some Guernseys and the North Sydney Bears and do something.
Look, the reason why this came up, and I don't know if we've got time to open up this can of worms, but this has come up because already with Peter Beattie sending the balloon above the guttering, expand or die, that's his message to rugby league, expand or die, already activities are going way ahead of where he is in Western Australia.
Yes.
Remember, of course, we need to tell people that who've forgotten this, that great thing, the Western Force, fell over.
That's rugby union.
Rugby union, leaving at least maybe 2 or 3 million people without an interest in rugby union or rugby league.
That's right.
They're screaming for it in the West.
Yes.
They've got a double-header going to that new Perth Stadium. I think that's the pipe opener of the season. A double-header of rugby league.
Yeah, I know.
Unimagined.
Yeah. Is there talk of the rebirth of the Western Reds, HG?
There certainly is, as the Bears, if they don't go to Tasmania.
Right. Would it be possible to have a sort of West Australia / Tasmanian franchise involving North Sydney, the North Sydney Bears / Reds / Thylacines in Hobart?
Yes, this is the Probe Winter Olympics training session at top of the big hill. It's a man whose time to shine has come, rampaging Roy Slaven, and back at the village with an extra clean bottle of gear camped near a hole in the wall is H.G. Nelson. Now, going to that story which we broke just a few minutes ago, that the rugby league is got a mantra, expand or die, with the new Peter Beattie broom coming in. Now, can I just say from the start is that, the outgoing boss of the NRL, etc., which Peter Beattie, should I say the ARL Commission, was John Grant. Now, the clubs and the various state bodies, the only time in living memory that they've agreed on anything was to get rid of Grant.
Okay.
So it's a hotbed of, intrigue, vested interests, as you could understand. Queensland don't want New South Wales to get an advantage in the race for the Thylacine, etc., all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
Gee, you can see why.
Yeah.
Now,
so Beattie comes as a breath of fresh air. Really.
Breath of fresh air, the expand or die mantra. Now, get this, we've got to remind ourselves and set our context here is everything. When the Western Force fell over, of course, into the breach stepped Twiggy Forest.
That's
and
right.
Twiggy's Wheeze was a 12-team national competition of rugby union centred in Perth.
Yep.
I've heard nothing more.
No, nor me, but I liked what I saw on paper. It was one of those back-of-the-envelope ideas that looked terrific.
Well, when you saw Thailand,
Yep.
Singapore, Philippines, North Korea,
Vietnam.
Iraq, Vietnam, and both North and South Vietnam together,
this
combined.
was a sort of Pan-Pacific Rugby Union challenge.
Correct.
Sort of
Pan-Pacific Rugby Union Challenge with a touch of the IPL about it.
Yep.
New
rules.
New rules,
Yeah.
maybe different size playing area or something like that. Something get kids involved.
Yep.
Now, that's the vacuum into which this steps with the that doesn't seem to be going ahead, the Twiggy Forest Wheeze. Expand or die is the ethos from headquarters. So what happens here is that Western Reds chairman, former Western Reds chairman, Laurie Puddy, and North Sydney Bears chairman, Perry Lopez, have held a series of secret talks about the potential combined bid.
Combined bid of what? What?
A rugby league team that has got Bears somehow associated. You fleshed this out with your Thylacine comment.
Yeah.
Now, while negotiations are still in their infancy, both parties remain open to the prospect of working together to provide a compelling case for an NRL licence.
Right.
Now,
Well, actually, I'm reminded of a story that broke just a couple of weeks ago where a Perth person by the name of John Saxon, who's the chief of the Western Australian Rugby League, Now, he was saying that Perth was going to have a team in the SG Ball competition within the next 2 years. So this is part of the expansion that Beattie's talking about.
So we've got thylacine bears in ball.
Yes.
We've got a team yet to be formed, but putting their hand up for the top flight.
Yes.
Already. Maybe with a Tasmanian, say, half a dozen matches a year in Tasmania.
Yes.
Tacked on, and the hump for the thylacine.
Okay, I'm talking about, I'm seeing as half a dozen matches in Perth with the team based in Hobart.
Fair enough. I don't mind which way it goes.
No.
I think that's an elegant solution.
Sure.
Because we hope then that we can get Tasmanian Rugby League to a level where it can compete at State of Origin, make it a triangular series.
Exactly.
That's what Australia wants.
Yes. I don't mind a Tasmanian Western Australian State of Origin concept.
Wow. God, you've thought this through, haven't you?
Well, you've got to
got to.
expand.
It's
You've
expand
got
or
to
die.
expand or die. You know, remember Billy Hughes said populate or perish all those years ago?
Yeah, gee, that is a long
It rings a bell, doesn't it? It was so true.
Lopez believes the partnership with an interstate consortium could bring additional corporate fan support to the NRL licence bid. That
Yes.
corporate support's so important.
Yeah, especially in Tasmania.
Vast.
If you get Mona involved, say the Mona thylacine, Western Red, North Sydney Bear, you see what I mean?
Now, can I point out, am I right in thinking...
And they have different
something-
artworks on their Guernseys and stuff like that.
So automatically your merchandise is going through the roof. Now,
And
just-
you'd have a rugby league shop at the Mona Gallery.
wow. Now you're starting to put some, flesh on the bones.
Exactly.
Icing on the cake.
Yes, and wasn't Mona talking about having a casino placed on top of it?
Just put that on pause. Mona, as I understand it, was funded through the proceeds of poker machines, gambling, etc. Because, she had that great wheeze of using algorithms to work out how to crack the bait.
Exactly. Now, if we can get Walshy on board, if Beattie can reach out.
To Walshy and say,
Yes.
have you thought about rugby league?
Yes.
Have you seen a game of rugby league? Would you like to come to a game of rugby? Don't worry about paying. We'll get you in.
Yes.
And think of pudding.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet you he's looking for a new challenge, Walshy.
Of course he is.
He's got that, the possibilities of the casino there, but that won't be enough for him. That's probably
No,
a done deal.
No, and if we could guarantee that we could get rugby league players to find a thylacine and drag it into the Mona Gallery, he'd be in.
Yes, it's the Probe Church of Hope in the pulpit, the very Reverend Bram paging Roy Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in AFLX. And nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, people have been getting in touch with us about this Perth expansion, Tasmanian bolt-on for the Rugby League. Right. I notice the boss over there, the boss of the Bears, Perry Lopez.
Perry
Lopez, the marketplace is ready for another code to step in with the departure of the Force, which I think we've covered, and the failure of the Fortescue/Forest wheeze to step up and fill that gap.
Yeah.
He says, we're ready. We have a supportive people on the Eastern Seaboard and 250,000 Bears fans that research tells us are ready to get on board. Now, 250,000.
That's a lot of people, isn't it?
250,000.
Yeah.
I don't think any club.
No, that'd be the biggest club in Australia, wouldn't it? Isn't that funny? It's the biggest club in Australia, but without a team, without a clubhouse.
Without a toilet.
Without a
poker
toilet.
machine.
It's just a concept.
A concept.
Wow.
It's a hell of a lot of people, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, any AFL club would love to have that sort of membership. I think Collingwood's got the most, but the listeners will know the most members, and they're around 100,000.
Right.
So it's 1.5 times bigger than them.
Yes.
According to, final comments here, is that I should point out that Putty said the Bears didn't fold because they were broke. They were pawns in a bit of Super League board. They were averaging 14,500 people to their games.
Of the 250,000 members, 14,500 would turn up. All right. Well, I suppose it's a reasonable ratio because they were rubbish.
In those days, 1.2 million were in Perth. Today it's closer to 3 million. Now, the city's crying out for a rugby league, and you can take the games there. Peter Beattie is giving direction. Right. But we need to know how and when it'll happen. The Perth Consortium that's waiting for some direction from the league has been there for some time. We just need to resurrect and get the money out, etc. Now, give you an idea of how big this expansion is going, and this is a story for all codes. It appears that Australia will be playing a against Tonga in Qatar this year in a shock bid to take the Kangaroos brand
Yes. Into
to
the Middle East. Whoa.
I know.
Whoa. Is this based on the back of the World Cup, HG, where the Cedars of Lebanon did so well?
I would say that's been green shoots, but remember, of course, Qatar has got the World Football Cup
They
coming,
do.
and so they've
This
got
will be a
plenty of stadiums.
test. This will be
Test event.
Test event to see if the air conditioning is going to work, I assume.
Now, apparently there's a Qatar-based entrepreneur, Michael Ibrahim. I've spoken to Mal, the coach of the Kangaroos. Ibrahim, rated the world's most connected men in Middle East media, will return to Qatar this week.
Yeah, he's been in Australia, has he?
He's been in Australia having a look at
Just
the
having a look
Kangaroos.
at what's happening.
Yeah, what's happening.
Yeah.
Impressed
what will
by
be a good fit?
Yeah, Peter Beattie's expand or die, that sort of idea.
Okay.
It's exciting, according to Michael. We're putting together a financial package.
Good.
Which would be great. Now, it would certainly open the door to one of the most generous and wealthy countries in the world that would showcase what a peaceful and harmonious country Qatar is. So there's soft power here
Yes.
in action, much in the main. Remember how I think last year, was it the Port Power burst into China playing the Gold Coast Suns and thrilled a nation of 1.7 billion people with what the AFL can do.
That's true. And
Now-
it's going to be repeated this year, I believe.
Indeed it is.
Yes. Okay. So Qatar, Kangaroos versus Tonga.
Now, wait for it. More than that, they're seeing now this as a hub for sports, a push leading up to the World Cup. A lot of sports going to be played there
Right.
as a way of
So you could have a
introducing...
T20 final between, say, New Zealand and England, followed by rugby league between Tonga and Australia, followed by, I don't know.
Wait a minute. The Daily Telegraph, the Murdoch paper, understands the game would be part of a doubleheader with a Jared Hayne-led Fiji playing Samoa as a pipe opener.
Well, I can tell you now, that's not going to happen until the Fiji players are paid for
the
their
World
work in the
Cup.
World Cup.
I know. Beattie's got to sort that out. That'll be his
Yeah.
first job.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the Kangaroos hope to play Doha, Qatar, October the 20th. They've got a date.
Okay.
Now, people will be able to make plans to be there. A week after the Kangaroos test against New Zealand is scheduled for October the 13th, so it's a double whammy.
What
Now,
an exciting idea.
now, wait for it. I tell you what's going to make it more exciting was obviously everybody loves Doha. It's the place to go. It's vibrant. It's vibey. How big is rugby league in Qatar? That's one question. The other thing is to imagine AFLX there. Now, the shape of the ground.
It would be perfect for AFLX.
How about this? Even bigger AFLW there, because we know
Yep.
what a magnet for fans AFLW is.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that be a terrific
Yep. To
terrific-
introduce it to the world.
to introduce the world in Qatar?
In Qatar.
Ticks so many boxes.
It does. I'm very excited about this, HG. This is fantastic news. I had no idea Ibrahim was in Australia at the moment, let alone meeting up with Beattie. Did he call into Fiji, HG, on his way back to try and lock in the Fiji team and maybe lean on... There used to be a strong man in Fiji. I want to say Major General Sitiveni Rambuka, who was in charge of rugby league.
Yes, he did
And
everything.
he made sure they were paid.
Yeah.
So I don't know what clown has taken over from Rambuka, but that's the person that Ibrahim should be talking to lock in a fully paid Fijian rugby league team that's going to take on the Kangaroos in Qatar.
Do you know what worries me about this is I think that, that there's just a little bit too much here. I think that, Tonga v Kangaroos is enough.
Yeah.
But imagine this. How about an AFLX competition beforehand,
Yes.
played on the same ground, demonstrate the versatility of these sporting events there.
Yes.
Now, can I point out that there was some suggestion that AFLX should be played in December?
Yes,
I'm not
I
quite
do-
sure why people have decided
Well,
that, but
I was approached about this, HG, and I thought a knockout competition on Christmas Day might be a terrific idea to get really people involved, their families involved.
families, they're already there at home.
Yes.
And imagine having your Christmas lunch
Yes.
in the break
yes.
at, let's say, Etihad or the MCG on
right.
Christmas Day. AFLX knockout. That's incredible. Now, can I go further than that? I'm not sure what religious celebrations there would be in Qatar on Christmas Day.
Not much, I don't think.
Fairly low level. I
Yes.
don't think December the 25th matters much to
I
the
don't
people.
think
I
it
don't mean
does
to be
either.
unkind here. They don't. It doesn't matter much to the people of Qatar.
No. What?
How about the AFLX knockout competition, Christmas Day, Qatar?
And beamed live into...
Oh, well, obviously, beamed live into Australia.
Christmas lounge rooms here in Australia.
And also, you've got
Wow.
the whole Middle East.
Yes.
Iraq, Iran, all of a sudden, AFLX mad. Because it's beamed in their place in real time.
Yes.
And they've got time to watch it.
Yes.
They aren't bothered by the turkey and the trimmings and the pudding and getting the thrumpses out or whatever they stick in puddings these days.
That's good. No, that's terrific. And with the AFLW there as well, I know this is going to upset
Sensibilities,
especially in Saudi Arabia.
Well, yeah, but we can't. Progress. Yes, this is the Probe International Space Centre on the sniff for life, way out there, picking up pings from another galaxy, the astrophysicist, rampaging Roy Slaven, and out back working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, we were lucky enough to be at Wellington Oval this week to see the Hogs hoon into town.
That's right.
And then, well, it was... let's face it, despite having a bit going on, Freddie led the charge on the, it's a personal project of his worth $250,000, saw Wellington Footy Oval completely relaid with new grass.
Isn't that fantastic?
The Hogs were there, a lot of school kids were there.
Yeah.
I've got to say, the school kids behaved a lot better than the Hogs. Mm-hmm. They put the grass where it was meant to go. The Hogs lairising, as you'd expect. But look, I thought it was a great thing for rugby league. I noticed that Freddie said they've got the Charity Shield out that way, but because the love people have for rugby league that isn't dying out here. Now, isn't this the story of rugby league with the Peter Beattie Broom coming in? Mm-hmm. The love people have of rugby league. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are certainly some challenges people face, the problem of no money and busted ass facilities.
No players.
No players, but they love rugby league.
Yeah.
And we have to look at those, but sometimes change can come from the smallest things. This writer in the Murdoch Press says, like turf.
Yeah. I still don't see how the homeless are being advantaged in this exercise. I mean, I think it's terrific that the Wellington Rugby League facilities have been improved, and now that the, Sir Walter Buffalo, is it?
I think so. It looks like you've got a better eye than me for these things. It certainly does look like a drought-resistant brand of grass.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Because that would be someone...
And is there a reticulation? I might have asked you this before.
I've got no idea. I can't.
How's the watering going to take place?
I think it's...
aren't they in drought?
They've got a working bee to water
with buckets.
Buckets and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to remember that...
And where are the homeless going to set up their tents, HG, should they make their way to the Mecca of Wellington?
Well,
that's an
interesting thing.
It's a fair hike. Most of the homeless appear to be urban. It's an urban issue. Now, how are they going to... Are the Hogs providing transport for the homeless to take up their new digs?
In Wellington?
In Wellington? Is that it?
And are the Hogs, how do the homeless then get involved in rugby league?
Yes.
I mean, the homeless are stretched as is financially. Mm-hmm. They haven't got money to shell out on jumpers, especially the
poker machines.
Poker machine, the thylacine jumper.
No.
They haven't got a hope.
No.
Because they're worth about $80, I think. Mm-hmm. People listening will know
how
much a footy jumper's worth. Mm-hmm. Now, can I point out that something else happened this week? And the backdrop of this, Roy, is are you hoping with the expand or die ethos from head office, there's a chance that the Lithgow Shamrocks can come back?
Well, that's a dream, HG. I mean, rugby league isn't dead in Group 10. It isn't dead in Lithgow. The Workers' Club is still going, but it was found a little bit difficult to sustain two teams.
Yeah, I understand that. But the love would be still as strong as ever.
The love's there. Of course the love is there and the desire is there, and I'm sure there are a lot of kids who certainly love to step up should the Shamrocks be resurrected. Now, I personally speaking would love to see the Shamrocks resurrected. Sure, and maybe relocated from Lithgow to Littleton, which is a suburb of Lithgow, HG, that was designed to...
rugby league designed?
Well, sort of. It was designed just after the war for the workforce to live in who worked at the small arms factory. So it was built around the small arms factory, Littleton, and that's where you get the Weatherboard 9 who played for the Shamrocks. They all came out of those weatherboard houses.
In Littleton?
In Littleton, yeah.
Can you put a number on, we got that terrific number, 250,000 Bears supporters. Would you say that there was a similar number of Shamrock supporters? Obviously not located in Lithgow, because that would be ridiculous.
No.
But worldwide,
all around the world, yeah. Well, you've just got to go to Ireland, HG, and there'd be at least 3 million supporters of the Shamrocks in Ireland.
Now, Country Rugby League, this is part of the new Broom, unveiled an under-18s competition, the Laurie Daly Cup, acknowledging our most recent, apart from Adolf Fittler, coach of the New South Wales Blues, and an under-16 Andrew Johns Cup on Tuesday. Well, these are regional equivalents of SG Ball and Harold Matthews competitions.
Terrific.
So a rootsy regional, competition.
Right.
8 of the 11 teams involved in the competition have aligned with NRL clubs, including the Dragons and Panthers. The important component will be allowing some of rugby league's most talented teenagers to remain in their home environment before being shunted in the NRL system as a key bonus, according to Daly. Now, I'd like to see what I consider some surrounds for this. For instance, obviously the Laurie Daly Cup. It would be great to win that. Andrew Johns Cup. But how about this? Stomper Staines medal for the most improved, say in the Laurie Daly.
Yeah.
And Mick Benson medal.
A Mick Benson medal for,
I'm not sure.
For the missing man.
The missing man.
Yeah.
That's right. And how about Coach of the Year at the Grassy Granel?
The Grassy Granel coach. Look, they'd be terrific ideas, HG. I know Stomper would be over the moon if there was a medal named after him, and there should have been. I think there should have been 20 or 30 years ago a medal for rugby league's most interesting player. Difficult one to judge, of course.
No, it doesn't matter. You're voted for by the public.
By the public.
But let's say the membership. Mm-hmm. The vast numbers of, say, rural and regional people. Because let's face it, if 250,000 are supporting the Bears, imagine what all the clubs combined would be.
Yes, well, it'd be larger than the population of Australia.
Yes, it's the Probe Punters Club swinging the bag on the carnival, the Wizard of Odds, rampaging Roy Slaven and tipping you into a bum steer, the old big hat, no cattle man, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, just finishing that news of these regional competitions, according to the Fairfax people, these competitions, because kids will be able to stay at home before they're shunted into the NRL system. I didn't realise kids were shunted into the NRL.
No. Well, there comes a time when you do have to leave home, isn't there? When rugby league is calling, you get the calling.
You do.
Now, you're either going to become, a carpet salesperson or a mechanic.
Real estate in your area.
Or what have you. But there comes a time when you say, Mum, Dad, it's about time I
left the nest.
Left the nest, yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Yeah. And when rugby league calls, when you get the calling, you've got to leave town and often go to the cities. Now, if this can keep kids in country towns for just a season longer, then I think that's a terrific.
Well, that's exactly the aim here. Laurie Daly said he hated the first 6 months when he went from the June Diesels
you're lonely.
to the Canberra Raiders. Yeah. That's right. I wanted to walk away plenty of times, but I was able to stick it out. When you stick it out, you see the benefits. Yep. You're more prepared at 18 than you are at 16 or 17.
You are.
That's your point.
Yeah.
It just allows you to get a bit more extra time to learn about yourself. I mean, that's so important, learning about, especially in rugby league.
Of course.
Doesn't matter so much if you're a doctor or going to university or stuff like that, but rugby league, learning about yourself, so important. Going from the bush straight into an NRL system is a big shock. Training's a big shock. Living away from home's a big shock. Eating food that you've never eaten before is a big shock. Driving cars a big shock. Going to the doctor's a big shock. It's great to. I think this is great, and it gives them more time to prepare.
More time to prepare.
Andrew Johns grew up in Cessnock, and he could probably stay at home and drive into Newcastle when he started.
Yes, I suppose he could have done. That's the advantage of a one-team town.
Now, people want to get in touch with us. You can. Simply by going to the Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au site and send us a blast, and the following people have, Roy.
Yeah. Look,
where do you want to start?
Well, I can start with Esme HG. She's back in. Remember there was some concern. We were concerned about.
She was a bit down in the dumps.
She was down in the dumps.
Cold.
Yes. She says, thank you for lifting my spirits when I'm in the grumps. When she says she's in the grumps, I assume down in the dumps is what she means.
Well, she's moved on from the dumps to the grumps, or the other way around. She's backing up from the dumps, and now she's in the grumps. Yeah.
She says, I appreciate the advice to look forward to the day when Walter and I return to Australia to live. Oh, that's good. She and Walter are coming home. They've got a plan. Good. But with Turnbull meekly tiptoeing about the White House, legitimising Trump's brand of crazy this week, maybe Australia is headed for the same fate. The same fate? What does she mean? Same fate as the United States.
Oh, Lord.
Decided to conquer my aversion to US highways and visit DC for the first time next month to support the March for Gun Reform. Would gladly meet my fellow expatriate Probe-sters from North Virginia, who rode in last week, and Kentucky, I think it was, some months back, at a roadhouse somewhere along the way, as you suggest, or at the march if they happen to be there too. Well, isn't that great?
It's incredible,
So she's
isn't it?
becoming a troublemaker,
That's right.
isn't she?
How about that probe linking up people in various parts of America, all
Yeah.
going to the march?
All going to the march. Well, I didn't know our friends from Kentucky were going to the march, or North Virginia, but I suppose they would be.
God, there'd be quite a contingent.
Yeah.
They'd march under a banner, an Australian banner.
Yes.
Yes.
The,
The,
that's right. It's Australians for shooting teachers, isn't it?
I think that's right. I think
It's
that's
an
what they've settled on.
ambiguous message.
But nonetheless, I think with the map drawn on it and the colours and all that sort of stuff, people will
get the right idea.
Yeah, they'll get the right idea.
Yeah. And can I just say, some of our teachers are look. Michael Diamond would make a terrific teacher, and if someone knew Michael Diamond, say, was the say acting principal at Virginia High or something like that, that'd send a signal, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. I hadn't thought of it quite like that the Olympians would then become teachers.
Right. Oh, I thought this was what the president was suggesting. He was suggesting all of these generals who leave the army
got the generals
end up in
idea.
front of a school
Teaching maths.
Teaching maths, yeah.
Now, Richard Morovich, a regular correspondent, written again. Yes, as Hogs for the Homeless tour rolls through, will each town's civil defence emergency warning system be activated to warn the residents that rugby league players are in the vicinity? Right. And has New South Wales Corrective Services been advised to put Wellington's Macquarie Correctional Centre on the full alert to make extra cells available?
Right.
Well, it's a sobering message there.
It's a cynical view, isn't it?
Well, in the past, we've thought that often hotels in particular have not warned their patrons that rugby league players are on the premises. Or
but
clubs.
this has been flagged for weeks.
I know,
Everyone
that's
in
what I
Wellington knew the Hogs were coming. You know, you had people out listening. Yeah.
Who's that?
You'd hear that. It's got to be the Hogs!
Run for cover!
Run for cover! They're coming!
Yes, is the Probe Midnight Radio coming out of shoot 8 on Twinkle Toes, the champ, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the clown pants and big shoes, the distractor, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, we come to this question, which, let's face it, is the elephant in the room. Doping of horses again. And I'm glad to say the media didn't beat this up.
No.
Because let's face it, it's been going on forever.
Yep.
And, we're not sure exactly whether giving horses, a mixture of sodium bicarbonate will do any good. But you've had a lot of success with Brooding King and household products.
Yeah.
What have you tried on the King?
Actually, it was trial and error. To be honest, and I've said this before, I didn't know what I was doing. But I just tried different things. You know, I'd be talking to someone and someone would say, "Oh, Roy, have you ever tried Ajax up to date of your horse?" And I'd say, "Well, no, I haven't." And why, is it good? And he said, "Yeah, well, bloke reckons that, he tried it and the horse won." So I tried it and the King won. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, beauty. But so I tried it again the next week and he didn't go so well.
Yeah, still won, but not by 30 lengths.
No. And it did make him a bit scary.
Yeah, it would.
You'd understand.
And have you tried, you started with obviously Ajax.
Yeah,
Did you ever get down to the W's like White King?
I went as far down as Purcell, an old brand, I know, and pretty benign, but it kept him clean. I always felt he was clean.
I tell you one thing with the Purcell, though, they do froth a bit, don't they?
They do.
It's a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah.
Did you ever try Rinso in the old days?
Yes, I did. Yeah, Rinso, yeah. Surf, all of those.
Turfs for laughter.
Anything that
Purcell.
had, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
I look, the big mistake I made, I went a little bit too far when I tried bleach.
Yeah, it certainly is the Probe. It's the House of Cards, holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the other side of the card table, the man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, AFLX, we've mentioned it a couple of times today, mainly this exciting news about the Christmas Day knockout in Qatar.
Yeah.
At one of their new venues there for the World Cup, because they're shaped in exactly the right way. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. Would you think all teams should be forced to play?
Yes.
Yes,
I think there's got to be what you would call an edict come from up top from
Gillan.
From Gillan McLaughlin.
Yeah.
And he could be the first guest on the McLaughlin show. couldn't he?
If you got a tight half hour out of him,
Yeah.
the show sells itself. The three McLaughlins together for the first time.
Yeah. So it'll be, hello, I'm Hamish McLaughlin. Well, and then I'm joined by Mel McLaughlin. Mel, how
Hello,
are
I'm
you?
Mel McLaughlin.
Yeah, and we've just got married, and Mel didn't have to change her name, which is great. And we're here to present a great new show, and I'd like to introduce you to our first guest, Gil McLaughlin. How are you, Gil? Yeah, good, thanks. What's going on? Well, Christmas Day, we've got some great news. Every club, by edict,
Yeah, is playing in
playing
Qatar.
AFLX in Qatar.
Yeah.
Oh, on Christmas Day? Yeah, on Christmas Day.
What's great is it's elegant. People will know Christmas Day.
Yep.
What are you doing? We're going to have some lunch and we're going to watch AFLX from Qatar.
Yes.
And we're going to get better.
You might have to play it at a weird hour in Qatar.
Oh, well,
I don't
that
know how
goes
it
without
It doesn't
saying.
matter if it's 2 a.m. in the morning for
Well,
them. Who gives a
they're
bugger as long
professionals.
as it comes in at lunchtime here in Australia. That's the important thing, isn't it?
Now, according to an item in the Fairfax media, love it or loathe it, AFLX is here to stay. Hang on, loathe it. Who loathes it?
Everyone loves it. What are they talking about?
Exactly right. It says with a few tweaks,
Tweaks.
after largely positive response from coaches, players, administration,
Not to
obviously
mention the fans.
the fans, obviously, generally supported the concept, which drew almost 43,000 fans across 3 tournaments last weekend.
Right.
Overall, we feel very positive. If you look through the crowd numbers, through the player feedback, through the club feedback, through the ratings, it's exceeding expectations.
Yes.
Isn't that great?
Yes.
That's the official view.
Yeah. Does that come from McLaughlin?
It comes from McLaughlin. It comes from somebody called David McLaughlin Stevenson.
Right.
He's changed it actually by deed poll to fit in.
Yeah.
So overall, we feel it's very positive. This is the person, project manager. This is the person who put the wheeze together in the first place.
Right. The genius, you mean?
The genius behind it. Overall, we feel very positive.
Very positive.
Surely he could have done a bit better than that.
Yeah, well, he's talking himself down, isn't he? He's not big note.
You're in the Sporting Probe nuclear bunker where our red button is bigger than yours, with his hand on the hob of the atomic cheese. Wing Commander rampaging, flyboy Roy Slaven, and out the back on the tools trying to make the bugger go bang, H.G. Nelson. Roy, that T20 match during the week where Australia didn't quite get to the number one in the world at
just
Eden
behind
Park.
Pakistan, yeah.
It was decided on the Duckworth-Lewis.
It was.
It was a joke of an event. Do you worry about that somehow, I mean, you and I love T20. You won't get us bagging it in the whole Big Bash thing. Everybody knows the story. But I thought that was sort of
Disappointing, isn't it?
disappointing, like a bit of a joke, really.
Yeah. Well, it's a pity Eden Park didn't have a roof. I mean, it's not a big space. It wouldn't be that hard to put it. If we could lean on the new government.
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Yes. Look, do you know
Jacinda Ardern, she would love a roof on Eden Park.
And you know what? I think Australian and New Zealand, tarp work is the best in the world. I know you and I have talked about this before.
It is.
It wouldn't be beyond the wit of Australian and New Zealand tarp people, tarps are us type organisations.
Sure.
If it looked as though it was going to be affected by rain, to get down there, string a few wires across and get our tarps up.
Yeah.
Put your tarps out.
Yeah.
It could be a catch cry and people could roam
People
the area.
could donate tarps. Australians could donate tarps, HG, and they could be sent over to New Zealand.
And I'm suggesting, with digital possibilities, you'd flag it on a map. Yeah, tarp out the front of, say, 404 Morford Road. Truck swings by, onto a plane, onto New Zealand. Hey, presto, problem solved.
Where these tarps would be stitched together by volunteers, HG, to make one monster tarp.
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but that's an excellent idea. And I'm sure you could get some some sort of adhesive, maybe a 2-pack adhesive, which would be very tight in the circumstances.
Yes.
And then it'd take a bit of design to get the flow to run off outside.
Yes.
Because that'd be
you wouldn't
trap
want
for
it
them.
collapsing.
No. And remember, of course, the trap for the younger player would be to run it short, so it's ever got drenched like the Sydney Football Stadium.
That's true. Yeah.
People love going.
Yeah. But apart from that, I love Eden Park.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
but
people say, it's too easy to hit a boundary. That's what you want.
Yeah.
I won't relax. I want to see in my time a 6 off every ball in a T20.
I know. Well, you and me both on that front, either
Yeah.
a 6,
Yeah.
a 4, or a wicket. I'll go
Yeah.
that far. I know you want to see a 6 off every ball. You just said it.
Yeah.
But look,
20 overs, 6 off every ball. That'd be a dream.
Thinking like a winner? Think the Sporting Probe.
yes, that almost takes us away again, Roy, from the probe desk for another week. By golly, I just hope those people in America can hook up. our listeners in America can hook up and get down to the march and get their banners done, because that'll make a big difference knowing there's an Aussie contingent. And why not give something for Australian ABC News to focus on?
Yes.
Because they'd be able to talk to Esme.
Yeah. Esme, how you seen it? Well, I'm all for shooting teachers. Well, who isn't? Who isn't?
And with that thought, we take you away from the Probe for this week. I'd like to say thank Top 10 Felix, at last in the top 10 where he deserves. Chairman Mao for guiding us through the choppy waters to the calmer straits ahead. And, of course, my colleague in league, rampaging Roy Slaven. We'll see you all again, same time, same place, next week. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy. That's right, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. He's towing the caravan of hope. That's the Probe pop-up studio along to the 2018 Australian Open at the Lakes in Sydney for a magnificent final round today. It's been exciting. It's unearthed talent that will be with us for years, decades to come. Years too short, decades to come. And I'm looking forward to Hensby. I know he probably missed the cut, but somehow bursting back into contention with a string of birdies. Oh, well, that's all before us. But I believe the Australian Open, especially this Australian Open, is the legacy of Golf Month in the Club and Hole Caper. I mean, Australians are swinging as never before, looking for preferred lies and getting mates to drag the bag for them. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the probe. That is the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. He may be gone, but he will never be forgotten by probesters everywhere. Those footsteps on the dance floor and the equine romances will be with us forever. And let's not forget the new face of Hold On, I'm Coming. The cricket coverage on 7 is McAvaney, B full stop. It's incredible to see Bruce. I was going to say he's ambidextrous. I know he's more than that. He can tackle it all. It won't surprise me to see people thinking of the 7 coverage as the definitive coverage of cricket this summer. I mean, sure, in the old days there was Richie Benaud and Mark Nicholas, who can forget them. I think Tony Gregg was there for a few years, a few centuries a while back. But I think Bruce will eclipse them all. What a week! What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod once again through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week again of massive collects. But let's lock horns with a man who this week released his long-awaited 1,257-page report into Australian cricket. This massive undertaking, he described it in media commitments as a blueprint for the game's very soul, and its future is simply called Hold On, I'm Coming, Cricket as You've Never Seen It Before. Key recommendations, and I've only got time to list 4, but these are real talking points. Obviously, the introduction of the 4th stump, long overdue, is going to change the dimensions and understanding of how we play. The acid test. This is something that's been talked about for a long time, especially by the Sandoz people. It's where all 22 players drop big tabs of acid, that is LSD, before the day's play. We stand back and enjoy the fun. It takes the game to a whole new level. I've seen vision of this. You think it's a joke. It's not. It's fabulous. It's fabulous. And the colours, the perspective, the disorientation, it all adds up to the charm of the game. The discard for the dot ball, a rule that forces all batters in ODI or T20 fixtures to remove a piece of protective apparel whenever they collect a dot ball. It produces some startling result. And the 4th talking point from my quick reading of the 1,257 pages is the reviving of the Antarctic Test. This is now going to be introduced as the fourth test, I think, in any 5 Test Ashes series will be played in Antarctica, reviving for the first time the cricket on the frozen continent since Scott and Mudson got involved in a 5 Test series just over 100 years ago. So it's in-depth, it's extensive, and it's going to take it into a whole... Well, it's going to... Can I be the first to say this is going to take cricket into the 22nd century? I mean, sure, there's a fair way to go over 80 years, but... We're there already, buddy. And it goes without saying that the 30-centimetre sausage roll and nude areas will be available at all grounds. The report, of course, is the work of an 11-person team headed up by rampaging Roy Slaven, open brackets, C, full stop, closed brackets. Roy, can we get the TSB bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very, 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 very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian strutting the world stage, selling the timely message that the world should get out of the bloody way of fair dinkum Aussies giving a fair go to those having a bloody fair go. For God's sake! It's just common sense.
Oh, it's fair dinkum common
sense.
Fair
dinkum common sense! Now, scurrilous accusations made suggesting Roger gets favoured treatment from Craig Tiley in a sordid connection between Tennis Australia, the Labour Cup, and the 8:30pm starting times. OK, join those dots. And I say, so what? So what? It's Roger. It's Roger. He's having a go. He's having a fair go. So let's give him a bloody fair go.
Yeah, fair dinkum
fair
go.
Dinkum.
He could be an Australian, Roger.
Well, I assume he is, in heart. The way he plays like an Australian, I'll tell you that. Now, Fiat Express Spearhead.
Whey!
Fiat Express Spearhead Mitchell Stark argues our elite cricketers should be given long-term contracts. They should be given some certainty in their lives. Well, maybe. They are having a go, aren't they? Yeah. They're Aussies. Yeah. They're fair dinkum. They're having a go. Let's give them a go. I would advise Shotgun Mackenzie should just, have a bit of a look at this and see if she can, fire off a couple of rounds and get a bit of certainty.
Lean on them.
Lean on them. Now, the Storm, that's the Melbourne Storm, are yet to settle a deal with Cam Smith. This is shameful. This is a disgrace. This is absolutely shameful. This is an outstanding Australian.
Fair dinkum.
A fair dinkum Australian who's not being given a fair go at the moment. And he wants to have a go. He wants to have a fair dinkum go. A bloody fair dinkum go, Cam Smith. He should be given the opportunity to give it all he can. As a great Australian kangaroo skipper.
Outstanding
Australian skipper. Now, which is, I think, a bad look for the Rugby League. Now, speaking of Rugby League looks, Canberra Raider Jack Whiten has put his hand up for the 2018 Matthew Lodge Medal. Certainly outstanding work. Might have been in the civic area of Canberra. One night, captured sadly by CCTV, that is destroying the lives of professional rugby league players. There's no privacy anymore. A bloke just can't walk down the street, take a wee and punch someone in the head and get away with it anymore. Well, it's a bloody sad old world when rugby league players who are just trying to have a go, a fair go, not allowed to have a fair go anymore. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, Twiggy, speaking of fair goes, announces Rapid Rugby. Now, rapid rugby is probably a concept you're not familiar with, but you will be. It will start in February and go from February till June of next year. It's all to be played in Hong Kong, sadly, because he wasn't allowed to have a fair go here in Australia.
Is that right?
That's right. But Hong Kong, that is China. China are prepared to give Twiggy Forrest a fair go. Make of that what you will.
Yes, you're on the big journey. We're in the Probe-raptor, on the road to Gundagai, behind the wheel with his hand on the horn, rampaging Roy Slaven and riding shotgun, the man they called Sawn-Off H.G. Nelson. Look, two terrific events happened this week. Firstly, The Bachelor came to a climax. A tremendous result. And can I be the first to suggest some sort of joint Australian of the Year to the Honey Badger and Ali O for the tremendous work and the entertainment and the heartfelt fair goism that they put in their Bachelor series, Bachelor and Bachelorette series this year.
I just hope Ali and Tate find happiness, HG.
Well, it's so far so
I hope
good.
it kicks on. Yeah, well, fingers crossed. It's working so far.
I'm not sure what their strike rate is, these Bachelor shows,
no
with
idea.
the kicking on, but this would be tremendous to get a result here.
Yeah.
Obviously, both shows, I think, can be building blocks for 10 in the future.
I think so.
The ratings now are
Yes,
just tremendous.
yeah. And how emotional it was for, it might have been Todd, who just missed out. He was the last man to fall. He had his heart broken by Ali, it would seem.
Right.
The young West Australian who has dreams of being a copper and raising a family. I mean, it was a beautiful story, really.
He has dreams. He's not a police person yet.
No.
He's hoping to get into the plod
Yep.
and gumshoe his way around the joint.
Yeah, and start a family, and he was hoping that Ali would be his princess. But it wasn't to be.
Wow.
She decided to go with Tate.
Who's a bodybuilder, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, he's very keen bodybuilder.
Right.
She's terrific. It's a real...
I thought he was a bank manager, but that doesn't mean he can't be a
Bodybuilder.
bodybuilder as well, I suppose. But certainly he looked fit, didn't he?
Did Todd have any fallback position?
No. Look, I think he was a sales manager. At the moment, he's an acting sales manager. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about Todd because I don't know anything about him, but... just from what I gleaned from
media
watching the show, yeah.
He's
but he seemed a very
sales.
decent young man.
The sort of person who, if given a fair go, would have a fair go.
Oh, he would certainly have a fair go if given a chance. If someone's prepared to give him a go in uniform, he'd certainly have a fair go at it.
And if crime came his way, he'd have a fair
He'd
crack.
step in, yes. He'd step in. Look, he'd garner the facts and then make the appropriate charges.
Now, look, do you know what?
But that wasn't enough for Ali.
No.
She wanted more than that.
No.
She wanted someone, a sort of bodybuilding bank manager type, by the looks, with a big grin.
Can I just say, I wasn't that interested in the show.
No, nor was I. It caught me by surprise.
Suddenly I can't wait until it's on next year now.
Yeah. Is Ali back?
Well, she's a professional reality star.
She
You
is.
forget that. She
is.
has.
Yeah.
I think she was in something Bachelor in Paradise.
She was,
And was a contestant in The Bachelor.
That's right.
And now has got her own show, The Bachelorette.
That's right.
Do you think that she maybe could have a show about romance and how to find it?
Yeah,
and,
maybe. Yes.
Obviously her conditions for finding romance were pretty extreme.
Sure.
Going on
Sure.
television and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But that's not the
You're
only
talking
one.
about a whole new show, maybe hosted by Basil Zemplis or something.
Basil
on
Zemplis.
7. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about a whole new show. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't have a free-to-air network that I can, pin it on yet.
Right, okay.
Well, I haven't thought it through.
No, obviously. But that's all right. But, okay, let's say she stays on 10, just has her own show.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Ali, Finding Love.
You're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution, doing the in-out work, the tyre fitting specialist, Roy and HG. And Roy, look, again, we come to this point, we do it every year, we farewell Henri Lier from our shores for another year. He's been in Australia doing a series of concerts, climaxing, I think, last Friday night with a terrific New Year's Eve special.
Really?
That was recorded, I think, in...
Gee, they've kept that quiet.
Sydney Town Hall. Well, the trouble is he doesn't have to advertise, and the cheapest ticket, if you want to get along, is $200.
Well, he's still here. Is he still here?
He's still banging away at the Maastricht variations of I Thank You and
Right.
I Like It Both
Is it the
Ways
Vienna
and stuff.
show, HG?
The Vienna
that's
show,
my
yes, that's
favourite,
right,
yeah.
yes.
And has he got a carriage with horse
All
drawn
that stuff's there. It comes in. It's fantastic. And, he's just happy that he's been able to come at this time because he loves having Christmas at home.
Yeah.
Fair
enough.
Teasing out a little bit of biographical details, the boys, Mark and Pierre, were given a cookbook one Christmas and they made tomatoes in water for their dinner that time when they got the cookbook. And now, as a tradition, they still keep doing it.
Right.
He's a man who had a fair go a long time ago.
Yeah, he did.
He realised Australia was a gold mine for his sort of gear,
Yeah.
and did a couple of variations and came back and,
I think the phenomenon that is Andre Rieu began in Australia. He was nothing before. The post office in Australia caught wind,
got
involved, and started hawking his CDs and DVDs, and just went through the roof.
Is that right?
Yeah, and then I think he did a deal with one of the cable channels, I want to say, and
You mean Fox Arts?
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For a 24-hour
24-hour
Andre Rieu channel.
Yeah.
And he billed himself as Germany's Australian or something
like that. Yeah, a bit like the ABBA phenomenon that
Yes.
started in Australia and then spread to the world. I mean, it came from Sweden,
to Australia.
flourished in Australia, and then went to the world.
I didn't realise
Andre, Holland, nobody knew him there because who knows whether he's Dutch or not. The Dutch don't seem to accept him. Anyway, he says he's Dutch every now and again, if you can understand what's coming out of his mouth. Certainly he talks with the violin, but when it comes to the mouth work, he's found seriously wanting. But anyway, as little as I can tell, he might have had something to do with Holland at some stage. Not that they will agree to this. But anyway, he came to Australia and people loved him. And he's gone back now to the world. And, it's just been a phenomenon. A phenomenon. Wherever he goes, people turn up, they just love the...
And they fork out huge amounts of money.
Huge amounts of money, yeah. Even
there.
free concerts he puts on HG, which doesn't happen often, people still kick the tin.
Now, can I ask, in the old days when ABBA, this is going back some time, ABBA came to Australia, and it was largely through shows like Countdown that they found an audience.
Yes.
You're suggesting that Andre Rieu didn't have to do any having to hawk himself round.
No, just wrote a few letters, dropped into post offices and said, "Hello, I'm Andre Rieu, I'm from Holland." Where?
The Sporting Probe is the only show actively promoting Chinese AFL.
Yeah, so he went in the post office and said, "Well, why are you here, Andre?"
Yeah, I bring my violin. Your what? My violin. Mate, don't know what you're talking about.
Stamps is what we do.
Yeah.
Interested in a stamp?
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, do you think the post office, after all this good work, and let's face it, the post office would have sunk in
They
Australia.
haven't got a cent out of it. Oh, they might get the odd royalty from...
Oh, hang on a minute. They've got it. This has got to be a
No, I don't think they get anything. I don't think so. I'd like to think it was, but I don't think it is. I don't think they get much out of it at all.
You know, what disturbs me, I was just going to suggest, you and I have done an event for the Australia Post Office where we, at the end of the year, we put out a stamp commemorating, now stamps aren't used that much anymore, but be that as it may, put out a stamp commemorating Great Australians.
Great Australians, yeah. Well, that tradition has continued. Did I see, I put a stamp on an envelope the other day and I could swear it was Daryl Summers on the stamp.
Now...
I mean, is
That's
that
still
where we
going
are
on.
these days? Is that
Hang
where we are
on.
now?
Hang on, Daryl Summers.
Great Australians?
Great Australian. How about Andre Rieu on a stamp? Because then at least the post office would get some earn.
I suppose.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can't be giving away this Andre Rieu gear.
No, I don't know where it's going to... Is there a Dutch stamp with Andre on it?
No.
I bet there's not.
It's the Probe, all right. You're in the Probe dual cab. On the road to Leonora, behind the wheel in the Rogers, Captain Fat rampaging Roy Slaven and making a nice pair up front, camped in the bucket of ice. It's Mr. Freeze, H.G. Nelson. Roy, the Wallabies won last night. And,
Were they awesome? Were they awesome? It was the old Wallabies, wasn't it? The
It was
Wallabies
old.
we're proud of.
I know, fair go,
Fair go,
dinkum.
yes.
Pudding in.
Yes, yes. And they made the Italians look like amateurs, didn't they?
I think the Italians are amateurs.
Right.
They're part-timers.
Well, we were successful in that quest.
True. Look, it's a terrific, real win for Australia in rugby. And I've got to say, it's been a run of outs. And I think I'm right in saying they take on the might of Eddie Jones's England next weekend, which will be a sterner test.
Yeah.
I just want to look back at the...
But it's got to give them a lot of confidence, isn't it? I mean,
it's incredible. And sadly, the Pocock injury...
yeah,
we're not
that's
sure.
a setback.
That is a real setback.
Yeah.
Now... Last weekend, they played Wales, and you don't often see this from a person covering the tour. This is Paul Cully. It's a tremendous bit of writing. He writes about Australia v Wales. Remember, of course, trialist test. I think it was 9-6 at the end. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, the attack was stagnant.
Stagnant?
Rarely have Wales looked so comfortable against the Wallabies.
Dear.
They used to fear men such as Israel Folau and Kurtley Beale, but not now, not with this game plan. The scrum wobbled. and the line out was unconvincing. I know I don't want to get you started on line out, so just bear with me.
Yeah.
The tactical kicking was suspect. The handling and passing was poor. At points in the second half, the Wallabies looked like they didn't know what they were trying to achieve. The decision-making was poor. Twice in a period between the 50th and 53rd minutes, with the scores tied at 3-3, the Wallabies turned down kickable penalties. For what reason? The game couldn't be won with half an hour to go. The ticker was there, but this team looks all at sea, and the coaches don't look like they know how to fix it. That is your premier coverage in your Australian paper from the front line of Australian touring Wallabies. Are they fair dinkum Australians who want a fair go? I mean, where this whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how far back do we go? When did the rot set in?
Well, I can tell you when the rot set in. You have to go to a tactical mind like the Parrot, Alan Jones, former Wallabies coach. He says they're the worst team since 1958.
Are they really? Since 58?
Big call.
Well, they were rubbish. They were, they were soiled bits of toilet paper running around that lot.
Give me that again. They were what?
Soiled bits of toilet paper.
No one could flush them away,
No.
could they? Now, the Parrot's suggesting a radical new coaching staff to succeed Michael Checker. Sorry state of affairs, obviously 3 wins, 8 losses, etc. In 1958, the Wallabies won 2 games after losing 8 and drawing 1.
Right.
This is our worst test rugby since 58. Now, remember, of course, he coached, I think, between 84 and 87, and they might have had a...
They were the salad days, weren't they?
The salad days, that's right. He says we've suffered home losses to Ireland for the first time since 79 and to Argentina for the first time in 83. The attack under assistant coach Stephen Lucker has produced the worst results per game since 1983. The game last weekend was almost unwatchable.
Unwatchable. Do you?
Unwatchable.
Yeah.
That's somebody who likes his rugby. That's somebody who's right up behind Australian rugby.
Yeah. Does he have what is his plan? Just new coaches, actually? Is that it?
Well, he does sort of suggest that there is one person without a whistle at the moment, who could be involved in...
Shotgun Mackenzie, is he talking? And has got that far that we need the Minister for Sport to...
Step in
and do something? I mean, is it a resources issue? Do we need to throw a bit more money at it? Can we somehow...
Well, now you're talking. Now, I hadn't thought of that. I thought,
offer them certainty, long-term contracts. See, if they've only got, a pay packet that's going to last for...
to the end of this
the
tour.
End of the season, yeah. They might need certainty, HG.
Can I ask, would, so if we set aside, say, 60 billion for Project Rugby, do you think that would get it? I mean, I want to draw your attention to something about the
Well, it's
rapid
a question
rugby.
we've got to have. I mean, it's a discussion that the Australian public has got to get involved. How much is the Australian public prepared to pay to have world champion rugby players again?
Champion team, yeah. Now, look, I don't want to get involved in rapid rugby now, but let me put it to you this way. Twiggy Forrest, who's in charge of rapid rugby, said when the Force collapsed, that's the fabulous Western Australian team, the Western Force.
They were brilliant.
He says, I wasn't a rugby tragic when I started all this, but he always supported the Force.
Good.
I mean, the decision made by Rugby Australia to can the Force made no sense at all. Children all over Western Australia were crying about it.
Yeah, I heard that. That's shocking thing to do.
I know, this is where it gets to me. Do you think kids woke up this morning? Obviously they weren't able to stay up and watch the match because it's a bit late. But do you think
you'd have to imagine a lot of kids woke up this morning, particularly in Western Australia, with a bit of a smile on their faces, knowing we'd triumphed over Italy. I mean, surely that's the message that would have got through, to give those kids a little bit of succour, a little bit of hope, a little bit of spark, a light on the hill.
Can I say that sadly I was already back in Wales the previous week. They woke up with tears in their eyes. They've been crying all week. Yes. But I take your point entirely. This morning, the joy across Australia. I mean, it's a fair dinkum go they put in.
Yes. I sensed as I bussed in today a lot of relief.
On the bus
in the Australian community. A lot of relief that we turned a corner.
Can I ask you whether you think the events at PNG helped that? This decision to build a fort on Manus Island.
Yeah.
And get a lot of people with big guns in there.
Yes.
We're
Yes,
punching above our weight.
Well, we are punching above our weight. But I tell you what, ScoMo goes into any meetings from here on with, say, heavy hitters like Mike Pence. Goes in with a lot more confidence.
No,
because the word would have got through to Pence that Australia beat Italy.
This is the Probe, all right. The Probe ATM, camped on the milk crate with a fist of 50s. A fist of 50s is the branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven, and working a wheeze with the big four in his jar of change is the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Now, the bum is back in the news, Roy. It's been a week of bum, fair go and bum. Now, correspondent Brad says, this week I decided to take my punting dollars to rugby league in the Balkans.
Oh, yes,
where my attention was directed to footage of the Serbian post-try celebrations involving an all-in brawl. To cap off this entertaining passage when regrouping for the kick-off to resume play, a member of the losing team developed a copybook trousers around the ankles, mooning his opponents. The footage ends there as he's marching off to the sin bin, but I can only assume that his side went on to claw back the 20-point deficit and found themselves, found themselves in to take the points. Now, that started off a week of an outbreak of bum work. Now, disturbed me that this is very, very sad, that John Hopewade, who's been a great friend of this program,
well, he's been a great friend of the bum, hasn't he? Over
and
the years.
rugby league, can I point out, this is the bloke who's at the moment being outed for 10 years.
Yeah.
But still claims he'll play on, obviously extending a career that will be the longest in rugby league, as you pointed out.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, the Legends of League, we mentioned this, the tournament, described here as descended into farce.
Right. Was this on the Central Coast?
It was on the
HG,
Central
at Graham
Coast.
Park?
Graham Park.
Yesterday?
Fabulous yesterday,
Yeah.
yes. When John Hopewade reenacted one of the grubbiest incidents in rugby league. Remember, of course, he was an amateur proctologist. He read online about, how things can go awry downstairs, and that certain internal examinations can be very revealing.
Of prostate gland, isn't it?
All sorts of things, polyps and prostate, swollen prostates, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So he decided to get involved and give all rugby league players a checkup
While he was tackling them. Yes.
while he was playing, because he knew men's health was a big issue in those days, and men wouldn't go and get checked up because they just thought they were being weak.
Yes.
But he decided...
So it was a bit draconian, wasn't he? He was forcing this upon them.
Forcing it upon them. And remember, of course, the men's image of rugby league was, that fair dinkum, have a go, know. And so John was in the manner saying, well, look, if you're not going to go into the clinic, the surgery, and get this checked out, I'm bringing the clinic to you.
Yes.
So... he wore a white glove onto the field.
Well, that would have got a lot of mirth from those in the know in the crowd.
Well, I thought that was enough, really, to just wear the white glove and hold the finger up every so often, pointed at people. But then he obviously had to have a go at a Newcastle Knights opponent and see if he had the old skills, the old touch. Now...
How did it go over with the player, HG? Did he take it in good spirit and have a bit of a laugh?
Well, this time it was light-hearted.
Did it end up in fisticuffs, as it normally did, with a penalty being awarded and someone being sent off?
Feel the game. Feel Australia. Feel the Probe.
Well, this time it was considered light-hearted, but just the reporter said, but still repulsive.
Oh. Were there kids there, HG? I suppose there would have been families. It was a family day, wasn't it?
Family day fundraiser for men.
Well, we've got kids asking questions. Mum, Dad, what's this about?
Yeah, that's right. The glove?
Yeah. And they would have said, well, bottom health is important, and the bottom can reveal telltale signs of unhealth that are not obvious to a normal GP.
Perfectly put. Perfectly put. Now, to give you an idea of how that happened or how that impacted on the next generation, Will Hopewade, the Broncos fullback, spoke about the incident. He said the bum poking incident turned out to be a great example of John's resilience. I didn't realise it at the time, but looking back, I do now. His old teammates have since told me the whole thing was supposed to be a prank to watch in team video sessions. It ended up costing him a personal brand for life.
Dear.
I was 8 years old. My other siblings were 6, 3, 2 and a newborn. And I'd wake up to dozens of media people camped out the front of our home every day.
Really?
So you get an idea of how it impacted on one particular member of the Hopewade family.
Yes.
Thank goodness the others were a bit young to maybe remember it.
Yeah. Still, they would have been... I suppose there would have been comments made in the playground and stuff. HG, you know what kids are like. Can be very cruel.
It's the Probe House of Curry, fiddling about with the pestle and mortar, and the extra hot chili is the Spice King, rampaging Roy Slaven, and whipping up a lively marinade of lard, ghee, butter and margarine, the Rogan Josh, H.G. Nelson. Now, sticking with the bum news, this is a story that I'm not sure that, in all the time we've worked together, I think this is the first time this has come up as a story, but it's such an obvious story, it's hard to imagine we haven't dealt with this before. Now, professional darts player Gary Anderson and Wesley Harms have caused, and you'll have to forgive me here because I can only, report the facts as they're before me, have caused a stink by accusing each other of farting on stage. Now, these are darts players, obviously, and they're in close proximity, and they're standing on the same line to hurl the bombs at the board. Two-time world champion Anderson blew away Harms 10-2 to book a quarter-final spot at the Grand Slam of Darts in UK this week. Post-match TV interview, Dutch thrower Harms, 34, claimed his Scottish rival was responsible for letting a few bombs go on stage. But the world number 4, Anderson, 47, hit back, suggesting it was Harms who left the something you should never let go in a lift. It definitely came from table side, and it was eggs, rotten eggs, but not me. Every time I walked past, there was a waft. So that's why I think it was him. It definitely wasn't me, though. And on and on. We obviously got down to trash talking from there on.
Sure.
Roy, as a weapon, useful, upsetting.
For darts, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's been going on in darts for
generations.
Ever since, a feather was attached to a spike and sent through the air. People often ask me, why are darts players, often unfit and massively overweight? Well, it's the diet that they're on. You load yourself up with, onions and processed meats. Yeah. And
baked beans.
Stuff like that, baked beans, anything.
Yeah, anything that'll get you a purchase.
Yes, that will create the conditions for that sort of behaviour from the back door. And you try to get them as stinky as possible, and you leave a silent one there after you've had your last dart, your last throw. You coincide your last throw with a silent one.
SPD.
Yep. And up walks your opponent, and whoa!
I know.
It's very hard to focus under those circumstances.
Now, look,
because you think, people are going to think it was me. So you're embarrassed, you're put off. What am I doing here? Yeah. What?
Now,
it's an old tactic.
Can I say the best skill a dart player can have is no sense of smell?
Yes.
But now...
You'll often see them with caps up their nostrils or, bits of tissue stuck up there to try and keep the smell at bay. Yeah.
Now, look, can I say, how about somebody behind the stumps to,
adjudicate?
Well, no, I wasn't thinking of that. Standing up to a batter when, say, Gary Lyon is bowling.
Ah, yeah.
Nice areas, Gary.
Yes.
That sort of thing. If you could get the ball to land just as you let one go, I mean, all of a sudden you're confused. The ball, the smell, the drenching,
Sure.
How about in a scrum?
Yes.
In a scrum. Great tactic. The Wallabies, those scrums can often last for, well, I was going to say...
In a rolling maul.
In a rolling maul.
It would be particularly
powered
useful.
By baked beans.
But I assumed you'd want to put the wicketkeeper off.
So you'd let one go a counterblast?
No, you'd let one go if, say, Gary Lyon, as you say, was bowling, or some leggy, maybe the prodigy, yeah. If Lloyd Pope was coming in from the Randwick end, well, obviously the keeper's up at the stumps. You'd Hanscom style move back from the crease to be right near the stumps and let one go as the ball is let go, as you say. And suddenly, Tim Payne or whoever's behind the stumps is going to be struggling a bit.
Yes, it's the Probe Family Day at the Tailem Brand Raceway. On pole in the asbestos suit is the racing legend rampaging Roy Slaven, and smoking while filling the nitro funny car is the man about to go bang, H.G. Nelson. Now, can I come to Huey Bowman's problems with... what could I call it?
Is this the weight issue?
The weight issue, yes. Now,
yeah. Well, it was a mystery. We talked about this last week, did we not?
We did, but we had no facts.
No facts at all.
No. Now, Leo Schlink, that great racing, now billed as the chief racing reporter for the Murdoch Press.
Yes.
Great promotion for Leo. He was normally on the tennis beat,
Yes, he was.
from memory.
But no one could write about tennis like Leo.
No, he might have covered Little's golden years.
Yes, he did. He brought it to life.
Little Leighton.
Yes. If you'd never watched the game, you just read his report, and it was as if you were there.
And the Woodies, of course. That
Yes.
was Todd and Mark.
Yep.
Two tremendous Australians. They were real fair dinkum Australians.
They were.
They had a fair go.
They had a
didn't
go.
Now, Hugh Bowman has blamed a sip of water, half a cup of tea, and a mesh saddle pad for the weight blunder that has cost him a chance to win back-to-back Japan Cup this month.
Right.
As we know, Huey was originally rubbed out for 35 meetings. He's appealed against the severity of the penalty, and it's been reduced to 23 meetings. So there's some common sense there.
Yep.
But he was fined $10,000 by the Racing Appeals and Disciplinary Board for excessive use of the whip on Marmello in the Cup Tuesday, a week ago, if I've got the right.
But that's a separate issue, isn't it?
It is completely separate issue. I'm not excusing it. I'm not.
It wasn't the weight issue that caused him to thrash the horse to within an inch of life and turn it into a bucket of mince.
What a fascinating question that would be. Mr. Bowman, do you realise your excess weight has caused your brain to go mad?
Yes.
And you've almost killed the horse?
Something like that.
Is that how it would work? Anyway, Bowman weighed out for the Cup at 55.4 and returned to scale 56 kilograms.
Right, so he's put on 0.6 of a kilogram.
In the run.
How did that happen?
Well,
through osmosis?
Through breathing. Now, jockeys apparently are giving a 500-gram leeway.
Yeah.
Meaning you can.
Well, he's just outside that by 100 grams.
Yeah, he is. He told Judge John Bowman, hopefully no relation.
Hang on.
I know.
Hang on.
I know.
Yeah, right. It's
And-
not a good look, is it?
Brian Forrest and Raymond Harbridge, God, that Forrest and Harbridge, they're fair dinkum when it comes to penalties. They really crack the whip. A string of simple events. This is Huey's defence. A string of simple events led him to weighing 1 kilogram more than Marmello's allotted 55, meaning he came back at 56.
Yep.
Now, he said he was dehydrated after walking into the mounting yard for the national anthem, having had a sip of water. I felt lightheaded and had half a cup of tea. So he's gone silly on the
hang
gear.
on. So he had a cup of tea and a sip of water.
First up, a sip of water.
Yeah.
Get the facts right, Roy. I don't want
Yeah,
this being
sip of
thrown
water
out
came
on appeal.
first. Yeah, right.
I don't want this being thrown out on appeal because we've
Sure.
got the facts wrong. Now,
Okay. A sip of water. How big a sip?
Well, that's
Was
the-
he able to specify? No.
he's not a big bloke, Huey, so he can't put in a gallon.
No.
Couldn't put in a litre. He's just put in a sip.
Sip, yeah, right.
Now, then what worries me, lightheaded.
Lightheaded enough to put a couple of spoonfuls of sugar in the tea?
That's right.
Was there any sugar in the tea? Was there 100 grams of sugar in the tea?
Bowman said trainer Huey Morrison used an absorbent mesh pad under the saddle and believed it had soaked up Marmello's sweat, contributing to the 600-gram gain.
Oh.
Is that clutching at straws,
It
Roy?
is a little bit, isn't it?
It was dry when I took it out and wet when I brought it back after the race. He also said he failed to weigh out in his race silks. I mean, this is a professional jockey going up and getting weighed out.
He went
in his suit.
Went back to the change rooms
put the silks-
before the weighing and put his suit on.
Put his silks on. He was in his suit when he weighed out.
Right.
Then had to get, what am I wearing this for? Lightheaded, you see.
Lightheaded, yes. So he lost touch with reason.
Lost touch with reason.
Right.
We're talking about 100 grams here, 100 grams there.
Right. But it's not as if he sort of went off to Hungry Jack's or something in between.
And got a couple of burgers
Yeah.
to cope with the lightheadedness.
Yeah.
Someone of my experience and knowledge should know where I am with my weight. I take full responsibility. Bowman said the reduced penalty was a lot fairer than what I was given on the day. Obviously, I'm going to miss the Japan Cup, which I'm disappointed about. But that said, the findings were fair, adequate, and they had a fair go. I gave it a fair go, and they, had a fair go.
Well, if it was a fair go, then I'm sanguine about it. I assumed he hadn't been given a fair go. A fair dinkum fair go.
Well, the trouble is a fair dinkum fair go include the absorption of the horse's perspiration.
Yeah. And for how long has this been going on? Who's been putting these chamois under the saddle to absorb sweat?
And why?
And why? And how would that affect the weight in general? Because if the sweat's leaving the animal
Surely
and going into the chamois, then the whole thing weighs the same thing anyway. I mean, it's a zero-sum game, isn't it?
Well, what I think happens is the horse perspires, the cloth. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Why can't that be taken into account?
That sweatage is going into the chamois.
Why isn't that taken into account?
Why isn't that taken into account? And did Huey sweat during the run?
And where did
In which
that go?
case, that would have evaporated into the ether, into the atmosphere.
Unless he came back drenching
So he
wet.
must have hopped on that horse maybe 4 or 5 kilos overweight, because he would have lost a fair bit through evaporation during the run.
Certainly enough to get rid of the sip
Yeah.
and the half a cup of tea.
Oh, God,
with-
yes, that's enough. That's lies.
It's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven. And on the other side of the card table, the man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Huey, of course, in a separate issue, fell foul of the big three. If I can remember their names, there was Bowman.
Judge Bowman.
Judge Bowman, hanging Judge Bowman.
Yeah.
The shotgun man, Brian Forrest.
Yeah.
And Raymond Handbrake Harbridge.
Yeah.
Anyway, he fell foul of them with his use of the whip.
Yes.
Now, Broban...
That's when he was in a lightheaded state, though.
That's excellent observation.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think if you asked Huey much about the ride, he could remember convincingly the fact that he rode in the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Such was his lightheaded. He walks into the... I mean, get that. He has a sip of water, walks in, feels lightheaded, and is mad enough with the lightheadedness to go clutch a cup of tea.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
normally, Huey... And that's big for Huey. Normally, he's really on
And
it.
it wouldn't surprise me if he snuck a Scotch finger biscuit in there as well.
And a Tim Tam.
Maybe.
Ice Vovo. And it's assorted. Now, anyway, according to jockeys can strike horses 5 times before the 100-metre mark. Bowman hit Marmello 12 times, and then other 3 times after the 100-metre mark. Huey, you've got different portions before the last 100 metres and after. It's hard from a practical sense, practicality sense. It's hard for the stewards to interpret because of the way the rule is stated, which is disappointing, but it is what it is. Now, that's fair enough. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But
I thought there was a hard and fast rule.
well, hang on. It is a hard and fast rule. Can strike the horses 5 times before the 100 metres.
Yeah.
Now, remember, of course, it's a 3,200-metre race.
Yes.
So it's not a big ask to think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hang on a minute. We're in the 100 metres, then 3. So you can do it 8 times during the race.
Yes.
Now, what I don't get is that is an evidence of the lightheadedness and the absence of knowledge about where he is and what he's meant to be doing.
Yep. Yep.
Because as you pointed out, the horse came back a lump of mince.
Well, it did. It did. Now, how many times did Huey hit Marmello?
Well, I think he...
We lost count, didn't we, at one stage? It was just a blur. It was just a blur.
A blur of wrist work.
Yeah.
Look, he might have been up over... no, look, I'll be wrong.
What, about 1,200 times? Is that it? I mean, you saw the horse. I mean, the horse was unrecognisable. It was just a mountain of blood.
I know. I don't know how they recognised it, really.
Just the silks, I guess.
Well, the silks on the jockey who
Yeah.
had larded up during the ride,
Yeah.
so he looked embarrassing, and they said, oh, it's
Yeah.
Huey, and that must be
Well, I
Marmello.
assumed the extra weight Huey put on was the absorption of blood that was coming out of the flanks of the animal.
Concerned about the future of cricket? Concerned about the future of life? Concerned about the future itself? Stay with the Probe.
Now, look, it's that time of year where lots of sporting people do other things. Obviously, the football seasons are over, and it's a great news story here is that Marcus Fraser, one of our great golfers, is going to team up with Brendan Goddard from the Essendon Football Club to play at next week's Hong Kong Open.
Really?
This is
what, to play AFL or play golf?
Now, Goddard, a golf nut, will be dragging the bag
Isn't that fantastic?
for Marcus Fraser. That's a great
Well,
win-win-win for
I
golf.
tell you what,
Fallout from golf month.
Yeah, footballers make great caddies. We know that.
Remember, of course, Tim Brasher, I think.
Tim
was
Brasher,
a
the great
caddy.
Balmain player. He dragged the bag for years there. Absolute professional. The golfers loved him. Always had good advice. Great with the yard charts. You know?
Now,
Knew
Goddard.
what club to get out
Oh,
when they
yeah,
said,
no, didn't
give me the
embarrass-
putter. He
Yeah,
didn't
there
come
it
out with
was.
a 4-iron. There was the putter every time.
Goddard, a golf nut, plays off a handicap of 2. He's going to caddy Fraser, who's a mad Bombers supporter.
Right.
Now, wait for it, the $2.8 million Hong Kong Open.
Wow.
$2.8 million. That's a great get.
It is.
Let's see. We've been pretty good mates for a while now. I'm a tragic Bombers supporter, and he's a golf tragic. We play quite a bit. This is obviously Marcus Fraser talking. He's got a great take on the game. He loves everything about the game, the course architecture, probably knows 10 times more about the equipment side of things than me.
Really?
And he's been keen to caddy for me for a while. It worked out. I didn't have anyone organised for Hong Kong, so I asked him. He shuffled a few things around and we're able to do it.
Brilliant.
He's always wanting me to do well. So for him to be there dragging the bag, wanting me to do well, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We have played together a lot of times, but lugging the sticks will be entirely different. He's so intense, and he was on the football field. You know, you'll bring that quality to the caddy stuff.
Yep.
He says this is Marcus. He's very generous with all his mates, and he's probably copped a fair bit of a bad rap, but they don't know the real Brendan Goddard. He's a good man and very loyal to his mates, that's for sure. Now, I know when you were on the tour, Roy, you used to get the Purse the Puller Mortimer to drag the bag.
Sure. Yep.
You've spent a lot of time with.
You've got to have you've got to have what I call a rainbow connection with your caddy.
Rainbow connection.
Because often when you're playing, you don't want to talk. You know,
you're in the zone.
You're in the zone. Thank you. You're in the zone. You're in the zone. You just arrive at the ball and you just want to reach out and the right club's in your hand without talk. Mm-hmm. Without talk, because it breaks your concentration if you've got to say, "Oh, look, give me the 6-iron." Mm-hmm. I mean, someone who's half decent as a caddy is going to know that the 6-iron is going to be coming into play, given the yard chart, given everything. So when you've got that rainbow connection, it is fantastic. And we've seen this over the years. I mean, how many Opens did Steve Williams, the New Zealander, win for Tiger Woods?
Oh, every one.
Every one of them. And then for Adam Scott.
Yeah.
Now, Adam Scott's never won since Williams stopped pulling the bag for him. So you get these rainbow connections. And I've been arguing, you know, with various sports ministers over the years, including who wouldn't listen, and Shotgun Mackenzie, who is listening, to have a fully funded caddy school in Australia.
A caddy
school.
You mean up on the Gold Coast
yes,
somewhere?
I don't care where it's located, because there is such a crying need. Because caddies, I think, are more important often than the bloke hitting the ball.
Yeah. Can I ask, Roy, you know, you've played a lot of big competitions and sometimes, you know, the disappointment of the round, you know, when you weren't into the zone.
You're talking you need a shoulder to cry on at the end of the day.
Cry on.
Someone at the end of the day when you've done your 18 and you maybe, you know, you've put in 8 bogeys or something like that, you've played like rubbish, it's been your fault, not the caddy's. Mm-hmm. The caddy is often there to say, well, how can I help? Or make 1 or 2 suggestions, you know, if you swivel if you put your hips here, if you watch your figure, you're not using your head.
Yeah,
or
take the club back a little bit on the drive, you know, stuff like that.
Yep.
But on the other hand, it's always good to have somebody you can punch, isn't it? When things really get wrong.
Yes.
And, you know, the caddy often has to be able to take a punch.
Yes.
Because, let's face it, all players do often do their block when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
You know, found the rough, 13th time in 18 holes, when will this madness end? Whack. Yeah. You feel a lot better and often come home, you know, with a bruise at your back.
Well, that's right. That's right. And, you know, I'd often make it clear to caddies, I'd say, look, if I get in the rough, if I hit the rough today, you're going to have to, you know, for a start, you're going to have to roll up the newspaper, shove it up the date, set fire to it to make me laugh.
Over the last few months, we've learned a few things about Mick Malloy and Jane Kennedy.
Hello.
We've learned that Jane gets turned on in the kitchen.
One of my favourite activities, which is a man unstacking the dishwasher.
Steady on, women are driving off the road.
And we've learned that Mick loves a chamber pot.
I've been asked if I'm christening it, will I do it during the show? I did not leave the studio for 2 hours yesterday.
What'll we learn next? Triple M's Kennedy Malloy. Catch up now on the Triple M app.
Yes, now, people like to get in touch with the show, and they can simply by going to roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following have, Roy.
Yes, look, Darryl Watts has been in touch, HG. He says, just like to thank you guys for giving the New South Wales Golf Open a plug on your program. Look, it was no effort, Darryl, because we've done all we can over the years to advance golf in Australia. And the New South Wales Open, I think, has been a real credit to Australian golf this year. A terrific standard. And the Australian Open has been just as good. And I put it all down to Golf Month. I thought Golf Month this year was
a building block.
A
platform
that got everybody talking golf, everyone aware of golf. And there's never been a greater awareness of golf, I think, in Australia than there is at the moment, thanks to the tireless efforts of people like Darryl Watts.
And the New South Wales.
And the directors of Golf Australia. You know, Gemma Dooley I bumped into the other day, and she's doing a terrific job. Grant Harding, now he's the quiet man of the organisation, but always puts in, dependable.
Can I ask whether you were disappointed at all? And I know one of our correspondents has asked us to comment on the performances of Hensby and Nitties.
Yes.
Two great Australian golfers who really did have a fair go. But can I just say that it was difficult circumstances to play your best golf over the last few days. Nitties is still there, and I'm expecting big things him on the last day.
Yeah, Nitties,
I think Hensby didn't make the cut this year.
No, I don't think so. I don't know what's happened to Mark. Mark's very much hot and cold, isn't he? I mean, but when he's hot, there's no one more exciting. Sadly, the taps usually turn to cold most of the time. And that's something he's got to work out with his psychiatrist.
Now, Dieter Adams from Dover Gardens is continuing a rich vein of comment on the probe.
Yes.
He heard that Manu is going to be launching a new, 30-centimetre duck sausage roll.
Wow.
And the new Western Sydney Stadium is going to be the first tryout of this. This is this venue that's being built in the Parramatta area.
Yeah.
And I think it opens, I want to say, round about Anzac Day next year. I might be wrong about that. Easter or Anzac Day.
Right.
And
what an excellent idea.
It's a real tick the box.
Yes, it is.
I think we broke a story a while ago about the costs of what you call takeaway food in the stadium.
Has Manu said how much it's going to cost, this duck
There's
sausage?
no price. No price on the 30 centimetres of duck.
Right. And is it a sort of duck confit that's
no, I would
ladled into a duck skin filled with duck fat and then, I don't know,
baked
in
a
duck
pastry.
Fat? Yeah.
Oh, it'd be baked in duck fat, yeah. No, look, I've got no idea of the construction.
Right.
I'm hoping that one of the newspapers will be able to, tease that out and get a good idea.
So it's the sort of thing you could have got a duck in, duck out.
Well, had they been visionary.
They had a bloody duck sausage roll or whatever you're going to call it. What is he calling it? A duck roll? A quack roll or something? A quack burger?
Why don't we open a competition here that if somebody comes up with a good name for it, we'll give them the first one off the, maybe a couple of tickets.
Sure.
To Parramatta Stadium.
Sure.
For the launch of the duck quack roll. Now, what else have you got there?
Now, I think, you've dealt with Brad's
I sort of
missive from the Balkans. God, what a lucky bloke he was to be able to watch a bit of rugby league in the Balkans.
It's terrific competition.
Yeah. Look, there was just one other HG I had here from Greg, who wanted to prosecute the idea. He was smitten by the idea of a rugby league team made up of horses. And he thought it was a good idea to have a rugby league team made up of former prime ministers. It sort of lacks the grunt that the horses had.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lovely idea on paper.
Yeah.
But
it's getting there.
Yeah.
It needs a little bit more work.
A little bit more work.
Now,
exactly.
Can I point out that the other one that I think you were fishing for was Anthony had written. I read with interest this week that Collingwood have asked some curly questions of draftees. I think the draft's on this week in the AFL.
Yes.
Listeners will know, especially if you're interested. But one of the questions the Collingwood Brains Trust asked their potential draft people were, if you were a fruit, what kind of fruit would you be?
Right.
Let that sit there and have a think about that. Is it time for the Cornflake Academy, on the Gold Coast, it should expand its curriculum to prepare young footballers for this rigorous and intrusive form of questioning. I mean, there's two questions there.
Yeah, there are, I suppose.
What do you think about this as in, the idea that somehow this, if you said you're a banana, the club wouldn't have you?
Oh, I don't think they'd be worried about bananas in the team, HG. I think it would be more kiwi fruits they'd be worried about.
Right.
Or
is it?
If someone said, my favourite fruit's a mango. What do you think? Well,
we really want
soft.
I don't want a person like that.
Yeah. Where if someone said, I like a pear, you think, oh, all right.
Now, the next thing is, should the school take on board this, the Cornflake Academy?
They should school kids in what not to say if you're ever asked, what sort of fruit do you want to be?
Like if you said
don't say mango. So always say pear.
Brothers and sisters, you're in the Church of Hope. In the Probe pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from the Revelation on the evils lurking in squash. And nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, we can talk about this because the Wallabies, for those who may have just be surfacing now, have beaten Italy.
Yes.
It's been a terrific...
Now, is that official? Because I didn't see it.
No, it's official.
It is official, right.
27-9, I think it was.
Good, okay.
So a convincing win.
Yeah.
Sure, there was a lucky intercept try to the part-timers and no-hopers early on, but once the professionalism of the fully paid-up Australians got involved, it was the end of the section. Now, can I point out that Kepu has described the surreal feeling of being back in the small Italian city of Padua 10 years on from his memorable debut in a match when James O'Connor and Quade Cooper also earned their first starts with the Wallabies. Now, this is incredible. Kepu is still playing with the Wallabies. Wow. Sadly, I'm not sure about Quade Cooper, but James O'Connor has moved on to other things. But how surreal would it have been, Roy, to go back to that wonderful part of northern Italy there? Yeah. He says that he's 32 now with 101 tests to his name, but Kepu caught the bus into town from Venice Airport, according to the Fairfax people, on Sunday afternoon to a totally different man and player to the exuberant kid who never imagined he'd be wearing the green and gold. 10 years ago, I was just happy enough to be on tour and learn as much as I could. I was 22 then, my first spring tour, just following older guys at the time like, George Smith, Cliffy Palau, etc. It's funny. I look at some of the memories that pop up on Facebook, and it's always 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago. It's always them saying goodbye. Yeah. This time, of course, Padua, a small city, 45-minute drive west of Venice. You can get away without wearing a big coat. And a warm jumper will suffice. But the surreal experience of it. How surreal was it?
Well, Padua is an ancient town.
Ancient town, yeah.
It's been there a hell of a long time. And I think at some stage, some of your, like Salvador Dali spent a little bit of time there. From
drawing
Spain.
clocks on the walls.
Yes, he spent a little bit of time there. Not a hell of a lot of time, but he found it surreal as well. And I think you'll find a lot of people who've been to Padua. I remember going there once and I thought, God, this place is just weird. Surreal didn't come to mind.
No, you didn't have the word
with
for it.
hindsight, now I can see it was definitely surreal. Because you see an odd sort of juxtaposition of imagery, HG. You might see an ancient clock beside, a Vespa, and you think, ooh, what's going on there? That's an odd collision of images.
Or they serve you half a cup of coffee.
That sort of stuff, and the coffee might be cold. And you think, well, hang on, what's going on here? This is an unusual / surreal experience.
And when you try and talk to the waiter, it can only be described as surreal.
Yes,
because you speak English.
Yes,
obviously they speak Italian for a start.
Well, they speak a sort of Creole, HG. So often Italian people struggle in Padua as well because they find it surreal.
Would you recommend people go there?
No.
You're in the Sporting Probe nuclear bunker where our button, that is red button, is bigger than yours. With his hand on the hob of the atomic cheese, Wing Commander rampaging flyboy Roy Slaven, and out the back on the tools, trying to make the bugger go bang, H.G. Nelson now. Twiggy Forrest, who, Western Australian, person, obviously involved in the iron ore caper, rugby mad, very disappointed about the collapse of the force. Noticed that all the kids around him were crying on the day the Rugby Australia couldn't see sense of keeping the force involved in Super Rugby. Noticed that all the kids were crying, so decided to do something about it. So I decided to have a fair go. And his result is that he's going to put 50 million into Indo-Pac rugby, but it's rapid rugby. It's a whole new concept.
Totally new concept, yeah.
Now, the competition is set to kick off in February with Western Force at its epicentre.
Yes.
But they're going to move the Western Force to Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, exactly.
And with teams from Hawaii, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur. Oh, Kuala Lumpur will be hard. Won't Malaysia worry about, obviously ScoMo and his decisions about where to put embassies? And Fiji.
Yep.
They don't do things by the rule book, obviously. Critics said they'd never do it, but we're going to launch a brand new rugby competition.
Yep.
All the things that people don't like about rugby now, we've taken out those. It's going to be entertaining, fast-paced and dynamic game that fans want to watch and players want to play. Well, that's good news.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I didn't realise that fans don't want to watch the Wallabies anymore, or they don't want to play it.
Yeah.
I mean, can I just...
Well, these are some of the questions that
are going to be answered.
The Royal Commission's got to look at.
Can I just refer you to two words? Shoot shield.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was the future of rugby.
Well, shoot shield is the bedrock. It's the foundation stone, isn't it, upon which the magnificent edifice of
Australian rugby
is built.
Yeah.
Now, that's it, the shoot shield. No one's talking about getting rid of the shoot shield or changing the shoot shield.
I don't think
I
so.
don't think we need to change a thing about the shoot shield.
Inquiry into that if that happened. Can I point out that they're going to change things like they're going to be 70-minute games. Right. So these things always work out this way, don't they? Why does shortening the game by, say, what would it be, a shortening of 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Sorry, 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
10 minutes, I think, to 45 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes. And new and revised rules to keep the ball in play.
Yes.
By making kicking into touch riskier and discouraging lineouts. Oh, no, discouraging lineouts.
People love lineouts. It's the scrums people hate because you can blow the whistle for anything.
Lineouts, people just often, if there's no lineouts, they think they've had a terrible time.
Yes. People love a lineout, and he's got that wrong.
We did surveys of the Force's World Series rugby matches this year and found 1 in 2 people were new to rugby. So it's great if we can attract more women and families to the game. I didn't realise that families weren't going.
Well, but, okay, he's talking about families in Hong Kong, though, isn't he? He's not talking about families in Australia because families go to the shoot shield all the time. They, I mean, it's often hard to find somewhere to sit, isn't it?
Because, that's right, in Asia, you have 60% of the population under 16.
Yeah.
60% of the population.
60% of the population under 16.
And they want a fast pace.
Who want rugby? Is Twiggy saying they want rugby, these kids? They want fast-paced, rapid rugby without lineouts? More scrums? Is that what he's saying?
They want fast-paced, contact ball-carrying sport.
Contact, yes.
Yeah, we think we can be that. Now, hang on. Don't they want a new COD? I don't know what COD's up to. Let's say it's up to 15. They want COD 16, don't they? More than fast-paced rugby.
Yeah, I guess.
Grand Theft Auto. I don't know where that's up to. That might be up to 15. They want to jump 16 and go straight to 17.
Yeah.
Now, there's a salary cap. Sorry, I lied. There's no salary cap.
Right.
He wants 20 of the world's best 100 players dispersed amongst his team. So he's in a bidding war. God almighty, if you're a rugby player off contract.
Yeah, now's the time, isn't it?
Now's
the time.
So
is he suggesting like your David Pococks, your Israel Folau's are going to be queuing up for the rapid rugby in Hong Kong?
Exactly.
So.
Does it mean
so he wants, 20 of the best
100.
Why not 100 of the best 100?
I know. Why has he set his target so low?
Exactly.
50 at least.
Yeah.
I mean, they can play the other gear. They could play, and there'll be rules. Remember, I think Australian rugby now has reduced the problem of overseas players not being available.
Good.
So that's all good.
Good.
Now, does it mean a Super League-style poaching war between rapid rugby and Super Rugby? He says, watch this space.
Wow.
That's all he's allowed to say.
Well, the big winners out of this are the players who aren't very good.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right, with Roy and HG. Now, can I point out that he's winning the competition. This is Twiggy's Wheeze, Indo-Pac rugby, rapid rugby, based in Hong Kong. He's only putting up $1 million.
Is that all? Who's paying for it? The Chinese government, I suppose.
Well, $1 million, I mean, hang on a minute. They get paid to play it. Where does the $1 million go, and what's such a small amount of money?
Yeah.
$1 million's nothing really these days.
No.
I mean, can't do anything for less
You're not
than
going to get the best 20
players
in the world
putting
for
their
$1
hand up.
million.
No, exactly. And this is what worries me. Forrest says there will be a particular focus on match day entertainment. My heart sinks.
Oh, no. That's the last thing we need at rugby. I mean, it just exposes the rugby as shocking entertainment, doesn't it? I mean, look, honestly, if you got Andre Rieu there as your entertainment, I mean, something as rubbish as that, it's still going to look better than the rugby, isn't it? That's the sad thing.
That's the real problem.
That's the real problem, isn't it?
Fans may want their rapid rugby team to win, but we'll also see them coming away from it saying that was a really great day out, no matter what the result.
Yeah, that was great. Look, we lost, but God, that Andre
Rieu,
Rieu, can't get enough of that.
I know. And of course, sadly, that brings us to the end on a downer.
Yes, well, we can go up, though. I'm off to the golf.
Straight enough. Anyway, that's it for the week. Thanks very much to Felix, the great helmsman who's off fishing again and smoking. And good to have you again with us, Roy. A magnificent effort for that drive from the back line. Probe on, punters!
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. It's not reserved for the famous. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as I talk with some of the world's most inspiring minds to explore the common traits and insights into how you can create your own life of greatness.
We're really just chasing great moments. Like, that's all we're doing in life.
Listen for free to A Life of Greatness. Available now at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts.
Podcast One.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up TSP studio, located out the front gate of the Apsley Racing Club event at Eden Hope in Western Districts of Victoria. It's a tremendous day there. The running of, later today, the Jimmy Tarpot Cup. More on that later. It's a terrific event, including, well, a tribute to the great Jimmy Tarpot. Now, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Now, look, the Probe, as you know, is brought to you each and every week by our very good friends at telstra.com/PlaySmart, a cyber safety program for kids from, guess where? Yes, you guessed it, Telstra. It's tremendous to have them on board each and every week for this remarkable promotion, the telstra.com/PlaySmart, a cyber safety program for kids. Now, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when, can I say it again? Too much sport has been barely enough. And look at this weekend. I mean, it's all green and gold. Roy and I are here today just with the green and gold shorts on, no short. Should I say green and gold shirts on, no shorts. It's a tribute to, obviously the Wallabies and the Socceroos. They put the cleaners through a hopeless, hapless Hungary. We're dead. Look, we're going to get out of our group, no doubt about it, now in Russia. Anyway, residents 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward once again through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. Again, a week of massive collects. I hope you got involved with some of it. Let's cut to the chase now and lock horns with a man who electrified the New South Wales Blues before kick-off at Origin 1 at the new spiritual home of World Rugby League, the MCG. 87,000 people were there. If you didn't catch that number, 87,000. The G hosted a wonderful night on Wednesday night, which saw, I think, the best Blue win for 3 generations. I mean, they haven't been playing State of Origin for 75 years, but I thought it was the best in 3 generations. This man's message was simple. It was, blokes, have a look at the front of your shorts. Do you see any maroon stainage dribbling down there? To a person, the New South Wales team yelled in unison, "No, Roy! There's no stains on us!" His reply, "We can't hear you." "No, Roy! There's no stains on us!" It went on like that for about 50 minutes. He finished his oration after 50 minutes with these immortal words, "If yous blokes finish the match tonight with a hint, a trace, a whisper, a smudge, a smear, a skerrick, a tinge or a waft of maroon on you, you're not coming back in here! You're not getting on the bus! You're going to have to walk all the way back to New South Wales! No stains on us!" was the New South Wales cry for Origin 1, and it's now believed it's even a bigger focus than the old shout of Queenslander for the Maroons all those years ago. That man who gave, I believe, the best pre-kick-off inspirational, motivational, not just in rugby league, but in any sport in the world, in the history since they kicked off Haspartum all those years ago, of course, was rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week? Barrow!
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful, wonderful week to be an Australian. Sparing a thought for our fighting primary school teacher, who will be probably warming up at the moment, a couple of hours' time. The bell will go and out he'll strut his stuff. And all Australians are with him, right to a person. There hasn't been a person I've spoken to all week who hasn't had the primary school teacher foremost in their thinking. Good luck, Jeff. We're with you, bro. We believe in your values. I know you got dudded in the he got dudded in the pokie machines. He lost $20, I think.
He did.
He really got hammered.
But what a lesson.
What a lesson, because he said, he made it public. I'm never playing pokies again, he said, because you can't win. And fair call. And it just shows, the fighting primary school teacher is not too old to learn. He's still learning. Having said that, he's interested in going on to journalism should he win. And he has promised, though, he won't be going back into the classroom, which is a great shame. I thought he would have been a terrific role model for primary school teachers throughout Australia. What about Brad's Babes? Brilliant. Good to see Brad's Babes back. And my only observation is a warning, really, to avoid complacency.
Oh, yes.
I don't want complacency creeping into the Blues outlook. That would be a stain that we don't want to see. Now, Mitchell Starc has broken his silence over the ball tampering fiasco in South Africa. Wait for it. He says he knew nothing. He knew nothing. Thank God he's broken his silence on that one. I was sure he was right up to it. Right up to it, but I know.
You know they call him Mr. Hardware, don't you?
They do.
He's got a big toolkit on the back of the truck.
He has.
Plenty of sandpaper.
Plenty. Now, Bert van Marwijk, absolute hero in my view, he's paying for his coaching support staff for the Socceroos out of his own pocket. Now, this is the same outfit that spent $40 million to gain one vote, and yet we can't reach into our pockets and help out Bert paying for his staff. It tells us a lot about the character of Bert, and it tells you a lot about the character of those who manage soccer in Australia.
It does.
What a stark contrast there. And how is it that we are shamed by this Dutchman with his Dutch mate, might be Henk Dude, that make us look stupid, that make us look cheap.
I know, cheap.
Cheap!
On the world stage.
On the world stage, strutting on the world stage. I mean, we're the only team who can force other teams to put one in the net themselves. That's our great skill at the moment. Thank you, Bert.
It's an original idea, though, isn't it?
I know. You just force the other team into thinking, panic, what'll I do? Boom.
Tweet, back to the middle.
Own goal. Now, the New Look Australian one-day side, well, we bashed up Sussex. Did we ever? Thank you very much, Marcus Stoinis. And what a champion. What a champion waiting in the wings. He's had to wait in the wings too long, in my view. Cricket Australia, speaking of cricket, the chief, that is James Sutherland, has stepped down after 17 magnificent years. 17 wonderful years, thank you very much, James Sutherland. You've done enough, son. You've done enough.
What an innings.
What a great innings. And I'm hoping, now that the position is vacant, that perhaps Peter Beattie might think about it. Mm-hmm. It would mean wearing another hat, but we know Peter Beattie's capable of wearing many, many hats, and I've often said, and I've said this to Peter to his face, the more hats you wear, Peter, the better you look. Now, Rafael Nadal is aiming for his 11th French Open. Mercifully, knowledgeable tennis eyes are looking to Queens and Wimbledon. Yes, we'll make of that what you will.
Yes, it's the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. And Roy, let's go to Vegas, 12:30, AEST. The fighting primary school teacher steps into the ring. It's been an incredible build-up. You know, everything's been exactly right. You know, that kerfuffle yesterday with the weight.
Yeah, he was 220 grams over, I think.
I know, and he had to, obviously go and take a quick dump.
A quick dump, yeah.
And then he'd be back. And exactly the right weight.
Yeah.
The whole media thing where I think Crawford, his opponent in the big one today, got the yips with the Australian media pack.
Oh, really?
And
Has he been trash talking, HG? He's been trash talking?
The media, not Horn.
Not Horn, no. Okay, there's mutual respect there, is there?
I think there's a lot of mutual respect there.
Good.
And of course the trainer of Horn, Rushton, forthright with an opinion and suggesting what might happen in the ring. But the thing that we haven't addressed is these gloves.
Oh, yes.
Now...
They're horsehair or something.
Horsehair, correct.
Yeah. I don't think they've been used since the days of, I want to say, Gentleman Jim Corbett.
Well, Gentleman Jim Corbett, now that's going back a bit. Yeah. That'd be about 150 years ago.
At least.
At least. Now, so what happens here? Both fighters... box with Everlast brand, and Horn's trainer Glenn Rushton obtained a pair of the 8-ounce gloves Crawford intends to use when he meets, the primary school teacher today. They are MX gloves padded with horsehair instead of more modern latex foam.
Yes.
So you get the idea of that there's a bit of a shell, and on the outside, like a conventional glove, and on the outside, latex foam, obviously a softer touch-up compared with the horsehair, which would pack down, especially over, say, a long journey. If it's a 12-rounder, that horsehair would get really compacted.
It would.
Now, Horn would normally use the foam gloves for his boxing, far more padding, protection, etc. And the fighter, and also the knuckles. The horsehair gloves are still legal, but infrequently used by top professionals. Infrequently used. Horn has never boxed in them, must adjust, with his hands certain to take more damage as well as dish out more pain. Obviously, it's a win-loss, lose sort of circumstance.
Well, the glove was invented to protect the metacarpals.
Because originally boxing was...
Originally, boxers were bare-fisted, and you'd get bouts going 40 and 50 rounds because you'd never punch someone in the head because you'd break a knuckle. So it was always body punches. So the glove was invented or introduced to the sport to allow punching of the head, which is an attractive feature that we celebrate these days, of course.
And, of course, a lot of this has been adopted by your mixed martial arts competition. And I've got to remind ourselves that a number of Australians are on the card.
Oh, the UFC card.
The UFC card, 225.
Well, they use a much smaller glove, of course.
More like a hardware glove, a chamois sort of exterior. That may be wrong.
Yeah.
We want it to be an even playing field. This is back to the Horn bout. They are very thin, far thinner than ones I was going to use and have used in the past. If he wants to trade punches with these, it's going to hurt us a lot more, both of us.
Yes.
If anyone lands a clean punch with one of these, it's going to hurt like getting a clear punch to the face with no gloves on.
That's right.
It's going to be dangerous in there.
It will.
Are you seeing this, Roy? Are you seeing this?
Well, I'd be disappointed, and I think the public would be disappointed, HG, if the bout has to be stopped because someone's broken a knuckle. I mean, when was the last time we saw that? I can't remember seeing
knockout.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow, that would be devastating.
It would.
Imagine if it came very early. Because this could happen because you're not used to it. Because with the foam gloves, the head is the object of the caper.
That's right.
With these gloves, as you point out, you might be more reluctant, a more technical sort of
That's right.
What are you expecting, Roy? A Horn victory? I know they've written him off. The media in America have punters, obviously the people making the sports book have written him off. But are you seeing the plucky kid from Queensland in the maroon shirt?
Well, the people that are writing Jeff Horn off are people who've never met him. Now, I've known Jeff now for quite a while. I respect him very much. You've got to remember, HG, he's been 11 years ago. He was being bashed up at school. And he turned up at the local gym and said, help. And he reached out, and the staff took him in and taught him how to box. And he hasn't taken a backwards step since.
It's an incredible story.
It's a great story, and I'm in some conversations with Russell Crowe about turning it into a film.
With Russell playing the Jeff Horn part?
Well, he's already played a boxer, HG.
I know, but I know Russell looks a bit chumpy at the moment, but I believe he's the sort of star who might slim off for that carrot.
Yes. Yeah,
because it is a Crowe story, isn't it? Underdog going to Vegas, losing money in the poker machines.
Yes.
Admittedly, it was only $20.
Well, that's a great scene, isn't it? First time coming into Vegas, what do? You go and play the poker machines. And, I've lost. How much? $20? But I'm out of here. Well, that's a great scene, isn't it? But getting back to your original point, HG, I think Jeff can do it because he's got Aussie pluck. He has Aussie values. Mm-hmm. He understands mateship. Mm-hmm. He's aware of Gallipoli.
Wow, that's a thing that, of course, Crawford has no idea.
No idea at all.
So
no idea at all.
Gallipoli and the Anzac spirit could
the Anzac
be the
spirit.
thing
that gets him over the
line.
Yep. That's how I'm seeing it. Mateship, HG. See, the Americans have no understanding of mateship. No. Crawford.
Fair go?
Yeah, not a clue. Uh-huh. Not a clue. It's all me, self, mirrors, self-worship, selfies. Horn's got none of that. Horn is interested in looking out for others, caring for others, teaching kids, teaching them how to read and write.
Of course.
Primary school teacher. He comes with those primary school teachers' values that are sort of old-fashioned in this day and age, but so refreshing.
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Yes, you're on the Probe Explorer heading out for another day of bleaching the reef. The man with the snorkel and spear gun is the skipper, Captain Roy, and down the back with a tub, down the back of the tub with a big 44-gallon drum of White King is a very excited H.G. Nelson. Roy, obviously this is going to be a wonderful weekend for Australian sport. As I mentioned earlier, the Wallabies just toweling up Ireland.
They did, didn't they?
An incredible display of running rugby union. Yeah. Coming on the back of the Blues triumph, the Horn bout, the Socceroos, with this whole new technique that you've highlighted so adequately on your blog. We win by getting them to do the scoring.
Yeah.
We don't have to score anymore.
No,
we just get the opposition
they'll do it
for
score. Us if we get them in the right mood, frame of mind. Yeah.
Now, just before we go on, the UFC 225 in Chicago, it features 3 Australians. We've got Robert Whittaker, the $2.5 million payday. He's now looking to earn the biggest purse of his career today in time against the Cuban Yoel Romero. Now, there was some kerfuffle with the weight there, but the fight's going on. Thank goodness Sonny did prevail.
Did Whittaker make the weight all right, HG?
I think Whittaker made the weight okay. It was his opponent that was struggling.
Yeah.
In fact, the opponent, I think, as nearly as I can tell, had a couple of goes at taking a dump and couldn't get it off.
Right.
But I thought for a minute it's going to become a kerfuffle, but mercifully I think that Sanity's prevailed and is going ahead.
Yeah.
Now, the impending 7-figure deal represents a transformation from the kid from the Sydney Housing Commission stock who a couple of years ago was a city rail electrician.
Right. Okay.
Great background for fighting.
It is, isn't it?
Working on the railways.
Yeah. But as a sparky, you'd imagine there'd be a fair bit of... I mean, it's all electrical, the railways, now in New South Wales at least. There'd be an enormous amount of work, a lot of cabling, a lot of...
Yeah, well, as you point out, the complexity of getting the power from the cable to the train, that's your hard bit. And what happens if that goes awry? They don't work. I mean, everybody is relying on you, the electrician, to keep it going.
Yeah. I wonder how many electricians are employed by New South Wales Rail.
It's fascinating to find out.
I've never thought about it.
No, it's
really.
Big.
But when you think about it, it is all electrical. Same with Victoria, as nearly as I can tell. I mean, the trams are electrical as well. They'd have sparkies working there, wouldn't they?
I think I saw this week that something like 40,000 apprentices are going to be put on in the electrical trades across Australia in the coming, say, decade.
Is that right?
So as they can just keep up with the demand of public transport that's being electrified.
Electrified, yeah.
Now, he's fighting to provide for his family, which is great.
Great.
Now,
wasn't he being able to support his family as a sparky on the railways? You'd imagine he would have been.
He would have been if he'd been sensible with his money.
Yeah.
I think they get fairly well paid.
I hope so.
He's on an undefeated run stretching 4 years and 8 fights.
Right.
The ferocious, described here by the Murdoch people as a Mount Annan striker.
Wow.
I don't know how many strikers they've got out there in Mount Annan, but it's great news to know that one's on the world stage.
Yeah.
He's one of the 3 Aussies
Yeah.
on what's described here as a stacked UFC 225 main card,
Right.
supported by undefeated Sydney heavyweight Tai Tuivasa and Gold Coast puncher Megan Anderson.
Wow.
Now, it's a huge Australian presence, obviously green and gold.
Yeah.
Whittaker he's very knowledgeable, Whittaker, about the KB. He earns a percentage of the international PPV.
Yeah.
The sales from the card TV sales, and on and on it goes.
Yeah.
But it is terrific.
Can we pay to see it here, HG? Are we able to see it?
I'm pretty sure we're able to see it.
Right, good.
I don't think, you could use one of those VPN numbers to get.
Oh yeah, sure. But it's not up against the Horn fight, is it? I mean,
I think it's over before Horn steps into the ring.
Oh, phew, good.
Otherwise, it'll be difficult to know what to watch.
Well, you'd have to have split screens.
Yes, as the probe tour of World War I battlefields, the man up front with the baton in the knapsack is the General, Major rampaging Roy Slaven, and letting off bombs in the background to bride that realistic trench warfare smell is the putrid one, H.D. Nelson. Roy, the World Cup, I mean, it gets underway next weekend.
I'm concerned that a lot of Aussie fans are being denied. Well, they've had their visas cancelled by the Russians for no reason.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether...
I don't know whether
approach...
we're sending spies. Are we sending spies over that the Russians have twigged to? Is that it?
Can I ask, I haven't been across everything. Obviously, there's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
Has the Foreign Minister come out and defended these?
Said nothing.
Wow.
Said nothing.
Why do we have a Foreign Minister?
I don't know.
This is exactly the sort of thing...
Yeah.
These are perfectly innocent football fans.
Yes.
They've got flares, obviously, but who hasn't these days going in there because you want to express your passion. Yeah. The only way you can express passion at a footy match is, by letting off flares.
Yeah, letting off flares, sure.
Now, let me set out the road to...
the road to glory.
The road to glory. Next Saturday at 8 o'clock, this is Saturday, June the 16th, 8 o'clock, as in Australia Eastern Standard Time. Australia plays France.
Good.
At Kazan. That's the Kazan Arena. That is a fantastic venue. You and I have been there.
Yeah.
We saw the Red Army Choir sing Sex Bomb, I think, one night.
It was Sex Bomb.
It was terrific.
Yeah.
It was a great read, and the whole atmosphere is great.
Yep.
Then a few days later, on Thursday, the 21st of June, so that's Thursday week, at the Samara Arena, which is just equally as good. They're just purpose-built venues. We play Denmark. That's Australia v Denmark. And then our final pool match is on Wednesday, the 27th of June, 12 a.m. in the Fish Stadium, Olympic Stadium in Sochi. People will be familiar with that from the Sochi Games, the Winter Olympics.
That's right.
It's a beautiful venue as well. We're so lucky to be able to go. And as you pointed out in your opening remarks, all these matches could be played in Australia, could have been played in Australia, because the Australian government spent $45 million in a bid to get the games to happen. This is the World Football Cup, this football cup to happen in Australia.
That's right.
We got one vote, and that person we didn't bribe.
No,
the rest
that's
of the
right.
money went to bribe people who didn't vote for us.
Didn't vote, that's right.
Now,
the third game is Peru, is that right, HG?
correct, sorry, it's Australia v Peru.
On the 27th,
yes, 12 a.m.
Okay, well, if we can draw with France, I can see us getting past Denmark pretty easily. And I think we can put the sword to Peru. I'd say we're going to come out second in our group.
Now, oddly enough, Jose Mourinho, the special one, the Premier League coach, the senior Premier League coach, he believes Australia can escape the group and go on to the group of 16.
Well, that's the talk I like. I like hearing that talk.
And he's not Aussie. He doesn't know anything about Gallipoli or Anzac values or fair go or mateship or any of that sort of stuff.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't know about Horn and the horsehair fight. Horsehair gloves.
Horsehair gloves, yeah.
He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
But that's his intuitive feel.
Intuitive, yeah,
Now-
good. Has Henk Doot had anything to say, HG, to our knowledge?
Wow.
I know Doot's part of our team, but I've been looking for Doot quotes. I was going to open the show with a Doot quote.
Can I say that, understandably, the coaching staff are keeping their cards pretty close to their chest at this stage. And I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
I'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a look at the some of the details. Of course, obviously, Australia are about 300 to 1 to win it.
Right.
And about $4.50 according to these punters to escape the group, although that's, that's a fairly generous.
300 to 1. Is that through the TAB or?
I think the TAB have them about 300 to 1.
Okay.
But,
well, that represents pretty good value, doesn't it?
It does. Well, $4.50 to escape the group. I think that represents outstanding value. Now, obviously, Tim Cahill's the key man. It says here in this summary, I think this might be the Fairfax summary, Cahill has a nose for a goal and his aerial prowess and physicality could be vital against a short stature side like Peru and often fragile France. And I like that talk because this takes us to the Australian style.
Yeah.
A boot up the date.
Yeah.
Studs up in every challenge and an elbow to the head if you're going high. They don't like it. They've never encountered the physicality of the Australians. And if that's the Dooch/Marwick thinking, I'm thinking I'm going to snap up some of that $4.50 to escape the group.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best news I've heard in a very long time.
Yeah.
The physicality of Cahill. I mean, I just hope they give him minutes. My worry is that he'll just be on as a substitute when we're 4-0 down.
Yeah, that's my fear too. I'd open with Cahill. If we can get a couple of... See, you've got to remember, HG, how hopeless the French were in the last war. They earned a reputation for, carrying white flags, let's face it. Now, I think you've always got to remind them of this, especially just before you go into a match against them. You've got to remind them of their legacy in the Second World War and indeed in the First World War.
Well, they don't understand Gallipoli, do they?
They don't.
They don't understand a fair go.
No.
They don't understand mateship.
No, they don't. They don't. And I'd remind them of that fantastic memorial we've just had built.
Oh, yes, the Monash Centre.
Yes, the Monash Centre.
The most valuable piece of artistic architecture ever built in France. They didn't do it, we did it.
No, we did it. And why did we do it? Because we showed them how to fight. We showed them how to win. We demonstrated through our valour, our courage, our mateship, family values, and ability to put one in the net. We showed them how to do it, didn't we? We've got to remind them of that Monash Centre is there, and I would point to wherever that Monash Centre is. As soon as we get out onto the park with them, when we line up to shake hands, don't shake hands, point and say, Monash Centre.
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Yes, this is the Probe. It's the Rooting King biopic. Behind the camera calling action is actor-winning 5-star director Roy Slaven, and looking seductive in the lime and purple off-the-shoulder frock in the background of the big wedding scene is the one-take wonder H.G. Nelson. Now, let's look at our opponents. I should point out, UFC 225 fans, that the Aussies don't look as though they're going to be in action until later today, as in after 12 noon AEST, and so they'd be up against, sadly, the horsehair action from Vegas. So it's a rare moment in Australian sport.
So it's a split-screen special this afternoon.
It will be.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
France. The only downside with France is that they've traditionally found it hard to score in tournament play.
Yep.
Despite the great forward talent they possess. But if Griezmann and his colleagues click up front, it won't just be Australia who'll be concerned. Should this top group get themselves into the right frame of mind, they'll be a serious challenge for the title. Now, this speaks to your point, the fragility of the French.
Goes to the national character, doesn't it?
When they come up against a team that can sow the seeds of doubt so completely
by pointing and saying
Monash that they're booting the ball into our net.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be an incredible night next Saturday night, isn't it? To see us go, let's say 3 or 4 up off their ridiculous defensive play.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, we come to the...
is that going to be free-to-air, HG? Are we able to watch that free-to-air?
Oh, what a good question. And this is actually above my pay grade, but I assume SBS will have it. And you'll have Fozzie doing the commentary. Okay. And, obviously...
Who's joining him? Robbie Slater, someone like that?
Somebody with knowledge. I'd love to see Mark Bosnich there. No one knows football like Mark Bosnich.
That's true. What about Mark Viduka? Any talk of the Dukes?
Big Dukes?
Yeah.
No, but then again, my ear isn't to the television as much as it should be.
Yeah.
I love the Peru, who they're obviously our final. Our final victim? I was going to say that's the only way to describe it, really.
Yep.
Their skip. Well, he had an 11th hour doping ban lifted.
Cocaine, wasn't it?
Yes, Paulo Guerrero, and he'll lead the, obviously the nation at the lineup. He's a big physical striker who has scored regularly top levels, both European and South American football in the past decade, and obviously inclusion is invaluable. His case was helped by Sporting Way, in which the captains of the other teams in the pool, that is France, Denmark and Australia, lobbied to have his case with FIFA obviously put aside while the World Cup was on. That was just a lovely story.
Why did we do that? What were we thinking?
Well, remember, of course, mateship, fair go,
that's
Aussie
right.
family
Of
values.
course, yes.
We've got to welcome drug addicts back into the community as best as we can.
Yeah.
And at the World Cup, it would be a great gesture to do it.
Yeah. Does this bloke have a habit of playing high on horse and things like that, HG? Is that his style?
What a
is that the
fantastic
Peru
question.
go? I know they like their powder, don't they?
Well, it's Peru after all.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
the
next
home.
door to Colombia, etc.
Yeah.
Something you drift over the border.
Sure.
Now, we've
Are
got...
they going to be able to get their powder in Russia? I suppose they can.
Yeah, although that was a big
You've got to
warning.
know the right oligarch, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a big thing. Remember, a big, what would I call it, point that if you go to Russia, this was, let's say, as a tourist, a footy fan, for God's sake, don't misbehave.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't just be normal, fit in as best as you can.
Yeah.
Don't draw attention to yourself and stuff like that.
Right, so don't get yourself high on horse and blow off some bloody...
Weed.
Yeah.
Now, our final opponent is Denmark. Now, they've got...
They're a bit of a mystery team.
A mystery team, perfectly put. How far can they go? Having only lost a handful of games in the last 4 years and boasting a squad full of young, talented players, the Danes could cause some real damage if they can navigate their way through the tricky group.
Yeah.
They're in our group, obviously. Tricky. You know what that means?
I didn't know we were in the tricky group. We call the tricky group. Because we're there, I suppose.
Well, it would
the
be.
Monash business.
And the physicality.
And the physicality,
Studs up, elbows
yeah.
to the head, etc.
Yeah. What are we going to do to Peru when we go out to shake hands? We can't do the point Monash business. It'll mean nothing to them.
Maybe we have to explain it before we go out there.
I suppose.
Look what we did to the French. I mean, thank goodness the French are the first, because that Monash stuff could stand us in good stead as we push on.
Well, it might confuse the Peruvians. They might, Monash, what?
Now, true. Now they think it's a sledge.
Yeah,
it doesn't translate into Spanish.
He called me Monash.
Ah, what?
He what?
Yeah, that's right. Now, the key man is Christian Eriksen for the Danes. Now, wait for this. A truly two-footed player.
Two-footed?
You don't often get them in world football, do you? A two-footed player.
Both feet. Is that allowable?
I don't think so.
No.
He's just as deadly feeding a pass to a teammate as he's uncorking a long shot from 30 yards.
Well, he can uncork with his feet.
It's a hell of a skill, isn't it? The smoky golden Dane could be a...
golden Dane!
Could be a up for the golden boot if the Danes go all the way. Now, just before we go on, I'll give you an idea. France is 7th in the world rankings. This is FIFA.
Yeah.
Then we tackle Peru, who are 11th.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Denmark, the also-rans apart from us, are 12th. We're ranked 36th.
No, they've got that wrong.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Blues on the Fender Strat. Slow and Roy Slaven and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.G. Nelson. Now, it's suggested that, there's obviously two schools of thought going on, and I think the main message is this, traditional play, obviously studs up, elbows to the head, boot up the date, send it long, get a Tim's bonce on the back of it, and then open up the defensive side to lure them in so they score a lot of own goals. Now, that's one view, but Australia's defensive setup will be compact, according to another page of the Fairfax paper, consisting of a back four screened by two defensive midfielders.
Right, good.
Lord.
Yep.
They'll operate in a tight phalanx without the ball while looking to use their pace advantage by attacking on the break.
Okay, yep.
Put simply, in the absence of individual stars, it's a system that will attempt to make Australia a star team.
Okay, good.
So
that'll scare the French, won't it?
Oh, it'll scare the French because...
We're quick off the break. If we're quick off the break, We've got them for speed, we've got them for heart, we've got them for courage.
And
tactics.
And we built the Monash Centre.
And we built... I'd nearly forgotten. You got to remind them of that, haven't you?
All the time.
Yeah. What's Monash in French? I'll tell you. Monash.
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Yes, this is the Probe. Let's talk communications. Doing deals on data, rampaging Roy Slaven and overcharging on your OS calls the hack man himself, H.G. Nelson. And the Probe is brought to you each and every week by our very good friends at telstra.com/playsmart, a cyber safety program for kids from, yes, you guessed it, Telstra. Tremendous to have them on board again. They've been tremendous supporters of the Probe over the journey. Now, I should mention, of course, before I go on, another great win last night was the women's rugby sevens, who won the World Cup. I think it was in France. I hope I've got that right. A terrific result for the women who'd had a run of outs leading. Hadn't gone so well and thought maybe their time had come, as in had to move on. But no, they're back.
They're back.
So it's another great result. Now...
Well, there's been a revolution in Australian rugby in the last...
Overnight. In the last 24 hours.
Well, we've had a team win in New Zealand. That happened last weekend. Brumbies, I think.
Oh, sorry, yes. I thought you meant a national team.
Oh, no, God, no. Hey, fair go.
Yes, correct. And the Waratahs a little while ago, beat a New Zealand team for the first time in 40 goes.
That's right, yeah.
And then, of course, overnight...
I mean, rugby's turned the corner. So many people are talking rugby now.
And what about those Tars?
Yeah, what about those Tars?
The only thing I hear now. Now, can I come to the Apsley Racing Club? This is in West Wimmera. Now, the Apsley Racing Club is the oldest surviving racing club in Victoria.
Is that right?
It does your head in to think about this. Today is the running of the 163rd Apsley Cup at the Edenhope track. And as a part of the card, they're running the Jimmy Tarpot Cup. Now, this is a unique event. 5 competitors, obviously not horses, although it would be great with horses, facing away from the finish line, run backwards for 100 yards.
Good.
To snare the Jimmy Tarpot Cup. It's going to be run in the main straight with the winning post, the finishing line prior to the big one, as well as they'll be competing for $1,000 in prize money. Now, the Apsley Racing Club introduced the Tarpot Cup 2016, as significant as the 150th anniversary of Jimmy Tarpot's achievement at the MCG on December the 28th in 1868.
Did he run backwards, actually?
He did. Wait for it.
Wow.
This is the sting in the tail. Yeah. The cup is named in honour of Jimmy Tarpot. He was born Murrum Gunarim. He worked on the Bring Albert station outside Apsley. He was a member of the Aboriginal cricket team that played the Melbourne Cricket Club at the MCG on Boxing Day in 1866.
Right. Yep.
As part of the tour of Melbourne, the Aboriginal cricket team conducted a sports day on the MCG on December the 28th, and Jimmy Tarpot thrilled the crowd with an unusual feat of, wait for it, running the 100 yards backwards in 14 seconds.
I'll be bugging.
Hand-timed, obviously.
Wow. Okay.
They didn't have any of those stopwatches hand-timed.
Hand-timed, yeah.
Due to injury, Jimmy did not make the famed tour to England with his fellow teammates in 1868, but he did return to Apsley and became a renowned wool classer.
Right.
No mean feat in itself. Now, of course, that we're celebrating at the moment the original Indigenous tour of 1868, with a tour at the moment going on in England by both men and women from, obviously the Indigenous community, Aboriginal community.
That's right.
And they are playing, I think, a series of matches.
They are.
They might have played during the week.
Yeah. I think that's right, yes. And I think it might be acknowledging as well the death of, might have been King Cole, his name might
Correct.
be.
That was a special part of the trip.
Yep.
The club wanted to do something to promote the anniversary of Aboriginal cricket team's tour to England. And when we learned that Jimmy Tarpot, it could be anything but backwards running race, most of us couldn't even imagine running that fast forward, said club president Roger Fitzner. Now, it's an excellent day. Roy, the running of backwards, you and
it's not a skill you see that much anymore.
Correct. Now, you and I have suggested great things to improve racing. Sure.
Yeah.
The idea of fat jockeys, overweight jockeys. We've had float, races. Yeah. But running backwards between events, I mean, that could be terrific.
Well, I tell you what is funny to see, and that is horses racing backwards.
Yes, as the Probe drag strip, the cast of the fast includes the man sniffing the nitro in the front seat of his super quick funny car rampaging Roy Slaven, and behind the wheel of the door slammer with the evil grin and the missing teeth is H.G. Nelson. Now, let's go back to this story about the World Cup. And in a nutshell, the salaries of the 8 Socceroos assistant coaches and analysts are coming directly out of the bank account of Dutch coach Bert van Marwijk.
Well, it's a shocking story.
Who is spending his own funds to help Australia progress past the group stage of the World Cup.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, I know.
We just look like amateurs.
We do.
We've got this team, this great team. Remember the physicality, the studs up, the boot up the date, forcing opponents to kick goals for us. Monash, all that sort of stuff. It's all going great. Saturday night. But now we can't afford...
Well, my understanding is that Bert as well has been collecting the clothing of the players after matches and doing the washing.
No, and boot studding?
And as far as I know, yes.
Okay.
It's just not right. It's not right. Look, Ange Postecoglou wouldn't have stood for this.
Well, the Dutch technical staff to, obviously help out.
Yeah. This is Henk Doot and co.
Henk Doot and fellow travellers. Look, the Football Federation said that they would employ the people who had done this for Ange.
Yes.
But, of course...
Well, he's never worked with them. But...
I know, that's the trouble.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. But they're being paid to sit it out while Bert dips into his own kick to pay the people who he's worked with in the past to come along. We had to cut a lot of corners to get this thing up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already, looks as though we're out of the group stage. I mean, Mourinho has us out of the group stage. Forget that 300 to 1. We're about 15 to 1 on to get out of the group stage now. It's not that Van Marwijk did not share faith in the Australian staff, but with the short time, they couldn't get it up.
Well, his language isn't that great. He wanted to have people like Doot. They speak the same language.
Yes, that's exactly right. Apart from that, I was thinking football is an important part of this.
Oh, sure.
Obviously, they speak the same common language, but it's a football language.
Yeah.
When you try to develop a team in such a short time, I need to work with people who know me.
Yeah.
They must look through my eyes and they must know what I mean. I cannot, that patois, that football patois, own goal, Monash, all that sort of stuff. It's hard to cough that up out of nothing. I cannot afford to have communication problems. You need time to get to know each other, especially on the sidelines, and I don't have it. I'd like to work with Australian people.
Yeah.
Now, his backroom people are all he's worked with in the past. 4 assistant coaches, 2 video analysts, 2 scouts.
Yep.
His assistants are Mark Van Bommel, who's great.
He's great. Yep.
He's great. He understands the whole thing. Roald Commons, Jurgen Dirks, Taco Van der
Jurgen
Velde.
Dirks. I didn't know Dirks was part of the
group.
Right, okay. How's Jurgen get on with Henk Doot?
Well, Doot's the master of all of this.
Of course he is.
He's the silent wand weaver in the background.
That's right. He's described as a bit of a dream catcher.
A dream catcher. Right. Look, what worries me is why didn't Bert let the public in on this so as we could have crowdfunded it?
Yeah.
Or got somebody with a lot of money, who's keen on football to put up the mill.
But I'm sure Ange's mates who are, sitting around doing nothing, twiddling their thumbs, being paid, had it been put to them by, your Frank Lowy types who would have said, come on, let's see reason here. You're not doing anything. How about you go back home, get on with your life, and we can pay Bert's blokes to do the job.
Do you think they would have done that, Aussies?
I think they would have.
Because
they're Aussies.
Aussies, fair go.
Fair go.
Mateship.
Yes.
Gallipoli, they understood the sacrifice that was needed.
That's right. That's right. Vegemite on toast.
Anzac spirit?
Yes.
Right, I hadn't thought of that, but that's a wonderful, elegant solution.
Yeah. And then Bert could keep his money.
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Yes, this is the probe, a better way to probe. Now, these people that Bert's got involved is, they're not afraid of him. I know I can trust them and everything because of the time. I could not do it any other way. I know these guys and they don't come for the money. They come to perform.
Good.
I mean, that's great news for, Aussies.
Yep.
Must be very professional. When you want to have a chance in the World Cup, those things must be very, very professional. I think that's the case. In fact, he's got in his Dutch osteopath for 2 short visits to work with the Australian players during the training camp in Turkey.
Good.
He also, the osteo treated Bert.
Oh.
He worked for Bayern Munich. He worked for the national German team. He went to the European Champion. He treated Usain Bolt.
He didn't? Really? Okay.
Now the players say it's good that he comes and they feel comfortable.
Right.
He wants to survive the first round. That's the pressure he gave himself.
Yep.
And for the players, obviously. For me, it's the most important thing to do is to perform at the World Cup. So
Yep.
he's thought it through, hasn't he?
Yep. No, he's ticking a lot of boxes because he's got a lot of people offside just by virtue of getting the job and, being Dutch. But when we put that aside, he's sounding more and more Australian every day. And I think that's the effect of the Australian team upon him.
That's right. And can I point out that you showed me a stat where France, our first opponent next Saturday night, what happened with their final game?
Hit out. I think they had a 1-1 draw with the United States.
Their minds shot.
Brittle.
Think Australian champions. Think Commonwealth Games. Think the Sporting Probe.
Yes, and people do like to get in touch with us from time to time, and they can do so. Everyone can do so at royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Now, Roy, a number of people were taken by our comments last week about the issue concerning Langer's team selection.
Justin Langer, yes.
The new Aussie coach.
Yes, well, Daniel has got in touch, actually. He says, for years we've had reason to complain about the faceless men who pick mediocre nobodies from New South Wales to play Test cricket till they're exposed as gutless cheats. Now with the news that Justin Langer's daughters will effectively be selecting the cricket team, who are these faceless women? And will we start to see a mediocre Western Australian nobodies playing tests? Reasonable questions, aren't they?
Well, people were taken by this. For instance, Tony in Bredbow said, I listened with interest as you detailed Justin Langer's new criteria for the Australian cricket team and raised a few flags. Firstly, is he condoning bigamy? Should prospective team members be already married?
Right.
Obviously only those who... and should some of his daughters be married at the time of, the team selection? Obviously, only those who are not currently married should be the kind of player he'd like his daughters to marry. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Secondly, will the current selectors be revising the criteria for selection, e.g., can that player do good things, like a husband, like fix a leaking tap, topsoil a lawn, remember anniversaries and important dates? Will they be placed above cricketing abilities?
That is a good question, isn't it?
If war, comma, M full stop, and Hones, open brackets, cracker, close brackets, comma, T full stop, and crew aren't the best qualified to select based on husband eligibility, will the selection panel be changed to long happily married men, or perhaps thinking outside the box, Justin Langer's daughters?
Well,
see, that's an interesting question, and why not?
And why not? That follows up, I think it might have been Matt's point we heard a moment ago. And, Matt has been in touch as well, actually, and he says, you spoke last week about Justin Langer's desire to have the Australian cricket team marry his daughters. A bit weird. But was this not a teaser to a new Channel 7 reality TV sport crossover show? The cross-promotion potential is enormous. In fact, the simpatico is so good that you wouldn't even call it cross-promotion, rather just an all-encompassing integrated concept. They might even run the concept on a devoted channel. The show would run like a combination of The Bachelor and the short-lived cricket reality TV show on Foxtel circa 2012, Cricket Superstar, all pulled together with that Channel 7 Commie Games panache hosted by the very and ever-wet Basil Zemplis.
Yes, it's the Probe Centre of Climate Science dipping another frog into near boiling water. The Prof, rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement, stoking the furnace with the briquettes, the coal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back to the theme of our correspondence, there was a thing this week that the Australian cricket team will not be gagged. Now,
They won't be gagged. Was there ever talk of gagging them?
Well, it appears that way. Of course, we've had a lot of change in the Australian cricket team. Obviously people being sidelined and Jimmy Sutherland leaving, and of course the new coach, Justin Langer. He said, this is Langer talking, we want to be more respectful of the way we go about it, but we're not going to change the competitive spirit we play in. I think that might have been the skip, Tim Payne's talking.
Right.
Certainly we're not going to be silent on the field. We are going to be trying to put pressure on the opposition players like we normally do.
Good.
There has been a respectful element of it, and we know that what's right and what's wrong. I'm not sure how they know that, but...
is that... Tacit to that is that they didn't know the difference between right and wrong before, but now they do.
Yeah, I think they've learnt a lesson. Don't take the sandpaper out and the banter.
Don't get caught.
Yeah, don't get caught.
Yeah.
We're about banter and making our opposition feel uncomfortable and feel our presence. The abuse is no longer part of how we go about it. Now, are you suggesting...
How can you make them uncomfortable without abusing them?
Well,
You've got to abuse them.
I was just wondering if Monash, whether people will see the term Monash when we play
As a term of abuse.
The French next Saturday night. Will they see that as a term of abuse? And will they be put off?
No, hopefully we see it as a term for French introspection.
Perfect.
Surely.
Now, Langer, this is Coach Langer, made the point that sledging was an Australian pastime. I thought,
really?
Is that what you and I do when we're not doing this?
I suppose.
Just bag each other.
Just bag people. That's not our go.
It's not
It's not part of the Aussie character to bag people.
Well, why?
Unless they're foreign.
Well, that's without doubt. But I promote family values on this show.
Yeah, so do
I mean, no one is more right up behind family values than you and me. Aussie
and
go.
That's why we broke the story about Langer's daughters.
That's right. Now, we're for a fair go.
Yeah.
We know about Gallipoli and the Monash Centre.
Yes.
Remember, there's been no bigger art gallery built in France except the Monash Centre.
That's right.
Now, Langer made the point that sledging was an Australian pastime, and he had experience in the lounge room at home from his daughter. Now, the daughter, remember, of course...
The sledging daughter. He's got a sledging daughter.
Yeah, one the players will marry.
So she'll be looking for a sledger. So it's business as usual.
Not bad.
Gob off, boys.
He said, now wait for it. He said it was banter breaking down for the locals, just how he saw the scenario. If I play the card game with my daughter, there's lots of banter and we sledge each other, but we don't abuse each other. Oh, thank Christ for that. Thanks goodness he's drawn the
line. It can get very tense in a game of
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Yes, the Probe International Space Centre on the sniff for life, way out there, picking up pings from another galaxy. The astrophysicist rampaging Roy Slaven and Outback, working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.G. Nelson. Now, this is a timely thing. This is something that's been on my mind for some time. It concerns your comment earlier that the Brumbies have won in New Zealand.
Oh, right. Yes.
For the first time. I know the Waratahs won, I think, somewhere in the northern suburbs of Sydney recently, beating a team from, over the ditch. But now the Brumbies have won over there, and there's been some thought that the low crowds at Brumbies matches may spell the end of the franchise in the coming months.
Just at the time when we've almost secured permanent placement for Brumbies in the Snowy Mountains.
I know. What an irony.
What an irony that is.
That's incredible. Now, the Brumbies have written to stakeholders and members to encourage them to return to Canberra Stadium, warning the club is in danger of ceasing to exist if crowd figures continue the alarming trend. The Brumbies are attempting to rally rugby supporters in the capital to boost attendance members for the next home game against, obviously that was some time ago.
Yeah.
They had the Japanese Sunwolves visit there. I'm not sure what's happened since then.
No.
Brumbies may no longer exist if crowds don't go back to Canberra Stadium. They want it to thrive, obviously.
What is it about Canberra people that won't support their rugby team?
Well, Joe Roff, who you may remember as being a great Wallaby when Australian Wallabies were
Fabulous Wallaby.
Yeah. He's obviously had some highs and lows, but says it's time to move on from the archaic venue at Canberra Stadium.
Right.
Now, is this where the Raiders Stickies lot play?
I think so.
Yeah. Roff spoke in the wake of the Brumbies drawing their second worst crowd in the history of the Caper. They only got down to 5,000 against the Melbourne Rebels on Saturday a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Maybe about just over a month ago.
Yeah.
The Brumbies are in danger of recording their worst crowd figures in 20 years. They're averaging just 8,400 fans a season. Now, I
assume they're saying it's got nothing to do with the Brumbies' performance.
No, now that's right.
So it's something else. It couldn't be the fact that they
don't win any matches. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I don't think that'd be it.
Look, one thing
No,
I
it's got to be
was
the facilities. And it's probably a little bit cool at night if they're playing at night in that Canberra stadium. Maybe heated seats.
Well, I was going to say, you're the face of Watford Oval, and I know you've been doing valuable work.
Well, we've put in heated seats.
And how's it going with the crowd?
Well, the crowds are there even when there's nothing on.
Yes, it's the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations on I Like It Both Ways. On first violin, the melodic maestro rampaging Roy Slaven and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time, tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. Now, this stadium, one thing that happens, it's Canberra fans have to trek out to the stadium with the lack of, there's no covered seating, no warm seating. The game day experience is almost non-existent given the venue is tucked well away from the city. Now, at the moment, I think in Canberra they're digging up Northbourne Avenue to put in some light rail.
Are they?
A lot of jobs for electricians.
Yeah, Sparkies, God. You could write your own ticket, can't you?
I'm just wondering if they should have thought about building a stadium as part of that development. I know there's
on Northbourne Avenue.
Well, well, just in there somewhere. They've flattened a lot of housing around there, and I was just wondering. I mean, that would be terrific to have it with easy tram ride. I know the extension, the second phase or the second part of the light rail is being probed at the moment because of is it worth it and corruption and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But
right.
But
are you suggesting to me that the new rail that's going down Northbourne Avenue is not going to take in a detour to Canberra Stadium?
Well, people in the area will know this, but I'm just wondering if it's too late to get an extension out to the stadium because that would help.
Well, that'd be great because so many people would love the novel experience of, hey, we're getting on the tram off to see the Brumbies.
Would be fantastic.
Wouldn't it ever?
I noticed the Australian Sports Commission is preparing to sell land at the AIS campus in Bruce to fund sport and downsize its footprint, which could open the door for the ACT government to buy Canberra Stadium rather than spending $350,000 a year to rent the venue from the Commission. I don't understand that particularly. I don't
understand that either. But how's it going to help? How's it going to help having the government own Canberra Stadium? It still doesn't change Canberra Stadium. People aren't going to go, oh, beauty, the government owns it now. We better go and watch those Brumbies.
Well, and I take your point where you're headed with this, is there's got to be a world around it.
Yeah.
Maybe a Pluto pup joint and a Ferris wheel and so as kids get a game day experience. I mean, sure, the Brumbies win sometimes and they lose sometimes. That's just the nature of sport.
Yeah.
Stickies don't win all the time when they play there.
No. But then Sticky's crowds probably aren't that great either. Oh, they've got they've got the Viking clap though. That gets people in.
That gets people in.
People love that,
and they warm up doing it.
Why don't the Brumbies do something like that? A Brumbies clap, whatever that might be.
Horses.
Yeah, get a couple of coconut bloody shells and bash them together. Something that makes you warm. And the other thing is, if you're only sitting with 5,000 people, it can be pretty cold. There's no human warmth.
I know. I understand that.
If that 5,000 could be just put into one block, it might be okay.
Warming up, yeah. Well, look, the Raiders enjoyed, going back to the Raiders, the club's best average attendance in 22 years last year. But they went pretty well last year.
Suppose they did.
And people did come in for the clap. Their average crowds have dropped by almost 3,000 this year.
This is the Raiders.
The Raiders, sorry, Sticky's lot. Yeah. But the Brumbies are a separate issue.
Well, the Brumbies couldn't afford to lose 3,000, they'd be down to 2,000, wouldn't they?
Can I ask, Roy, you've done tremendous work with the Watford Oval, you've got an idea of what's involved here. Could a name help being the face of, Canberra Stadium, if I've got the right name?
Oh, right.
Do you know what I mean?
Give it a name like, I don't know, Brumby World, something like that.
Brumby World. No, what I was meaning more...
Make it themed and you could ride some Brumbies...
Through it.
Crack
the whip. Dry as a bone, that sort of gear. Hats,
yes,
big
man
hat.
from Snowy River sort of stuff. You could have someone pretend they're the man from Snowy River come in before each match with 1,000 Brumbies that you could take out and shoot later because there's so many of them. You could have armed people, after the match, whether the Brumbies win or lose, you're going to get to shoot one of them. Something like that.
Can I suggest
just value add?
Value add.
And it helps the environment, it helps the Snowy River, and gets the word Brumby out there.
It certainly does. Look, can I just say that...
And would draw attention. There'd be media coverage, you'd imagine.
Yeah, world media coverage. I would imagine if you're going to shoot 1,000. Can I point out, I was looking for a face, though. Somebody who could go on television and say...
horse head. Someone who's got a horse head.
Well, yeah, let me develop the point. I was thinking of somebody who's looking for redemption. Somebody who's very visible in the public eye for a lot of reasons, not connected with the Brumbies.
What, like Grant Denyer?
Whoa! Grant Denyer?
What, the face of the Brumbies? Grant Denyer, has someone put that to him? Were you telling me that Family Feud's gone?
Feud's gone. He'd have time on his hands. He's certainly a well-known face, and he's up for a gold logie. And I'm not saying he can't win it on July the 1st on the Gold Coast.
Right. Well, that'd be fantastic if... And are the Brumbies reaching out to him at all in any way? Is he going to become the face of Canberra Stadium?
Well, we're just suggesting that now, but I think it's an idea that could kick on.
Yeah.
The other person I was thinking of was Barnaby Joyce. I know it's a bit of a long shot, but...
Whoa.
You know, he's got a big hat. We wouldn't have to buy him that, so he'd come kitted out. And I'm sure he knows country clobber, you know, flannelette shirt and jeans and all that sort of stuff.
Well, he wouldn't look completely stupid on a Brumby.
The Probe colours are winning colours. Why are you looking so drab, Hawkeye?
Well, look, I was going to say Grant Denyer. Now, that is a suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd be able to find it because he knows cars.
He does know cars.
And maybe we have to somehow allow him to come in a different car each week.
Yes.
And maybe bet on what
car he might turn up in. Would they be vintage cars? Well, I suppose they could be.
Well, it could be.
Again, yeah.
It could be a 1908 Argyle if there was one around.
Yeah.
Or a P76.
Yep.
If I've got the right brand from Leyland, or how about a Zeta, a light burn Zeta? That'd shock people.
It would.
And there'd be a story in the paper in the Canberra Times, come down and see Grant drive the Zeta. That gives away what it is. But, you know, got to think these things up.
Yeah. And would he be at the stadium like 24/7, like whenever you wanted to
have a talk to him about cars,
or Brumbies, or
questions in Feud?
Yeah.
Well, I think so. I think that'd be the gig.
Okay.
You're available 24/7, aren't you?
I am. I'm quite happy to talk about Canberra Stadium at the drop of that.
Now, Roy, sadly we come to the end of another probe for the week, but we've got so much to look forward to. And this time next week, Australia will have played one match.
That's right.
In the World Cup in Russia.
That's right. And we'll know what's happened with the fighting primary school teacher.
Well, that'll be this today.
We'll have UFC news.
UFC news is going to be an incredible build-up.
Whoa. And when do the Brumbies play next, HG? We might have some more Brumbies news.
I hope not. I think we might have, you know, now that we've got Denyer into the problem, then I think we have to move on to other problems.
Well, something we could talk about next week as well, HG, is this new Barry Hall show for TV
Barry Hall show.
Called Australian Roadhouses with Barry Hall.
I don't know how this is going to work.
Well, it's a roadhouse where you buy
pies
and Barry's. Cokes. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Oh, okay, Barry, you follow Barry in. Here's a pie, thanks, mate. Had anyone in recently? Oh, yeah? Who? You. That sort of thing.
And also, we'll be doing Barry's put out a book, a bio of his cars, about his cars. It's fascinating reading. We hope to get to that next week as well.
Okay.
Barry Hall. Remember the night he clocked Staker, Brent Staker?
I do,
knocked
Brent
him
Staker,
out?
yeah.
It's football at its best. Anyway, that's it for the probe for this week. Obviously, thank Roy. Tremendous drive from the back line. The fickle fingers of Felix. He's top 20 again. It's magnificent. And, of course, Mao there on the tiller, guiding everything as best as he can without the Mo. Molus Mao. That's it for the probe this week. See ya.
Play it fair on and off field with Telstra's sports and cyber safety program for kids at telstra.com/playsmart.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls. Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth. Now, Jim's towing the Caravan of Hope. The Caravan of Hope, people who have been with us for the duration will know the Caravan of Hope is the Probe pop-up studio, and he's off to the Goulburn Racecourse in New South Wales this afternoon. It's cup time in this glorious southern jewel. People know it's sort of a midway point roughly between Canberra and Sydney, so people pull in there off and off the highway there for something to do, maybe a cup of coffee or a prowl around in the big merino or stuff like that. Anyway, as punters know across Australia, especially this special time of year when people are looking for something to do after the Ballarat Cup to focus their mind on, equine activities, the G-Town Cup is always known as the Cup of Value. You may have done your shirt, your trousers, your shoes, etc. on the Ballarat Cup. Well, never fear, because the G-Town Cup could get it all back for you and more. And it looks like, the value will be there again, as the 2018 G-Town Cup is going to live up to those big raps of yesteryear. And JD's, that's Jim Daniels' early thoughts on the Goulburn Cup. Obviously, he'll maybe fine-tune these once he gets on course and gets the waft of what's happening in the ring, etc. But his big three are Articus, horse 3, 4, Caravali, and then for a little bit of grunt and poke in the try, horse 9, Darcy's Affair. And he's got the Christmas market again. People will know Jim's work from previous years. The Christmas market, always a popular thing at this time of year. A lot of snow domes. Those souvenir cups that you can't get your fingers through the handles of, in footy colours, obviously a lot of signed jumpers and all that sort of stuff. Everything you want for Christmas decorations, plum puddings. He even got a plum pudding there. Oh, well, when he's got one, he's got 42 dozen plum puddings. So he's got a few to move. So don't feel as though you're going to miss out if you arrive just in time for the Cup, because Jim's got everything you need for Christmas. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce now part of the Hold On, I'm Coming team. And with the AFL draft cracked, boxed and buried this week, can the 2019 bounce in the AFL be that far away? All we've got to do is put up with these blow-ins trying to pretend they're playing cricket, both for Australia and overseas and elsewhere, and we'll be there maybe the third Thursday in March for the bounce getting underway and Bruce back where he belongs. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. And residents of 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward once again through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects. And now that the Spring Carnival books are done, what an electric month it was for the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava in 2018. This wonderful, wonderful month of November. This is a fair dinkum charity for all those fair dinkum victims of the punt who had a fair dinkum go over the Spring Carnival and fair dinkum ended up on the wrong side of the ledger. My very good friends, it could happen to any right-thinking fair dinkum Australian. Dinky-die Aussies are not asking for a handout when they have a run of outs. Oh, no, sir, read Bob. They're too proud. A hand up is what they need, not a handout. All they want is a tipple that can get them through to payday and enough for a Chinese takeaway with pineapple rings and the stir-fried. Is that asking too much? Well, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava think it's not asking too much and they're prepared to help out with a shovel load. These outstanding punters, incidentally, those who are victims of the punt, are having a fair dinkum go in a country that is only interested in wrapping the lips around 30 centimetres of sausage roll or sinking the molars into a hot pie or snagging a sausage sizzle where the onion is placed underneath the hot pork chive confection on top. The majority are not interested in putting something back. These people are. Something back for the kids of tomorrow. Most Australians are interested, this is non-punting Australians, are interested in is opening the gob and shoving something hot, long and sauced inside. The priorities of some Aussies reduce me to rubble. ScoMo, are you listening? And more importantly, ScoMo, are you hearing? I know you're listening, and can you take that hat off? You look stupid. Now, one man always prepared to give a hand up to any outstanding Australian who is waddling around town with the arse out of his Dax or her Dax because of the punt is the dinky-die digger with a complete collection of Rooting King, the Spirit of Success medals 2018. That man is rampaging, Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what got your restless eye this week?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian with simple solutions to complex problems. I.e., come on, Australia. Pull your finger out. Now, that having been said, Belgium takes the lead in the World Cup of Golf, and this is this is just the accumulation of of Golf Month last month, wasn't it?
It was a legacy.
It'd be a legacy, and I think Australia's in 5th position with our big two there. That's Leishman and Smith, looking very, very good. I'm predicting them to really bring it home in the front 9.
Are they going to pull the finger out?
I think they're going to pull the finger out. I'd like to imagine they are. Now, Phil Mickelson defeats Tiger in the 22nd hole of this match that really wasn't very good. The big two, well, they're not really the big two, are they, anymore at the moment?
They were once.
But they were once, yeah, I know. But it was just a little bit try-hard, a little bit sad, and a little bit, yes, fair bit of ho and a hell of a lot of hum. Now, suggestions made that Australians are the world's least successful gamblers. I don't believe a word of it. Look, you can do anything you like with statistics. There is lies, damned lies, and statistics, and these are lies and damned lies. Keep punting, Australia. Keep punting.
Can I put a bit in front of that? Yeah. Pull your finger out.
Pull your finger out, Australia, and punt. Now, Shark Valentine Holmes, I should say, has decided to really pull his finger out and chase his NFL dream. Oh, God, these things. It's going to end up in tears. No. We know it's going to end up in tears. Hasn't anyone got the bottle to go up and say to him, Valentine, you're a terrific rugby league player, you're a wonderful Shark. There's a lot of money on the table, mate, over the next 5 years for you, should you just play rugby league. Look, it's not going to work, mate. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. Talk to Jared.
Maybe not.
Maybe not, but talk to someone sensible. Anyone. Now, Craig Lowndes, speaking of someone sensible, he's hanging up the helmet. And, the Lowndes years, HG, the last 20 years.
Magic.
Impossible to imagine a supercar hit out without the name Lowndes, somewhere near the top of the leaderboard.
Do you think he'll come back?
I hope so. I hope he goes to the NFL to chase his dream. I hope he pulls his finger out.
Get going.
Yeah. Now, Australia's T20 team back on track, thanks to the Duckworth Lewis, and I think there might be another match this season.
I think that's right, yes. Yes. I think
it
might be in Sydney.
Is it really?
Yeah, it could be.
Great, all right. Now, Tim Cahill give an emotional farewell in the Socceroos toweling of Lebanon. What a pity the big bloke couldn't put his head on get his head involved with the ball and the net, just to give us one more, to give us a 51st it would have been. I think he's got 50 goals for Australia over the years. All memorable, you'd have to say. Now, Australia into the final of the Women's World T20 Cup, or T20 World Cup, that should read. I think that might be starting in about 20 minutes, HG. So we
England v Australia, I think.
Yeah. Yes. It is. Now, Daniel Ricciardo.
Oh, yes.
He's revealed the real reason he's leaving Red Bull. He wanted a change. Make of that what you will.
Yes, you're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe revolution, doing the in-out work. The tyre fitting specialist, Roy and HG, just picking up a couple of things from your excellent introduction there, Roy.
Oh.
Firstly, the T20.
Yes.
Now, after the match the other day, probably our greatest living cricketer, Shane Warne, went absolutely ballistic.
Yes, he did.
He bagged the batters.
Yep.
Saying, he ripped into the Willow Wielders, according to this article, slamming Australia for making the same mistakes over and over again in every format of the game. I mean, it wasn't just T20.
No.
He just really took them apart. So it's been poor, hasn't it? Leading to the shot selection.
Yes, shot selection.
There's been no awareness of the game situation and why it's even more disappointing. Meaning, if you're 4 for 10, then probably that hook down a fine leg, leave that in the locker room for a while. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Just till you re-establish the innings.
Yeah.
There has to be a reason why they continue to play the wrong shot and the poor match awareness, and has to be a reason for that. He repeats himself a bit. Reason for that selection, not just summing up the game. Warren questioned whether, wait for it, this is the nub of it, whether former England star Graham Hick was the right man as batting coach, because all these mistakes are happening on his watch.
I don't know. I was unaware that Graham Hick was associated with the coaching staff for the Australian cricketers, but now it makes absolute sense. I can see what the problem is. I mean, Warney's right. I mean, Hick was rubbish as a batsman. I mean, he was a child prodigy coming out of South Africa, you recall. Couldn't really get a match with South Africa because...
Zimbabwe, was it?
Was it Zimbabwe or South Africa?
Oh, good question. One of those.
One of those.
Yeah.
Took himself to England and might have started off quite well, but he had mental issues, i.e. shot selection. His shot selection was appalling. And to imagine this bloke now is coaching... Well, they're all looking like Graham Hicks, aren't they?
They are.
I look at
They
Finchy and I think, God, who does he remind? Oh, Graham Hick.
Can I ask, would this be a job advertised in the paper
It must
or
have been.
online somewhere,
Yeah.
batting coach?
Yeah.
Or are you, like me, starting to worry about the Langer selection as coach? And are you completely convinced that Langer knows what he's doing?
Well, we don't know whether Langer inherited Hick or...
fair enough.
If he's inherited Hick, then I can't blame Langer.
No.
But if he chose Hick, if he was party to that, then we can blame Langer, I think, HG. But I... Man...
I know, it's terrible.
Yeah, it'd be like getting Shane Watson to coach the Australian team. I mean, again, they'd be rubbish. They'd all look like water, just getting out of LBW all the time. They just park their pads in front of the stumps and close their eyes.
That's right. Now, Warren says, what are you telling this talking to Hick? What are you telling these guys? It's happening too often. Is there a specific thing that they're trying to do? Because it's whatever it is, it's wrong.
Yes.
They're continuing to make the same mistakes. Maybe it's time for a change there to get a new batting coach because batters aren't performing.
Yep.
Who
would we go to? The Little Master?
Well, what an excellent
I mean,
idea.
if we're going to look internationally, HG.
Internationally,
yes. Yes.
The Little Master.
The Little Master wouldn't be a bad start, would it?
It's the Probe Toyota dual cab. We're on the road to Mount Isa. Behind the wheel in the Rogers is Captain Fat, rampaging Roy Slaven, and making a nice pair up front, camped in a bucket of ice. It's Mr. Freeze, H.D. Nelson. Now, two other things I wanted to pick up from your opening comments. The friendlies and Tim Cale's farewell. Now, can I just say on record, and I know I've said this before, and I know people are sick of hearing me say it, but I've got to say it again. I hate friendlies. Yes. I mean, what's the point of having a friendly and then not allowing the public who paid good money to go and see a joke not see the person they've come for?
Yes.
For the whole, let's say, 80 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
80 minutes might be longer
Tim
than
should
that.
have been made captain and led the team out and been there for the whole duration.
I think it's 90 minutes,
90
actually,
minutes.
now that I think about it. But I'll give him 10 minutes off at the end. So as the fans could rise as one and farewell him, and then they'd have a memory.
Sure.
Now they've got just some dribble on late in the day.
I know.
And I couldn't
It
give
looked
a
token. It was tokenism, wasn't it?
Do we want him as a star or don't we want him
Exactly.
as a star? And I understand Graham Arnold's got to sort things out, who's going to be the midfield and who's going to think. But what we should have done was at least put him on, say, for the first, let's be sensible here, for the first hour, feed the ball to him.
Yes, all
and
the
see
time.
if he can get the boot onto the end of it, or as you pointed out, the head onto the end of something to give the crowd some memories. 3-0 beaten Lebanon. I mean, who's going to remember that?
Yes, no one. No one's going to remember that. I agree with you. And I look, I agree that a friendly is not a good... Why couldn't we have created a cup that they were playing for?
Do you mean the Craig Foster Cup?
Something like that. Or the Banking Royal Commission Cup or something. It wouldn't matter. But it's something that the winners can take home and you hold it aloft.
Now, in 100 years' time, they'll still be playing for the CBA Cup.
Yes.
And they would remind people that this was inaugurated when the great Tim Cale.
Yes.
Well, then they show vision. Sure, it looks a bit weird
with
the passing of time.
That's
but nonetheless, and a bit slow.
Yep.
Because that's the way it is. I agree with that.
The Banking Royal Commission Cup, the BRCCC, whatever. Right, there it is. Get someone to design it. Wouldn't have been hard.
No.
Because it's just a symbol. And Tim Cale, captain, out he comes. Leads the team around for the first 80 minutes, as you say, being fed. Gets 2 off the head, 1 off the bot, doesn't matter. There's the 3. Comes off, put him on the back of a tabletop truck, and he drives around the perimeter
for the rest of the
last
match.
10 minutes.
Oh, no, it's a brilliant idea.
Holding the cup.
Yeah. That they've won.
Because
of his boot and bot.
Because of his boot and bot, yes. Now that's a farewell.
Yes, this is The Probe, a show for dreamers. Aussie golden dreamers headed up by a man who dreamed of becoming Australia's #1 nudist, rampaging Roy Slaven, and a young man with bugger all prospects who dreamed of being nothing more than a feature writer for Trot Guide H.G. Nelson. Now, coming still to your opening remarks. Now, this is a bit of an email, and it's appropriate that we do it now because it's a terrific story about that punting story that you broke.
Oh, yes.
So, gentlemen, I stumbled upon this story during the week, headlined Mug Punters, Australian are world beaters at losing money, which has left me a little confused about whether the article is celebrating the fact that we are world beaters at losing money on the punt or condemning it.
Right.
Which is fair enough because it did seem
well, I think
deliciously
it was
vibrant.
Well, values neutral, the article. It's just stating a fact. Now, we can interpret it however we like.
It states that the UK-based global gambling analyst put our losses at 1,324
per head of population.
Correct.
Yes.
Last year. Odd number, 1,324. Anyway, which seems like a pretty good year to me. And this amount obviously hasn't been divided amongst our kiddies who are on the punt week after week, which could increase the amount quite significantly. And it does not once mention the amount of fair dinkum Aussie gamblers win each year on the punt, considering we have more punters per capita in this country than people. Mm-hmm. I'm proud. That's a big stat.
It is, isn't it?
More punters than people. I'm a proud punter, win or lose, and in Australia's current sporting climate, it feels good to be the best at the world at something. I might even bet on a couple of donkeys on the weekend to help get us over the line next year. Is this something that needs unpacking? Beautiful.
Yeah.
In term there, unpacking. Hey,
unpacking.
Roy, I know you were outraged by this article and the stats, and do you really feel as though this is a good use of public money to go around sniffing?
No. It's just a fishing exercise on behalf of some bunch of academics in the UK.
Nanny staters?
Who should have better things to do. Mm-hmm. Australians don't want to know about losses. We don't. We want to know about the wins. We celebrate our wins.
Wink-style wins.
Yes.
Black caviar style
yeah.
Rooting King style wins.
Yeah, and I think the way Australians are going to react to this is to look at those numbers. Okay, $1,324, so they're suggesting. Well, let's use those numbers and bet on them.
Wow!
Huh?
1, 2,
I can see
3,
1,324 coming up as a win somewhere. You know, it could be Lotto, could be any of those.
You mean maybe go for a quadrilla based on 1 in the first leg, 2 in the second leg, 3 in the third leg, 4 in... What a brilliant system. It could work.
Really put it up them and show the academics, eh? That'd show them, wouldn't it?
A quadrilla win based on your numbers.
Yes.
Now, can I ask, we're pretty good at lots of things, aren't we, Australians? I mean, obviously it's the best country in the world.
Yes.
And two things that come to mind, apart from this incredible statement of stats about gambling, is our weight.
Mm-hmm.
It's...
Yeah, well, there we're not winning. We're third.
I know.
You're talking about...
I'm talking about pulling our finger out and really giving it a crack.
Righto. You mean go for it?
Go for it,
You want Aussies to go for it in terms of putting away a few more pies per day to bump us up to get us over the line as #1 fattest nation in the world? Is that your ambition?
Isn't that the message of the Prime Minister?
Big fat gambling losers? Is that what you want us to be?
Yes, there's the Probe drag stripper. The cast of the fast includes the man sniffing the nitro in front of the super quick funny car, that's rampaging Roy Slaven, and behind the wheel of a door slammer with an evil grin and missing teeth, it's H.G. Nelson. Now, our correspondent with the Mug Punters, how we're the best in the world, was Chris in Engadine. I just wanted to mention that there. Now,
it sounds like Chris enjoys a punt. Could I suggest he's a successful punter?
Can I suggest he's a real dinky-die Aussie?
He's pulled his finger out.
Exactly. Thanks very much. Now, I connect that to this next story because this is a fantastic story. And I'm not sure how this works, but maybe you can help me here. The creation of the $5 million All-Star Mile by Racing Victoria has been welcomed in the spirit of competition by the leaders of the industry around Australia. The race, announced Monday this week, will have most of its starters selected by public vote. Now, question 1, will voting be compulsory?
Yeah, good point.
Now, the 10 most popular horses in the vote, which will start in January, will get invitations.
Right.
Racing Victoria holds 4 wildcard places, which could be open to international raiders for the race to be run at Flemington on March the 16th.
So they're not voted for?
No, there's 4 that are dobbed in by Racing Victoria.
So there are 14 in the race.
14 in the race.
10 of which are voted for,
by the
and
public.
4 are brought in from overseas.
Yeah, now...
Well, it's nonsense already, isn't it?
Thanks very much. It's complete nonsense because people are going to have a lot of joke entrants, you know, like Solar Boy's son, who I think holds a record for starting something like 129 times and never saluting.
Right. Or who shot the barman?
Shot the barman actually has won some races. Happy Clapper. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So then what happens is everybody has to pay $500 to nominate.
Right.
The race will, of course, want superstar Winks.
But he's not a miler.
She.
Yeah,
should she race on, but it's highly unlikely given that the week later she'll be in the George Ryder Stakes, which has been the only time she's raced on her home track at Rose Hill in the past 3 years.
Wow.
So that's hard.
Yeah.
Emotional.
Yeah.
Seeing Winks on Rose Hill, for the George Ryder. Now, the idea is based on Japan's biggest race, the Arima Kinnan, where the field is decided by public vote, and Racing Victoria will hope that that would pressure people to.
But do they have 4 raiders come in from overseas? In Japan,
don't.
I bet they don't.
Now, can I ask?
I bet they don't. Be like racing in China. Trying to get an Australian horse into China, you can't.
The China Cup, no. Beijing,
You
Beijing
can't.
Mile.
No,
absolute joke. The Beijing Slipper. Now, apparently the date clashes with other things. The All-Star Mile will be run on the weekend run the week before the start of the AFL season. Right. Timing, although clashing with the Melbourne Grand Prix, is to attract public attention. Thompson said the date is not fixed and acknowledged it would clash with Golden Slipper Day in 2020 if that was run on the third Saturday of March.
So no one's thought it through. This is a half-cocked idea. I mean, this is rubbish, isn't it? I mean, was this part of Liberal policy going into yesterday's election?
It was. Yeah. Could I suggest?
Did the people vote on that?
Can I ask a question here? Do you think if we tagged it and hooked it into Good Friday, we could get some traction for it? Because at the moment there's bugger all things to do on Good Friday except go and watch old religious epics at the movies.
Yes.
Now rugby
league. This is a sacred day. You mean make this sacred day meaningful to people who like to punt?
Exactly. Well, all Australians, Roy.
Yeah.
Because let's say we nominate the Slug, and I'm pretty sure I could get a media campaign going in the next hour to nominate the Slug for this.
Sure. Yes.
The Slug goes down. Obviously, hundreds of people follow the Slug's tilt through the journey down. It'll be emotional.
Yes.
Probably the Slug's last run, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you've got in mind for the Slug by way of campaigns.
Okay.
Anyway, so we get a number of other horses. Obviously, people who want Winks to go in it. Well, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you that now. It won't.
No.
And
but they are looking for a novelty. They are
novelty, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Novelty. Okay. So you got Good Friday. It's a day. It's normally a very sober day.
Yeah, maybe a 10-race card because plenty of people will be available.
I suppose.
And I'm not sure where Easter falls next year. It could be quite early, which means there'd be a fair bit of daylight saving around.
That's true.
So you could easily get 10 races in.
Yes, you could. Why not 12? Because there were 12 apostles, and name each race after an apostle, like the
St. Luke Handicap.
Something like that. Yes.
The Matthew Mile.
Yes. Now you see.
I know, it's starting to take shape.
And you ask the Victorian bishop, the Bishop of Victoria, to come down to ring the bell or start it off or something.
Swing the smoke thing.
Ah, yes, the incense. Yes, get the incense and bless the horses.
Bless the horses as before they go out in every race.
Yes.
And maybe a little bit of a reading before, St. Luke. This is the Luke Gospel.
Perhaps a sermon before the final
main event.
Before the All-Star Mile.
Any idea what the theme would be? Pulling your finger out?
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for the bishop.
Yes, it's the Probe International School of Art at the easel, working on a life-side nude with a HB in hand is the Italian maestro Ronaldo Slaven, and working up something made entirely from human waste, the humble environmentalist with next to no ideas, H.G. Nelson. Now, in the rugby league, the Sydney Roosters won the competition, obviously. A very exciting night, rather dull game. Melbourne Storm didn't turn up, for those who've forgotten. But, of course, the great thing was that the Roosters were able to kick on a fabulous end-of-season trip Now, I think they were going to Las Vegas and I forget where else.
Somewhere in Europe, were they going to go?
I'm not sure about Europe. I think two spots in America.
Right.
Anyway, they were very keen, maybe LA. Now, there is some suggestions that this might have set the club back quite a lot of money.
Right.
And there's also a suggestion that why, let's say, it costs, I don't know, let's do some numbers here. You say 5,000 airfares and then accommodation.
Accommodation,
You know, might be less than that, 5,000 with 2,000 anyway. It's a substantial amount of money. Why wouldn't this be considered wages for the Roosters? In other words, it's
I
beyond.
see what you mean. No, this is a bonus, isn't it?
It's a bonus, yeah, but a bonus is normally considered as part of your wage. In other words, you do something and you get paid $10 for it, and then there's a $2 bonus, which is still considered wages by the tax department.
Right.
So these players have actually had quite a lot. Some rival club officials wanted to know why the Roosters' generosity would not have been included in their player or football department salary cap, which is set at around 9.1 million and 5.7 respectively. I would have thought that giving a player $10,000 holiday was a benefit.
Yes.
Now, are those clubs who are complaining
Couldn't the players claim, though, it's part of the training?
Oh, I think they could. And they
could probably claim it against their tax, couldn't they, for like dry cleaning and living away from home expenses, study,
and they could probably talk about startups. Not that they had a rugby league startup.
Yes.
Not that they had to produce anything. but they just had discussions with.
But they would have. All they would have had to do was have a couple of meetings with.
Correct.
Someone
involved in,
some aspect of sport, maybe visit a school, something like that, or
visit a school. What a great idea.
Yeah, well, and that would make it a tax deduction for them.
I mean,
I looked at a little of the Royal Commission into the banks last week, HG, and this appears to be a very common practice amongst CEOs, for example.
Talking of schools.
Well, no, the way creative ways of absorbing bonuses into your salary in such a way that it doesn't, pull the head of the tax department thinking, should we question this?
Okay, well, here you go. The players trained at a gym in Hollywood.
Yes.
While also taking several sporting events. Well, that's what their work is, learning how sport works.
Yes.
So they could quite legitimately claim that.
Yes.
Under salary cap rules, the Roosters were within their rights to pay for their players for a holiday, provided the arrangements were, wait for it, reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable. I agree. Yeah. Now, is it educational for the players? Does it give them a different worldview? Is it opening up channels of rugby league elsewhere in the world?
Pathways to becoming high-tech, startup kings?
Well,
queens?
that's right. Is it developing an interest in Roosters culture in Los Angeles? Well, arguably, yes.
No,
a lot of
that's
people
true.
are going to be saying, well, these Roosters...
I know. Aren't they?
I'm interested.
Yeah,
that sort of stuff.
They're Aussies. And
Aussies, they're great. They look so fit. They were so polite. They went to the school. They had a ball. They gave one of the kiddies a ball. They talked about rugby league. I mean...
I know. The sky's the limit.
The sky's the limit, yeah.
Now...
In fact, I would load up in future... I don't want to...
give rugby league ideas.
I don't want to be player manager, but I can offer a little advice here. That if the players took all their payment as part of this tour,
tax problem disappears.
Tax problem absolutely, totally disappears. So, say if you're on, say, $500,000 a year as a player, don't accept a cent during the year. Just when you go away at the end of the year,
take it all.
Yeah, take it all then.
And then, of course, what would be great is with your sponsorship, maybe by chicken company, all of a sudden you don't have to worry about money because you get the shrinkage from the chicken company to live on during the year.
Oh, I assume that happens anyway.
Bugger all Bogart, Grub Green, The Murderer and The Probe.
Now, the NRL source, I'm not sure who this, in the Fairfax paper.
Oh, I thought for a minute they'd put out a sauce called the NRL.
What a great idea.
Tomato sauce,
now,
barbecue sauce.
I think, put out a series of sauces a while ago.
Yes, I think he did. How did they go?
Terrifically well.
Yes, good.
Yeah. Now, the NRL source said there was a big distinction between the clubs paying for an annual end-of-season holiday for their players and celebrations for teams which had just won a grand final. So, you need the wisdom of Solomon to go there because,
I think the tax office should leave this alone. Just butt out. of this. Just let them sort it out amongst themselves.
There's no suggestion the tax office is involved. We just
No,
noted
good.
that. Yeah,
or
good.
ASIC. Not that they'd
ASIC.
want to get involved, even if they knew something was going on.
Now,
Where there's a lot of smoke, they assume there's no fire, which is fair enough.
now, can I ask about the problem the Sharks have got? And I don't do this because
Because of Valentine Holmes
Yes, exactly.
following his dream?
Following his dream, yes, that's right. Now, I found the Sharks' response to this a bit brutal, meaning that I think Gal came out and said he should be banned for life.
Yes.
And that the NRL should ban all players who do this sort of stuff for life.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the same talk happened when Sonny Bill walked out on a contract, I think, with Easts to take up rugby in
Bulldogs, wasn't it?
Oh, Bulldogs, yeah, to take up rugby or something.
In Toulon, in France.
That's right. That's right. And there was a call for a ban for life, but he came back, played a bit more rugby league, and then became an All Black. Yeah.
Natural progression, I would have thought.
I suppose.
I don't quite understand why the idea that a contract can prevent a player from doing what they want.
Yeah.
It won't stand up in court, will it?
No, it wouldn't stand up in court, but there's a sort of rugby league code of ethics, and there's a rugby league. Look, if you turn your back on rugby league, that's it. Rugby league's going to turn its back on you. Yeah. You know, and that's the mores of rugby league. That's the code. It used to be, if you ever talked about joining another code and you were playing rugby league, then you'd be, ostracised totally. Sent to Coventry.
Yeah. But, of course, this is broken down a lot with people like Israel Folau.
Yeah, I know.
People
People hate it. Rugby league people hate it. They hate Folau. No one in rugby league talks to Folau. People in rugby league hate Folau. They hate the Wallabies. And why would they? Because they can't pull their fingers out.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Sound on the buttons, whipping up a Felix-inspired #1 remix. His Music Hall of Famer, rampaging Roy Slaven and bellowing, "Turn it up, no one can hear it," is the man with the blue tack in his ears to prevent deafness, H.D. Nelson. Now, the FFA, Roy, obviously the body charged with looking after football in Australia.
Yes.
I hope they had nothing to do with the fiasco that was Timmy's farewell.
Well, they probably did. They probably did, because they're hopeless. Isn't it a re-election? Wasn't Fozzie going to put his hand up and decided not to?
At the last minute and walked away?
Yeah. Let everyone down, let the country down, let himself down, his family, anyone who ever played with him or watched him on telly. They're all let down.
Now, Fozzie, partly that part of this story. I don't know whether I can go on. There's going to be 2 more teams chosen to play in the FFA, obviously run competition.
Yeah.
The A-League, on December the 12th.
Right.
Now, wait for it. The FFA's coffers could be filled with a potential windfall, according to the Fairfax papers, of between 5 and 15 million.
Because of that's how much it's going to cost the new teams to come in?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Why don't we have 40 teams and really open it up?
Really get some money coming in. Before, obviously, this would turn up before Christmas, being December the 12th. Their licence fees, the Fairfax people understand the new board will select a successful expansion franchise at the board meeting on December the 12th, where the licence fees offered by the bids will, to some extent, influence the outcome. I mean, I'm just wondering what other things would influence the outcome.
The amount you're willing to pay.
Well, surely the amount you're willing to pay would be the
gifts you're
number.
Prepared to give the chairman or the new chairperson and the board members. You might say, okay, well, I know in mounting our bid for Lithgow.
That's the Lithgow Groove.
The Groove, yeah.
Based at Watford Oval.
Yes.
How's it going? I haven't heard much about it.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. We've got interest from overseas players who, I can't say too much.
No,
it's also,
and the bid document's done and the video?
Yeah. Most of it's sub judice at this stage. That's fair enough. But I know I had talks with members of the board. I won't name them. Mm-hmm. And part of the package was that we would pay the license fee, of course.
Yeah.
But on top of that, they would get a Holden for 12 months from Hassans Walls Motors in Lithgow.
Wow, the whole board.
Mm-hmm. They'd each get a car of their choice.
Have you costed that out?
Well, it's not going to cost the Groove anything because Hassans Walls Motors are willing to put up the 12 cars. So that's a start. That's the sort of thing, that's the direction we're heading in. Now, how the board members deal with having an extra car parked in their street, that's up to them. I couldn't give a bugger. But if it gets us over the line, then that's got to be good. And that's only the start. You know, there's going to be free tours for board members of, say, the Small Arms Factory. Free membership to the Lithgow Olympic Pool when it's open. And there'll be a few other, what I'd call sweeteners.
Now, can I ask, have you got a chicken sponsor on board yet?
Yes.
Right, good.
Yeah. Valley Chickens.
Because that's a key element.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, we can do a chook every week. A very sweet chook.
Now,
killed in a special way.
Okay, yeah. And they'll be able to follow the chook from egg to plate.
They can. They can. The video's being made.
A minimum licence fee of approximately $13 million has been required of each bid.
Yeah, they say it's $13 million, but it's not. It's a bit more than that.
Well, wait a minute. To cover operating costs of an A-League club over the next 4 years, the period of the current TV rights agreements ensure that existing clubs won't have their annual grants reduced, which is fair enough. Now, however, a number of the 6 remaining bids have tabled licence fees above that amount, which could deliver the FFA a significant cash injection. A blind auction scenario has developed among some bidders, with one understood to have tabled close to $25 million. Now, is that Fozzie's lot?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not supposed to say, but yeah. Yeah.
Were you shocked by that amount?
Well, I just thought, well, at least Fozzie's pulling his finger out.
Yes, as the Probe ATM camped on a milk crate with a fist of 50s, his branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven, and working a wheeze for the big 4 with his jar of changes, the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Now, some clubs, this is some potential bidders, I suppose it's wrong to call them clubs, they're really businesses. Franchises.
Yeah.
Some franchise bidders are agitated against paying the upfront licence fee, wanting only to cover their ongoing operating costs. However, the FFA pushed for an upfront payment as financial security. Is that to demonstrate that you've got the wherewithal to, say, stump up $25 million? You must have something else there. But
well, we got our $13.5 million up pretty easily. We got a loan.
Mm-hmm.
We took out a loan through Newcastle Permanent Building Society. They came on board. Yeah.
And did you get an attractive rate on the big?
Yes, very good rate. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's
and
fine.
Are they interested in, football
sponsorship?
Generally? or sponsorship of football generally. They don't want to get involved because I connect them more with the Newcastle Knights.
I know you would. Yeah. But they're they're very open-minded,
very progressive.
Yeah, very progressive, and they're very excited. They're very excited. I suppose I can announce it now that there's an outside chance, although it's firming, that we could have Ronaldo play for the Groove for 2 games.
What? Ronaldo?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say David Beckham, and I thought, no, silly.
No.
Yeah, Ronaldo.
Yeah,
that is a big get.
It is.
Is Messi coming as well by any chance?
Well, I don't want to say too much at this stage.
Enough. Now, the FFA won't know the value of the licence fees until 2 new teams are decided, which is fair enough. They haven't got a hope.
Yep.
But sources close to the board have told the Fairfax people they are looking to retain the bulk of the money and put it towards grassroots projects.
Yep.
It was understood that the 10 existing A-League clubs are looking to receive a significant cut of any profit from the expansion process. This is where it gets really weird, that the clubs act as though they're entities in a business thing, which is run by the head office for the benefit of all. But what they want out of it is money. They don't want improved, say, I don't know, trophies or prize money or anything like that.
No.
They just want cash.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's a business, actually. It's a business.
Yeah.
And that's what we took to the board with our Groove proposal, that I said, in part, we're a soccer team, but mainly we're a business.
The Sporting Probe is the only show actively promoting Chinese AFL.
Now, this week, big week, fight game. The primary school teacher.
It's Friday night, isn't it?
Friday night.
Friday night's fight night.
It certainly is. Now, this is weird. Remember the story we've been following about this is that Mundine Hat was over, I think, 90 kilos and had to lose 20 to come down to 70.
He did.
Well, he's already reached the weight ahead of next Friday's fight with the primary school teacher.
So he can start bulking up this week.
Exactly. Normally, this might be enough to set off 3-bell alarm because experienced trainers are always of the belief something has gone wrong in the preparation if a fighter fails to make the weight at the weigh-in or gets there too quickly.
Yeah, right.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
That's not the ring either.
Mm-hmm. That's the warning bells.
Correct. Mundine must hit 71 kilograms at the weigh-in and stay within 4 kilograms by fight time or face a $2 million fine.
Wow.
Goes up every time I look at it.
Yeah.
Mundine elected to hit the weight early and give himself time to recover from the weight cut.
Yes.
Roy, you've had a lot of experience with weight.
Yes.
What do you think about this problem that Mundine's got of flagging that he's already there?
I think it's absolutely possible, HG. You know, I can remember back in the day when rugby league was played weight divisions.
Yes,
you know,
weight
4 stone sevens, 5 stone sevens, 6 stone sevens, 7 stone sevens, 8 stone sevens, and you had to make the weight
on the morning of the game.
On the morning of the game, yeah. And then you'd stand on the scales, you'd get weighed, and then you get a stamp. And once you got your stamp on your wrist, then you could go and have a few pies or do whatever you like. But it was always a bit of a challenge early in the week if you were, say, 10 stone 7 and you were trying to make the 6 stone 7s. So you had to lose 4 stone. A lot of weight in those days, a lot of weight. Now, especially for young people, who are often energy deprived, and it's, but we had techniques, and you'd hop into the steam bath and hop into the steam room. Laxettes, yeah. You just feed yourself laxettes and you'd have gastric most of the week, and you'd have gastric and you wouldn't eat anything and you'd still have gastric, and you just have a bit of water and steam and tablets.
And wear the garbage bags.
Yeah, of course, you wore garbage bags, of course, wherever you went, and you were just sweating all the time and just losing it. And then the great relief when you made the weight, and then you could eat yourself silly for about 20 minutes before the match and
vomit.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it was. But all I'm saying is it is possible. It does cost you. It costs you in terms of tone,
stamina.
Well, and style and glamour, because it's hard to, there's no glamour in weight loss, really, HG. It does challenge you.
I'd never thought of it as that was the problem with weight loss. There's no glamour in it. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah, when you think about it.
It's a hard slog.
Just in the end, as Grass used to say, blokes, in the end, you're just a bit of meat wrapped in plastic and don't think you're anything more than that. So just tighten the bags and pull your finger out.
Yes, you're in the Probe-raptor on the road to Renmark, behind the wheel with his hand on the horn, rampaging Roy Slaven and riding shotgun as the man they call Sawn-Off, H.G. Nelson. Now, we got the weight control with under control, Mundine.
Yeah. Yep. So he's made the weight good and early. That's great.
It's great. He can relax now. He can start eating.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of chat about how the horn bout on Friday night could be the last time we see Anthony Mundine go round.
Yes. Didn't Daniel Geale put his hand up?
Well, you've took the words right out of my mouth. Now, one of his oldest foes, two-time world champion Daniel Geale, has re-emerged from boxing wilderness.
Okay.
A boxing wilderness.
Yeah.
And declared he would seriously consider a rematch with the sport's pantomime villain, as he calls it.
Okay.
Bit hard to, target.
Yeah. Has Geale kept himself fit, HG?
Extremely fit.
Yep.
He's been MIA after a surprise defeat to relatively unknown Reynold Quinlan, who really kicked on and caused a lot of talk.
Yep.
He's been training in solitude at his Sydney home.
Right.
In the garage.
In the garage, yeah.
Mundine could be the next fight, and the fight that reignites his career. Everyone loves punching the guy. Yeah. I wouldn't say no to doing it again.
Good.
It could be the thing that gets the hunger and desire back. If the opportunity came up, I'd seriously think about it.
Okay.
A fight next year would mark the 10th anniversary of the Mundine-Geale rivalry, with no love lost between the pair over the years.
Yep.
On next Friday, Jeff Horn, Geale said, despite the fact Mundine was cashing in, the result could go either way.
Uh-huh.
Now, Mundine still has some skills, and he proved that in the past 2 fights. He can be dangerous. He's a much bigger fighter.
Yep.
So I think that plays a role in my thinking as well.
Yes,
For Horn, it depends on how he has taken the loss to Terence Crawford.
Yes.
It was a bit disappointing for him. He believed he was in with a big chance against Crawford, but unfortunately Crawford is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world.
Well, he is, but the bout was called off early Horn was about to come back. We know
No,
that.
that's obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, Horn said
It was
that
a
after
fix.
the bout.
The whole thing was a fix.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
Now,
But Gil Mundine, wow, that's got a lot of people thinking, sitting up straight and thinking, wow, 220 or 219 even, I'm interested.
well, the idea that it's 10 years
Yeah.
since the anniversary. Now, where does that take it back to? 2009. Well, you've got to think about what was happening then. I mean,
Yeah.
I was going to say Kevin Rudd might have still been in charge.
Yeah.
An idea. That was a heyday for boxing when Rudd was had his hands
Yeah,
on the levers.
that's true.
And
That's true.
I've got to say, 10 years of training in the garage, on the off chance that Mundine would be fighting a primary school teacher next Friday night. I mean, there are a lot of dominoes to line up, aren't
Yeah,
they?
there are. But, I'm pretty sure Anthony would like to have another shot at Gil, wouldn't he?
Of course he would.
Hates Gil.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Now, can I say...
I mean, this is a real hatred. This is not
Yeah,
something
no,
manufactured,
confected.
it's none
I
of
know.
that. This is real.
Now, the primary school's been battling away with his brother in the sparring sessions and really whacking him, apparently.
Yeah.
The siblings went 4 rounds hard sparring the final session ahead of Friday night's, wait for it, River City Rumble.
River City Rumble. I didn't know they were calling it that.
That's what it's called.
I
River
like
City
that.
Rumble.
River City Rumble. This is in Brisbane.
That's right. Now, that's obviously Suncorp against Mundine. The Rumble against Mundine. According to the primary school teacher, it's great that Ben will get his opportunity at Suncorp for his first fight.
This is his brother, Ben.
His brother Ben's
Ben
first.
Horn.
Ben Horn. There's a name to conjure with.
Yeah. Now, is Ben a primary school? I might have asked you before. Is he a
He's
teacher?
not, no.
Or no.
No,
Okay.
he's not.
He's a tradie or something, is he? Do we know much
I
about
should
him?
know, but I don't. Ben, who's had 16 amateur fights, but will make his first professional debut on the Horn Mundine against the Townsville prospect, Lachlan O'Shea.
Oh, O'Shea.
It's no easy beat.
No, Horn O'Shea. That's got a lot of people sitting up as well.
Well, imagine that on the undercard, the rematch.
Yeah.
Horn O'Shea 2.
Yes.
With the headline,
Gil Mundine.
10 years on.
Wow.
They're not stuck for ideas, are they? Australian boxing.
No, that's good. Now, what about Danny Green? Has Danny Green got anything to say since Dan Gill's come out?
No, sadly, no.
Well, that'll be next week. Surely Green's going to have to.
Or how about the build-up to the fight on Thursday night? Says, Anthony, don't forget I'm still here and I've still got the gloves on.
Yeah, right.
Something on those lines.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Now,
'cause, I mean, it'd be Green Mundine 4, wouldn't it? Would it be
I think
4
so.
or 5 we'd be looking at?
4. Are we looking at 5? I think it's 4.
4,
with 5 on the prospect.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look, you don't often get to do stories like this, but a Warilla Gorilla, that's a rugby league side in the Wollongong area, or south of Wollongong.
Right.
Alex Volkanovski is a name that I've always connected with the Warilla Gorillas. Now, he's in the UFC, and he's going to be part of UFC 232. Now, Volkanovski was on the same card that called Mendes out after his victory over Darren Elkins, and he's had his eye on an American ever since and forced him to get his hands dirty. I pride myself on being a respectful, nice guy, and I'm still nice. But there's a lot of, poo guys in this sport, so bugger them. I can't really say what they say, but, it gives you an idea of the quality of the trash talk in this,
do you mean he feels he's got to use dirty words?
He does.
He's got to use dirty words with his trash talking to get
Draw
to get media leverage?
Exactly. Well, he says, I'll say what I want. Volkanovski told the Murdoch Press.
Yes.
So you get an idea of, well, no one's going to listen. Mendes, I don't want to rub his name in the dirt, but he got caught cheating. That's why I spoke up about it after my last fight. Normally I don't do that stuff, but bugger him. He wants to cheat. I reckon he probably cheated his whole life. I knew he was going to...
Well, that's more like it. Yeah, okay.
So
Cheating
it's
his
got
whole
quality.
life. Okay,
The UFC.
Okay, when's the Volkanovski fight on, do we know?
Oh, well, that's excellent. Only...
Because people will want to go.
Well, this is really fascinating because only legends beat Chad Mendes, so it's Volkanovski Mendes, the former two-time title challenger, etc., etc., etc. Volkanovski is sure that come... Wait for it, December 29.
Wow, yeah.
UFC 232 can add that, obviously the gorilla prop to that list of people who have beaten Mendes.
Right.
So, and it says here at the start, only legends beat Chad Mendes.
Okay.
So the 29th. So you're looking for something to do between
Christmas
and New Year. Volkanovski's
your man.
in the cage.
Isn't that great? Can you get money on Volkanovski?
Of course you can get money on Volkanovski.
Good.
Yes, it's the Probe, all right, and people do like to get in touch with us, and they can do so at royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Roy, before we come to the emails, what did you make of the Wallabies last night?
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, were they?
They're great.
What happened to the shoulder charge, early on? Did you think
Well,
that
it didn't look
knocked
like a
us
shoulder charge.
It looked like
just like someone got in the way of,
running.
the Wallaby that was sniffing the line. He was very close, but someone got in the way.
I know, but they they feel as though that caused a turning point in the game. I didn't see it like that myself.
Grasping at straws, I think, HG, yeah.
And where do we go to now? As in, we've got the World Cup next year. Are we on target for the World Cup?
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? I don't know if we're going to be invited to the World Cup. Remember, there was some doubt as to whether we'd be there because we're not good enough.
Well, I think if we lost to Italy, we were in real trouble not going.
Yeah.
We didn't lose to Italy. We won. Now, emails, what do you got?
Well, actually, Mitchell's been in touch from Victoria, from Invergordon in Victoria. He says, Happy Sunday, gentlemen. The Meat and Livestock Association annual general meeting is always a big night. However, last Wednesday was especially exciting for the sports mad carnivores in the audience. MLA CEO Mr. Richard Norton announced that MLA, that's the Meat and Livestock Association, will be partnering with the Australian Olympic team from now until the Tokyo 2020 Games. To quote Mr. Norton, Australian beef is the best in the world, produced with care by Australians who are prepared to set their sights high and have a go. So it's fitting that we align with the greatest sporting event in the world. Isn't that good news?
It is, but are you worried that that's the only sponsorship we've got?
At this stage, it is. Yeah.
And how much can the MLA, if I've got the right numbers there, be expected to
tip in? I don't know.
The Meat and Livestock Association, because you wouldn't expect, let's say, I know you costed out the gold medal in the shot put recently because of that campaign.
Yeah.
You've got Make Shot Put Great Again.
Yeah.
You costed that out at $200 million the other night.
And that guarantees us a gold, though.
I know, but there was a lot of money in that room and people didn't wince from thinking $200 million.
Yeah.
It's about right.
Yeah.
There was no, hey, Roy, hang on.
No.
So we're looking at, this is a campaign or a suggestion of support from the MLA to fund,
look, he hasn't,
50 gold?
No. Richard Norton, in all fairness, is not. There are no strings, no caveats on this. He's not making any promises, false or otherwise.
Right.
He's not saying we're guaranteeing gold in the relay or the swimming or anything like that. He's just saying that we're going to give a lot of our Olympians a lot of free meat. Now, the Australian Olympic Committee CEO Matt Carroll summed it up nicely. He said this is a perfect fit, and he's right. Perfect fit, that is, meat and livestock and Olympics.
Wait a minute. Meat.
Meat, yeah.
Free meat.
Yeah, free meat, yeah.
So...
Is it going to be part of their salary? I don't know.
No, I wasn't thinking that. So we've got to get the team there.
Yeah.
There's no heavy lifting done there so far.
No, it's in Japan, so we're not going to have any trouble getting our meat into Japan.
No.
It can arrive chilled in boxes for our teams and then taken immediately to the Olympic Village where it'll be put in refrigerators for the athletes to pull out. They might think, ooh, I wouldn't mind a little piece of pickled pork. Or
pickled pork. Wow.
Or how about a rack of lamb?
Yeah, rack of lamb. No, that's true. Okay, that's
or
great.
A piece of brisket.
For there, I was very old school, and I thought, well, the meat and livestock, I mean, they're going so good with that live sheep export stuff.
And
they could chip in.
Send the cattle over live
to Japan.
To
get acclimatised.
For the team to slaughter as a sort of bonding thing.
Right, and let them run free.
Around the village, yeah.
And they got to chase after them and lasso them. And
yes. I suppose so.
Cut them up and eat them.
Well, yeah.
No, what I was thinking of was, I was thinking in a slightly different direction that the MLA, with their live sheep export gear, have so much money that they could tip in, say, I don't know, let's say, just get the ball rolling, 100 million into our...
Yeah.
I don't want to put...
Well, they might have put that much in. I don't know. They don't say. But part of the deal is athletes eating meat.
Right.
So
I'm not knocking
No.
that, but that was the bit that eluded me because I
Yeah.
was being a bit sort of,
Well, see, what's tacit here, and I don't know if I'm right or not, but it's a gut feeling I have, is that maybe the Olympians are getting their meat as of this announcement. So they could be on Aussie beef
From
and
now
meat
on.
From now on, yeah.
That's excellent. Now, Alex is writing about Lowe's ads. Now, the Lowe's ads have a similar sort of ad in each part of Australia.
They do.
Where former players advertise things. I mean, I remember last year, I think Davey Warner did terrific work with a television set, an OLEG, it might have been.
Oh, he did.
Television
He
set.
did. He loved watching cartoons on his OLEG.
Yeah.
Cartoons.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a sort of a halting delivery, but nonetheless, it was Dave Warner.
Yeah, it was
heartfelt.
Dave Warner, yeah.
Heartfelt. Anyway, he says, Alex says, tell me why Ciro, that's
Paul Sirenen,
and Big Man, who's his offsider often in the Lowe's ad, why they haven't cracked it in the big time. Alex says, we know we're connected to the movie business. Well, do you think that we need a probe into this, why they're not part of the big time? As if, and if Russell Crowe and Baz Luhrmann are listening, or any other movie people, come on, give them a go. I hate to see Aussie talent go to waste.
He's quite right. He's
Now,
quite right.
It does raise the question of what sort of vehicle, if I can be so prosaic, they would get involved with.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I tell you what, it's very hard though for actors, you know, to do whether it's the way it's filmed or the scripting of those Lowe's ads, but they don't really allow you to
Straight your
explore
stuff.
much.
No,
You
there's
know,
not a big
You can
dynamic.
put Russell Crowe in a Lowe's ad, and he's going to look pretty ordinary.
I think what they're suggesting, or what,
I mean, you are. I mean, honestly, if you got Russell to do that, you'd think, you know, this is his audition piece for Gladiator at Lowe's. Well, it's not going to happen, is it?
I think Alex is thinking the other way round.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
But where
he
do you
thinks
go?
they've brought enough to the roles. That's Ciro and his mate have brought enough to the roles for them to get bigger roles in Hollywood. That's what he's suggesting.
Well, not necessarily in Hollywood, but
Home and Away or something.
Well, I was going in a different direction. How about Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, just to take a picture that a lot of people are familiar with?
Yes.
Well, I can see Big Man in the sequins.
Well, yes.
I mean, I can see Ciro.
Yes.
On top of a
draped around a bus going through outback Australia. Yes, I can too.
Yeah. And when it comes to doing a karaoke version of Waterloo,
yes,
or Dancing Queen, I can see them forming a terrific front line.
I can
for a blokey ABBA.
I can too. Yeah. Well, it's up to casting consultants to expand their universes a little bit. I mean, they're very blinkered. When it comes down to if we're looking for people to audition for a particular role in a particular miniseries, only two names are ever mentioned. No one ever mentions
Big Man
and
Ciro.
Ciro.
No, that's true. I tell you what, a social media campaign can find it work.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Probe Patisserie with the hatted chef R.R. Slaven pulling a tray of Manu-inspired duck croissants out of the oven, and on the tooth of Pano Raisin H.G. Nelson. Now, still with the league, and this is a good news story, Roy. An Instagram message helped Byron Bay secure Todd Carney's signature as, wait for it, captain coach.
Fantastic. How lucky are the people of Byron Bay?
I know, it's incredible. 6 months ago, Devils president, Ben Webber, thought he'd reach out to Carney via social media after meeting him over a beer in Byron years ago.
Yep.
Well, this is terrific news. He thought that Todd could be the man to save Byron Bay after seasons of substandard results.
Yep.
It was all about the idea. I pitched to Todd about how Byron Bay had been looking for a saviour and he could be it.
Yes.
He could come to Byron, and if he did right thing by the town and the people, they'd treat him like a Dally M medal winner.
They would.
Like he should be treated, instead of belittled in the paper and on social media. I know he's made a few mistakes, but who hasn't?
Who hasn't? Exactly.
But it's a big thing for him coming to us. I think he wants to call Byron Bay his home and get respect he deserves on and off the field.
Fantastic. This is a real redemption story, actually,
it
of
is,
rugby
but,
league, isn't it?
Byron Bay and rugby league, you don't connect those things.
You don't, but you do now. through Todd Carney. Now, is he getting a car, HG, and free meat, anything like that? Do we know?
I hope so. I think free fish might be the start.
Yes.
The club's very keen on fishing in the area.
Sure, good. Free fish.
He might get a free surfboard if he wants to go paddling.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the local...
Aren't there sharks around there? I wouldn't
There
encourage him to go into the water. I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't.
But a training run along the beach and a bit of a swim afterwards, would you be up for that?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Have they put in drum lines out there, HG, to protect Todd Carney?
Yes, it's the Probe House of Blues on Fender Strat, Slow and Roy Slaven and stirring the 12-bar soup. H.G. Nelson. I was just going to finish that lovely story of redemption, rugby league redemption, with Todd Carney going to the Devils.
This is the bubbler guy.
The bubbler guy, yeah. Well, and others.
Yeah,
A trail, a litany of rugby league fun.
Disasters, yes.
Disasters. Whether he said he counted out, countless people have approached him saying, you must be throwing a massive amount of money at him. And the Devils president dismissed the idea. The deal is the idea that Carney's deal is all about dollars. It's not the case. The biggest seller for us was helping Todd sort his life out after football. Ideally, I think he wants to give back a fair bit.
Right, that's good. That's great.
Tremendous story.
Yeah, it is. It sounds like Todd's doing it for nothing. Apart from the meat and the car.
And the surfboard. Which he's not going to use.
No.
But that's Byron.
That's Byron, yeah. And it's Byron Lifestyle, HG, which is great.
And he'd probably get tickets to the film festival, which is on, and Writers' Week. I think they have a big Writers'
Blues festivals.
They have a that's right.
He'd lead the Blues festival.
He'd be the announcer.
I mean, if anyone knows the blues, Todd Carney does.
Indeed, and of course, he'd be stage announcer. Coming up next, we've got the Backsliders, put your hands together, etc.
Yeah.
Be great. Right. Anyway, Roy...
I think Bob Dylan might have been there one year.
More than one, I think.
Yeah. He's there all the time because he loves Todd Carney.
Now, that's it for the Probe for this week. Thanks very much for your help again, Roy. It's been terrific, and some of those ideas about meat and what you can do with it and the way sponsorship works. Felix, of course, magic again on the buttons. And, Chairman Mao, he's been to Tasmania again. He found the damp and came back a winner. That's all you can ask for in a week of sport. That's the Probe for this week. Join us next week. Bye now.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as the world's most inspiring minds explain how. Listen for free to A Life of Greatness at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts.
Podcast One.